The Fourth World War took many lives, too many. Obito, unwilling to share his perfect world with anyone else, personally killed Madara. All the Kage gave their lives to stop the Uchiha, but only one shinobi managed to defeat him, at great cost. Damn you, Naruto. Don't die there, do you hear me? If you die, I will personally rip your soul out of the Shinigami's stomach, revive you, and personally kill you. I'm sorry, Kurama, but even you can't save me anymore. Bastard, don't you dare die. You're too young for that. Think. Red-haired mug, think. What did Rakudo say about this? That's it. Damn, 1,000 years have already passed, I hope I don't mess up the seals. Come back to life, stupid blonde screwdriver in your ass. The shinobi didn't understand what was happening at all. First, Naruto's body glowed blue, and then he disappeared in a flash of the same color. Naruto. Naruto. I hear you, Kurama, why are you yelling? Thank Rakudo, I didn't mess up with the seals. What? Go ahead, spill it. You were dying. One day, before his death, Grandpa Rakudo told us about one technique. If our Jinchuriki is dying, and we want him to survive with all our hearts, then this technique will heal all his wounds. But there is a downside. Which one? You and I have been transported back 12 years. And it doesn't necessarily mean to your reality. What do you mean by this? Don't be surprised if you meet someone who should be dead. Oh, shit, but I have you, and that means it's time to fix history. Chapter 1. Glory to Rakudo Sennin. Kurama, what's wrong? And you look at the Hokage mountain. Everything is the same as before, no Uchiha face. And by the way, where are you going anyway? To the old man third, to whom else? If I am in the past, then I must try to fix it. And the old man will help me with this. And why is everyone looking at me so strangely? As if they saw a ghost. Because you're an exact copy of your father. They think he rose from the dead. Happens. Having reached the residence, Naruto, in his usual manner, entered the office without knocking. Hello, old man. Hello, who are you anyway? I am Uzumaki Naruto, and you and I have a lot to discuss. At first, Hiruzen didn't believe for a long time that the blonde was a rascal he knew, only from the future. But the Kyuubi chakra was a weighty argument. Okay, I believe you. After all, only one person can have the fox's chakra. So, you say that you died in the Fourth World War. I feel sorry for you, Naruto. You died without realizing your dream. Hey, old man, hold your horses. Now I can change a lot and this time I will become Hokage. But I have a couple of requests for you. And what kind? First, overthrow the elders already and find yourself new ones. Are you the Hokage or do you just come here to smoke a pipe? Second, I'm moving into my parents' house. And third, Naruto Jr. is now under my care. Naruto, are you out of your mind? I can't trust you. You. As stupid as it sounds. And about the house. Old man, tell me, why did you put me in a dorm? After all, my father was the fourth Hokage, I doubt that he and my mother lived in a dorm. Kushina fenced the house with seals. Naruto. Do you think that I did not want you to live in your home? The seals of the Uzumaki clan are incredible, no one in Konoha has the knowledge to remove them. Therefore, your home is safe. And one more thing, as rude as it may sound, but you are the main weapon of the village. At the Jonin Council, it was decided that no one should raise or deal with Jinchuriki. After all, then you will be attached to this person or clan. Oh, old man, how unflatteringly you think of me. What if he himself, accidentally, finds his home and his mother's seals let him through? And I will simply look after him sometimes. And train him sometimes. Secretly, of course. If you look at it this way, then it's possible. Here's the address. If Kushina's seals let you through, then I'll be happy that you won't be living in the dorms anymore. And, Naruto, choose a new name for yourself. Otherwise, it's easy to get confused, you're both Narutos. Okay. Then my name will be, Menma. Ahahaha. And will you call your son Ramen? You only have noodles in your head. Shut up, or I'll make a fur coat out of you. And I'll give it to Hinata, got it? Have you forgotten that she is 5 years old now? Don't become a pedo bear, that's an article. Menma, what's wrong? Sorry, old man, I was just thinking. So this is what my house looks like. Beautiful. 2 floors and an attic. I couldn't even dream of something like this before. Enough admiring. Let's see if the seals will let you through or not. They've already let me through. The seals started at the gate, and I'm already in the middle of the garden. Now the hardest part remains. Yeah, find yourself. Don't start. It wasn't hard to find Naruto. Either the dorm or Ichiraku ramen. But the blonde wasn't there. Damn it. Where could he have disappeared to? At that age, the only time I left the house was to eat ramen. Demon, take it. Found it. Menma and Kurama thought in unison. 5 chunin were beating a boy of about 5 years old, each wanting to hurt him as much as possible. How brave we are. 5 chunin for one child. Too weak in the gut to fight an equal opponent. And who else are you? Menma Uzumaki, his brother. Another demon. As soon as we're done with him, we'll get to you. The chunin wanted to hit Naruto again, but instead he got a kick in the face from Menma. Having quickly beaten up the chunin, breaking a couple of their ribs at most, he turned to the little guy. Naruto himself was in deep shock. For the first time, someone stood up for him. For the first time, he was looked at not with contempt or hatred, but with care. Naruto, don't be afraid of me. I'm your cousin, everything will be fine. Let's go home. Brother. Wow, so many emotions. Joy, sadness, anger, hope for a bright future. Was I really that emotional? You're still the same. Why didn't you come for me earlier? Do you know how I felt? Sorry, I was on a mission. Stop crying. Let's go home. Yes. Chapter 2. A week later. Thanks to the beaten chunin, word quickly spread throughout Konoha that the demon had a protector and, concurrently, an older brother who looked like the 4th Hokage, very much like him. Hiruzen, we need to talk. Danzo entered the office with the elders and clan heads. And to what do I owe this meeting? We've heard rumors that the Jinchuriki has a protector. Explain. As you wish. Uzumaki Menma, Kushina's nephew, lived in the grass village for a long time until he found out that his aunt lived in Konoha. After that, he came to our village, became a jonin, and is raising his brother. Hokage-sama, are you sure you can trust him? Konoha won't suffer from this. It's not for you to talk about this, Fugaku. Are you asking for trouble, Hiyashi? Stop the charade. The Hokage slammed the table. All the clan heads instantly fell silent and tried to blend into the wall. Fugaku, are you doubting my decisions? Believe me, I trust Menma completely. In just a week, he was able to earn my trust and respect. I don't trust some of you as much as I do him. Everyone immediately understood who the Hokage was talking about. No one trusted these 3. If that's all, then you are free to go. You're hiding something, Hiruzen. I'll personally keep an eye on this Menma. It's not good to spy on your allies, Danzo. You're an old man, a couple of years left until retirement. It would be a shame if someone threw you out of the window. Everyone immediately turned around. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama, do you have a mission for me? I have to look after my brother. And this clown took a Jinchuriki under his wing. What could he possibly teach him? Menma punched Danzo in the face, knocking out the window and sending him flying to the other end of the village. I warned you. Anyone else want to go on the flight? This is outrageous. Hiruzen, how can you even trust this man? Kaharu was indignant. The elder wants to fly out the window, everything is clear. Menma, calm down. And where is Naruto? He plays tag with me at home. I'm a shadow clone. I see. There are no missions worthy of your level yet. I'll send for you when a worthy mission appears. Thank you. The clone immediately ceased to exist. The clan heads were in shock for a long time. Each of them had long wanted to punch Danzo and his support team in the face, but they did not dare. As Konoha shinobi, they were obliged to jump on their hind legs in front of their superiors and only say everything they thought in their hearts. Since Menma had only recently become a Konoha shinobi and, apparently, only obeyed the Hokage, he dared to show his attitude towards the hated trio. Does anyone have any more questions? Hokage-sama, I have. This Menma reports directly to you, right? Exactly, Shikaku. I'm the only one who can give him orders, everyone else is not an authority for him. So, don't be surprised if you fly out the window if he doesn't like your words. Is that all? Yes, the heads answered in chorus and immediately left the office. At home, Menma was playing with Naruto and smirked as he received the clone's memories. Serves him right, the old goat. It's a shame I couldn't do something like that in my past life. Having played enough, both brothers sat down to dinner, and then went their separate ways. The younger one went to sleep, and the older one went for a walk around Konoha, having first left the shadow clone. After walking through the streets and buying a supply of ramen, Menma was already approaching the house when suddenly a surprised female voice was heard from behind. Minato-sensei. Menma turned around at the sound of the voice. A 16-year-old brunette was standing in front of him, holding several children's toys in her hands. You're mistaken. My name is Menma Uzumaki, I'm Naruto's cousin. And who are you? The girl herself was still in deep shock. For 5 years, no one had heard of Naruto's relatives, and then, out of the blue, a guy appeared who looked like the fourth Hokage and claimed to be Kushina's nephew, although she had never mentioned him. Nohara Rin. Nice to meet you. It seems I'm not in my past after all. I've never seen this girl in Konoha. And who are these toys, if it's not a secret? For your brother. When Minato-sensei and Kushina-san died, I look after their son in my free time. I see. Naruto is currently living with me at his parents' house. I don't know why, but I feel like I can trust her. Yes, because Sanbi is inside her. Jinchuriki feel on a subconscious level whether they can trust each other or not. Sorry, Rin, but I have to run. Menma immediately took off. Damn Root. I didn't expect them to act so early. What did you think? You punched their leader and thought they wouldn't try to take the Jinchuriki for themselves. How naive you are. Menma arrived just in time. The 3 Roots were just leaving the house. Uzumaki created 10 shadow clones and struck the one holding Naruto in the neck with a rasengan. The remaining clones began to deal with the remaining 2. Phew. You're fast, Menma-kun. This is Danzo's personal mongrels. Rin, keep an eye on Naruto, and I'll go punch someone in the face. Why yes, of course. Taking the child in her arms, Nohara went into the house. Naruto took 2 corpses and 1 very beaten Anbu and brought them to the Hokage. After this, Danzo won't get away with it. If I have a chance to change history, I won't miss it. Chapter 3. Menma sealed the Korneftsevs in a scroll and went to the Hokage. Hello, old man. Sarutobi, who had just left the table, sat back down, glad that the work day was over. I already told you that I don't have a suitable mission for you. That's not what I'm talking about. This scroll contains 3 root fighters who wanted to kidnap Naruto today. 2 dead and 1 alive. Give this scroll to Inoichi, okay. That's it. Now Danzo will be in trouble. This already smacks of treason. Thanks, old man. There's something else I wanted to know. So what? Tell me about Nohara Rin. She didn't exist in my world. A good kunoichi in Megionin. Minato's former student. After his death, she took care of Naruto. She taught him how to walk, read, write, and count. I see. Good night, old man. After you came, she stopped being calm. He's already 17 years old, but he was still a child. As soon as Menma left the office, the third turned to the void. Cat. Yes, Hokage-sama. Take this scroll to Inoichi right now and tell him that I'm waiting for him in the interrogation room. Wake up Ibiki as well. Hi. Uzumaki family home. Hello. Welcome back. Naruto-kun still hasn't woken up. I think I'll be going. Maybe you should spend the night. It's already quite late. Well, okay. No one is waiting for me at home anyway. And in the morning, I'll make you 2 some pancakes. Otherwise, you'll both be eating nothing but ramen, and that's terribly unhealthy. Naruto, I mean, Menma, marry her. She's a good person, she can cook, and she looks a bit like Hinata. And like Kushina too. We'll see. The next morning, Menma, Naruto, get up. 5 more minutes. They both muttered. Menma, for the safety of his brother, was on guard all night and only dozed off towards the morning. So, 5 minutes. Okay, boys, you asked for it. Brother, what does this mean? Naruto received only a snore instead of an answer. Wake up. Rin poured cold water on the 2 blondes, and then watched as the 2 jumped up in unison. They look so much alike. I no longer have any doubt that they are close relatives. Okay, boys, don't be angry. Let's go have breakfast. Very tasty. Eat to your health. Naruto-kun, do you like it? Yeah. This sweet idol was interrupted by Kakashi. Rin, Hokage-sama is calling us. God, when will I finally get a vacation? Well, see you later, boys. Kissing Naruto on the head, she went off on another mission. Kakashi silently followed her. As soon as Rin left the house, the younger one immediately became sad. Naruto, why are you sad? Rin will come to see us again. I know, it's just that before this what's his name showed up, we were like a real family. Brother, maybe you should marry Rin's sister. Then we'll be a real family. Menma immediately choked on his pancakes. Even the little one is for you to get married. Marry her. Otherwise, I won't leave you alone and at the same time I'll ask the other one to help. The fox smiled cheekily. Leave me alone, you flea-bitten half-rug. Naruto, you see, it's too early for me to get married. And Rin and I don't know each other well enough to get married. Naruto became noticeably sadder. Apparently, he wasn't counting on this answer. Don't be sad, Naruto. What can I do to make you stop being sad? Hey, usually when I'm sad, I make mischief. The younger one broke into a smile. La 32 is not the limit, and Menma fell into memories for a second and giggled. So that's it. Naruto, have you ever painted the Hokage's faces? No. The younger blonde's eyes immediately gleamed conspiratorially. Then let's go, Datbeo. An hour later. Happy, but tired and covered in paint, the blondes decided to quickly get away from the crime scene, but it was not to be. Stop. Do you even understand what you've done? This is the Hokage monument, the symbol of our village. Oh, come on, Iruka. It's going to rain soon anyway. Naruto, let's go. Grabbing the little one, Menma immediately took off running. Stop right there. You bastards, I'll report you to the Hokage. Vandals. Hooligans. The only answer he received was the distant laughter of two blonde little devils. Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, I spent the whole night removing mental seals from my brain. Danzo wanted to kidnap the Jinchuriki, and after that he wanted to extract the Kyuubi from him and use it to seize power in Konoha. I see. Good work, Inoichi. Danzo will be executed today. Hokage-sama, Iruka almost kicked the door down. What is it, Iruka? You've never allowed yourself to do this before. Sarutobi puffed on his pipe, and a smile played on the corners of his lips. You see, Hokage-sama. Naruto and his guardian painted the Hokage's stone faces. And then he and his guardian fled the scene of the crime, saying that the rain would wash everything away anyway. And we haven't had any rain for 2 months in. Iruka watched as the first drops of rain began to appear and the paint slowly washed off the Hokage monument. Well, as you see, Iruka, Menma was right. You can go. Yes. A little more and Yumino's eye would have started twitching in a nervous tick. I'll give these rascals a hard time. I won't leave them alone so easily. Chapter 4. A year later. Naruto went to the academy and thanks to Menma and Rin, he now shared first place with Sasuke Uchiha. When Menma was given a mission, he would hand his brother over to Rin's care. It wasn't just Naruto anymore who joked about them being like family. The clan heads, some of the Jonin, and even the Hokage himself sometimes joked about it. Oh, shit, I'm out of money. What should I do now? Guess who? Suddenly his eyes were covered by someone's palms. Well, your hands are quite soft to the touch. Did you wash them with Weasel, Kakashi-san? Menma-kun, can we not make stupid jokes? Sorry, Rin, are you here on business or as usual? This time it's business. Hokage-sama wants to assign us a mission. So that's how it is. Great, otherwise I ran out of money. And who will we leave Naruto with? With Kakashi? Are you kidding me? That lazy ass hasn't visited him in 6 years. All he does is jerk off to 2 books all day long. I asked for a more reliable person. And who is it? Before Rin could answer, this reliable man flew into the window. Hello, Rin. Sorry I'm late. I was just training. After all, I have the power of youth with me. Menma and Kurama fell into a dribble. And you're Menma, right? Hokage-sama has told me a lot about you. I'm Might Guy, Z. The green beast of Konoha. Old Hokage told me about you too. So, keep an eye on Naruto and also make sure that no one does anything bad to him. If I see even one black eye on him after he returns, you will become a green beast in a wheelchair. Do I make myself clear? More than. Don't worry, I'll just train him. I'm also keeping an eye on one little one. I think they'll become friends. Menma swallowed at the thought of the kid being trained by Guy, but after thinking about it carefully, he resigned himself to it. That's what we agreed on. Hokage's office. Hello, old man. Hello, Menma. I have a mission for you and Rin. You need to deliver this letter to the 4th Raikage. Among all the villages, we only have friendly relations with Sand. I see. Rin, wait for me at the main gate. I need to ask you something. Good. As soon as the girl left the office, the blonde immediately turned to the Hokage. Old man, is Hazashi alive? Yes, he's alive. What's the matter? Naruto retold the story that Neji once told him. That's why I asked. It seems like many things here are different from my world. Yes, that's true. But since you know what's going to happen, you can fix a lot. I think I'll run, otherwise Rin will eat me alive. Don't worry, he won't eat you before the wedding. Old man. Just kidding. Run on, to your beloved happiness. I already like this old man. We are on the same wavelength. If I see you smoking, I'll use you for a fur coat. If it helps your relationship with Rin, then I'm ready to sacrifice my fur. Bugagashenki. Despite the fact that Rin had to wait for the blonde for half an hour, she did not react to his lateness in any way. Have you packed your things? Menma looked at the girl suspiciously. Yes. Then let's go. The girl simply smiled. I wonder why she reacted so calmly. Because she's on the same team as that porn scarecrow. Your half an hour is, at a minimum, not even close to his 5 hours. I see. Menma couldn't help but admire the girl. The path to the cloud was not long. We'll be there tomorrow. Or more precisely, by midday, provided that we get up at dawn. Menma-kun, will you be on guard? Certainly. You should have said, of course, darling. Or, darling, Kurama. What? Notice, it wasn't me who was admiring her the whole way, looking now at her lower back, now at her third size eyes. Kurama. I'm keeping quiet, I'm keeping quiet. I'm a mean girl. Menma was on guard all night. No matter how you look at it, the fox was right, and Uzumaki himself became very attached to the girl. Once, the blonde almost gave Kakashi a black eye when he thought Hitaki was flirting with her. Have you really fallen in love? Of course. I'm not surprised. A kind, smart, caring girl. Loves children, cooks well. And do you remember when you were distracted for a couple of minutes and one Chunin wanted to beat up the little one? I remember. Rin was 100 times scarier than you then. I had to save that idiot before Rin bit him to death. Exactly. Don't be an idiot, fool. You already looked for treasure in the wrong place once, when it was right next to you. Stop stepping on the same rake. Hey, Kurama, maybe you should get a job at a wedding agency. Or host a show called, Let's Get Married. You're an amazing matchmaker. Until I marry you, I won't believe it. The next day, noon. Here we are. Menma-kun, you should get some sleep. I'll get some sleep at home. Knowing Naruto-kun, I doubt it. Tell me your name and why you came to the cloud. I am Uzumaki Menma, and this is Nohara Rin. We have come to conclude a peace treaty with Cloud. Having received their passes, the duo headed towards the rakeage. Can. Come in. Minato, I thought you were dead. It's time to correct this mistake. I was about to punch Menma in the head, but the blonde managed to dodge and trip the head of Kumo. I'm not Minato, but Uzumaki Menma, although there were namikaze among my relatives too. But in general, I'm here to give you this scroll. Raikage picked up and Uzumaki handed him the scroll. Hey, after thinking for 5 minutes, he finally opened it. So that's it. A peace treaty, then. Good. In a few days I'll send my ambassador to you to sign the peace treaty. You may go free. Goodbye, Raikage-sama. See you. Heian Rin fell into a trance. The girl was still used to the blonde speaking informally with the Hokage, but she clearly didn't expect that he would also speak with the Kage of other villages. Menma-kun, don't you think that it was okay to talk to the Raikage like that? The Raikage is one of those who recognizes strength. The fourth Hokage was the only one who was faster than him. Since I was able to dodge the Raikage's blow, he realized that I was stronger than him and that's why he let us go so calmly. Don't be afraid, Rin, if something happens, I will protect you. Konoha, Hokage's office. That's how it is. Well done. Here's your salary, Rin, you've earned a month's rest. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Bye, old man. Rin, don't you want to come over for a visit? You're still asking. Of course I want to. I miss Naruto-kun. I spend the night at your place so often, maybe it's time for me to move in with you. I'm all for it, and I'm sure Naruto will be happy if you live with us. The girl smiled slyly. Handsome, I wish you'd do it right away, but you're always beating around the bush. Kurama, don't push yourself. I'm keeping quiet, I'm keeping quiet. Chapter 5. A week later. Hello, old man, said the blonde man sitting on the windowsill. I just saw the Cloud ambassador on the street and judging by his appearance, he was up to something. Exactly, Menma, I remember what you told me. I already warned Hiashi. I see. Just in case, I'll be there too, as backup. And Rin won't be offended. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes slyly. What does Rin have to do with it? What do you mean? You've been living together for a week already, she won't mind if you don't spend the night at home tonight. Menma, realizing what the Hokage had just said, fell into a daze, while his inner nine-tailed hamster giggled brazenly. Even Jiraiya isn't as vulgar as you, old man. You're a fool, Menma, and your ears are cold. I'm just glad that your personal life is getting better. Okay, I get it, sorry, old man. Will you invite me to the wedding? The third one smiled from ear to ear. Kurama definitely bit you, the blonde muttered. Menma left the office. Today he decided to be lower than grass, quieter than water. You still haven't answered him. Well, If Rin agrees to marry me, then I'll invite him to the wedding. Yes, I was able to do it. I convinced you to marry her. Phew, there will be something to tell our descendants. Are you going to get married too? Are you stupid? I'm a Biju, and the other tailed beasts are my brothers and sisters. We don't reproduce. I meant your descendants. Look, there's your wife. She's hanging out with Naruto. Naruto-kun, what are you staring at? Rin, will you buy me this mask? Of course, baby. The seller was about to say a few kind words to the demon, but he saw Rin's withering look, and Menma on the roof revealed himself for a second and threateningly cracked his knuckles. Take it for free. I'll give it to you. Really? Naruto-kun, take her and let's go. Nohara said, giving the merchant a murderous look. Yeah, Naruto immediately put on his mask and ran forward down the street with a joyful squeal. Her look reminded me of Kushina. Wow, it made my hair stand on end. Kurama said, swallowing. Yeah, if she looks after her teacher's son like that, I can't even imagine how she'll look after her own child. Have you already thought about children? Don't rush things. Menma ignored the fox's words. He had more important things to do today than squabble with the fox. Here comes the ambassador. It's only the middle of the day, and he'll be out at night. I hate waiting. That's for sure. Just don't kill him. I know without you, I'll knock him out as soon as he leaves the Hyuga quarter. We need evidence, then the cloud won't dare do anything to Konoha. We should probably stop by the sand to see how Gaara is doing. Leave him to Naruto. You re-educated him once and you will re-educate him a second time. Your priority task is to kill Obito before he becomes the Jubi's Jinchuriki. You and I have personal scores to settle with him. At the mention of Uchiha, both of them became gloomy. I know, I just have to wait a little while before killing him. Why is that? The Fourth World War. It was the one that helped unite the shinobi. I'll let Obito start it, and then I'll just kill him. Just make sure you don't fail with your idea. Around 2 o'clock in the morning. Finally, my legs were already numb, said the older blonde, stretching and kneading the numb parts of his body. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the show, Catch the Rat, for those who are awake. Starring Menma Uzumaki and the ambassador of the cloud, as a rat. Stop it. Menma calmly followed the ambassador to the Hyuga quarter. Knock him out now. Konoha already has evidence. Or, so that's what you've got planned, you half-baked matchmaker. Kyuubi giggled, understanding Menma's plan. I just talked to you too much. Here he is. Cloudman was carrying a bag. Menma reacted quickly and knocked out the shinobi with a powerful blow to the stomach. Hiyashi, you seem to be in no hurry. Didn't old Hokage warn you? He said that the ambassador wanted to kidnap my daughter and said that you would knock him out, and I just carried Hinata back to the house. So that's how it is. Okay, take Hinata, and I'll take this half-educated thief to the Hokage. And the rat is caught. Today's winner is Menma Uzumaki. A standing ovation. Hokage-sama, here comes the ambassador, said the hero of the day, who burst into the office and smiled from ear to ear. Well done, Menma. You can go and rest, but don't forget this. The Hokage took out a bouquet of roses. Old man, thank you, of course. But flowers are too much. Especially since I'm not like that. This is for Rin, you idiot. She already ran to me today and asked where the hell you were. It got to the point that she even thought you had found someone else. I told her that you were on a diplomatic mission. But give her flowers, just in case. I see. Still, she should have been warned that you would be back late at night. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting a new show, Lost. Starring Menma Uzumaki and Rin Nohara, in the future, Rin Uzumaki. Uzumaki family home. Where have you been? Hokage-sama said you were on a mission, and I want to hear your theory. Darling, I'll explain everything. Chapter 6. The next morning turned out to be interesting. In the kitchen, Rin was busy with frying pans and other instruments of freedom for women and slavery for men, in an apron, like a housewife, preparing breakfast. At the same time, the older blonde with a killed look was sitting, waiting for breakfast, and the younger one was calmly stretching, going down to the kitchen. Good morning. Naruto yawned loudly. Good day, Naruto-kun. I'll give you some scrambled eggs now. Good. The previously inconspicuous shadow muttered. Brother, what's wrong with you? Who could paint you like that? Menma had a black eye under his left eye and 3 bumps on his head. Nothing, I just fell. 3 times. Yeah, right on Rin's fist, and fell on her frying pan 3 more times. It's good that he survived. Damn, and I was so hoping that you would get married soon. We'll make peace. And besides, I'm only 18 and she's 17, it's too early for us to get married. How old were my parents when they got married? 27. No, I'm not going to put it off that long. Listen, little one, haven't you gone too far with beating up your boyfriend? No, Isapu. But now he will always warn me, I'm worried. Tomorrow everything will be like before. Menma-kun, will you take Naruto-kun to the academy? Only after breakfast. Rin just smiled. She put the fried eggs and sausage on the plate. After breakfast. On the way, the two blondes met the Uchiha brothers. Hello, Menma-san. Hello, Itachi. Do you have a day off today? Yes. I'll take my brother to the academy and go home, although I might take on some simple mission. Just for a day. I see. Are you alright? It's just that yesterday Rin-san was tearing and throwing. Hey, I didn't know there were already rumors about this. And not only about that. Yesterday, Dad accidentally overheard the conversation between Hiyashi-san and Hokage-sama. So, thanks to Mom, now all of Konoha knows that you saved the heiress of the Hyuga clan and that now we have Cloud on a very short leash. So that's how it is. I serve for the good of my native village, what else can I say? Naruto and Sasuke just glared at each other, listening attentively to the conversation of their elders. At the end of the conversation, the younger blonde gestured that his brother was the coolest, which made the brunette blush with anger. Well, during our conversation, I didn't even notice how they arrived. Sasuke, behave yourself. Don't start fights in the academy. Okay, brother. Naruto, good luck at the academy. And don't pay any attention to Sasuke. Okay, brother. Bye. Itachi, are you going home now too? Yes. You also need to rest from missions. Hey, well, bye. Maybe we'll meet again. Sorry for such a short chapter, it's purely transitional, the next chapters will be longer. Chapter 7. 5 years later. It's been 5 years since Rin moved into the Uzumaki household, and she's been dating Menma for exactly the same amount of years. Kurama. What else? No need to yell like that. You'll wake up your sleeping beauty. Menma looked at the brunette, who was now sleeping next to him and smiling in her sleep. So what did you want? I decided to tell you the news firsthand. I'm going to buy a ring today. A ring? Well done, what else can I say? I'm going to bed. Kyuubi just closed his eyes, but exactly 3 seconds later, he opened them. A ring? Glory to Rakuto, I live to see this. Now, you idiot, quickly run for flowers. Buy 101 roses in. No, a diamond is too mainstream. In the mountains of Konoha, there is one very precious and beautiful stone. It is 100 times more expensive than a diamond. Your father gave such a ring to your mother. For 3 days after that, he could not go to work. Let's just skip these details. You're talking about my parents after all. Sorry, bro. Okay, I remember where he found such a stone. He tells Kushina everything. Dig through everything, but find it. I know. Menma flew out of the house like a bullet, not forgetting to leave a note, because he remembered how it ended last time when he didn't warn her. An hour later. You could at least tell me what he looks like. You'll understand this when you find it. It immediately shimmers with all the colors of the rainbow. As you noticed, it's quite dark here, but with this stone it will immediately become light. Will he not disturb our sleep at night? Calm down. It's always the size of a fist, you can't put it in her ring. You'll take a small part of it, so it will be something like a night light. We should also find her some beautiful flowers, not some roses. But those flowers only grow in the country of Earth. Send a clone there. With my chakra, he'll get there quickly. And make another one so that he can run to the village of greenery for the rainbow fruit. Rainbow fruit. Yeah, a very expensive and the most delicious fruit in the world. Depending on the temperature, its taste changes. Mito once cooked it for Hashirama. In general, the result was worse than from the ring. Mito also had a command of the Biju mode and quietly stole one, do the same. There are a ton of these fruits there, it won't hurt. Well, then no one attacked this village for the fruit. The fruits are protected by very strong creatures, each of which would make frog legs out of Gamabunta. Only with my regime can these fruits be stolen. I see. Well, Rin will never forget this day. Just don't screw this up, asshole. Otherwise, you'll remember what it's like to get hit in the head with a frying pan. And you even gave her a cast iron one. Uzumaki family home. When Rin woke up, she didn't find one blonde heater. It's strange, Menma-kun never wakes up before me. A note. Rin, I'm going on a mission. I'll be back late tonight or tomorrow. Don't be bored. Kisses. I tamed him after all. You can tell right away who will be the boss in your family. Good morning, Isapu. Well, how could it be otherwise? Naruto-kun also said that he would bring his girlfriend to visit. I'll go clean up a bit. You're turning into a housewife, Rin. Although, I'm not surprised. Girls remain kunoichi until they find a groom. Rin became embarrassed and blushed. Isapu, don't push it. Even though I've become a simple housewife, I can still give a real punch. It's just, I feel sick. During pregnancy, it's normal. You're in your second week, congratulations. The girl was pierced by a state of shock. Emotions replaced one after another, and when the shock subsided, she mentally burst into a scream. And you kept quiet. I'll make soup out of you, you half-baked turtle. Whoa, girl, take it easy. You and your boyfriend were busy with other things, I didn't want to bother you. It was interesting anyway, but you'll give him a surprise. Rin fell into a stupor again. The voice of the younger blonde brought her out of the astral plane. Sister, I'm home. Hello, Naruto-kun. Where is your friend, Hinata? Come in, don't be afraid. Rin doesn't bite. Hello. Don't be afraid, Hina-chan, like Naruto-kun said, I don't bite. Evening. Found it. Uzumaki looked at the stone, which sparkled with a rainbow and immediately illuminated the entire cave. Handsome. Man, what else can I say? Now take this beauty to the master who will inlay it. Tell him that the payment will be half of this stone, that will be more than enough. As soon as Uzumaki came out of the cave, he met two of his clones. One had a bouquet of roses, silver in color, and the other had a golden fruit. Kurama, did they bring it? Yes. Get ready to learn how to cook and to not be able to leave your room for a week. Menma came home happy at 2 in the morning. In a red velvet box lay a gold ring, in the center of which was the stone found by the blonde. On each side of the stone were 3 diamonds. Quietly entering the house, the clone put the flowers in a vase and took the fruit to the kitchen. Uzumaki himself went to take a shower. Are you ready? You have a very long job ahead of you. This fruit is not easy to prepare. You'll be there until the morning. No problem. I went through the 4th World War and I can go through cooking too. Well, making breakfast and proposing are much more difficult than S-rank missions. The next morning, Rin woke up to the sweet smell coming from the kitchen. What the hell? Is Menma-kun cooking something? I know that smell. Well, little one, you're in for a surprise. Almost the same as the one you had for him. I wonder who'll surprise whom more. Let's see. Having dressed quickly, the girl went down to the 1st floor. Menma was actively cooking something, running around the kitchen like a shaman. Your wife is awake, groom. Good morning, dear. Wait a bit, I'm almost finished. Yes. Rin sat down at the table and continued to watch the blonde man cooking, who began to cook even more actively. After 5 minutes, he finally finished. Darling, breakfast is ready. I wanted to bring it to you in bed, but I didn't expect you to wake up. Naruto Sr. blushed a little. Thank you. Enjoy your meal. The girl took a bit of what Menma was cooking and tried it. Wow, I just put it in my mouth, and this fruit has already changed its taste 5 times. How delicious. Nohara cut off half and put it on a separate plate. Naruto-kun, you should try it too. Menma-kun, I show. Before the girl could finish, she was gently interrupted. Wait, this is for you. Silver roses. They only grow in the land of Earth. I'm surprised he managed to get there so quickly. Rin, will you marry me? The blonde got down on one knee, opening the box. Prepare to go deaf and be loved. Scream in 3, 2, 1. Yes. Rin threw Menma to the floor with a bang and started kissing him everywhere she could reach. Let's go, darling. Where to? Well, I have to thank you. Rin smiled slyly. I told you, you won't leave your room for a week. Chapter 8. Despite the fox's words that Menma would not leave the bedroom for a week, he and Rin left about 7 hours later because they were thirsty. Naruto Jr. did not interfere and did not enter the room. Menma-kun, I have a surprise for you. Rin smiled sweetly, and a sparkle burned in her eyes. And what kind of drink? The blonde took a big sip, not suspecting the next phrase. I'm pregnant. The older blonde almost choked on water. Coughing and rolling his eyes, he tried to catch his breath, which he did with difficulty. To be honest, I'm in shock. Menma, you're a beauty. Congratulations, Daddy. How long have you been pregnant? 2 weeks. I just didn't know how to tell you. Although I only found out yesterday. Thank you. The blonde hugged the girl and kissed her lightly. Then for now decide who will be the witness and write a guest list, and I'll go to the store. Left to sit alone, the fox and his that is, Friend puzzled over the invitations. Damn, and who should I choose as a witness? You still dare to think, you idiot. Me, of course, who else? Kurama, how can I put this mildly? Oh, right, I'm a big, scary fox. And I doubt they'll have a bow tie costume in my size. Menma immediately imagined this picture and laughed louder than a horse. Oh, I can't. Kurama, you're on fire. Stop laughing. I really wanted to be a witness. And you're insulting my feelings. Kurama, please, stop. My stomach is going to burst from laughter. Rin will come back soon, and I'll be hysterical. The blonde had already buried his face in the sofa from laughter, unable to stop. Fuck you. I'm offended. Menma still managed to calm down with difficulty. Wiping away the tears that had appeared from laughter, he descended into the subconscious. Kurama. I'm not talking to you. The fox demonstratively turned away, raising his tails up, showing off his shaggy back. Come on, Kurama, I was just joking, and you're pouting like a hamster. The nine-tailed fox just snorted. Okay then, what if it's like this? Naruto Sr. jumped on the fox's head and started scratching him behind the ear. Do you like it? A little to the left. Ooh, yeah, great Rakudo. The fox purred contentedly and lay down on his side. Shadow clones. The original scratched behind the ear, and 50 clones stroked the belly. A pathetic sight, and this is what I'm going to turn into. An obedient nine-tailed dog. And here's another you who managed to reach us. That means Naruto and Rin are already near the house. Okay, Kurama, talk to yourself, and I'll go back. Hello, brother. Hello, Naruto. Rin and Hinata walked behind the younger blonde. Darling, Hina-chan would also like to attend the wedding. Will you add her to the list? Yeah, by the way, I'll go and invite the old man to the wedding. He made me promise. Run now. Hokage's office. Old man, can I? Of course, Menma, come in. I see you've finally found yourself new advisors. The blonde looked at Shikaku Nara and Hiashi Hyuga. Yes, after Danzo's execution, those two became quiet as a mouse. I was able to persuade the daimyo to remove them from their positions. Menma, so, why did you come in? I came to invite you to the wedding, old man. Sarutobi's eyes widened sharply, and the pipe almost fell out of his mouth. Have I really lived to see this? Let me hug you, you blonde head. Shikaku and Hiashi's eyes widened. Oh, right, Shikaku-san and Hiashi-san, you and your families are also invited. And, Hiashi, not only your daughters and wife, bring your brother and nephew as well. I understand. Congratulations, Menma-kun. Uzumaki family home. Darling, have you still not chosen who will be the witness? No. Memna shrank a little, expecting a dressing down, but Rin had no time for it. Slightly surprised, he answered the girl. And did you find a witness? Yes. Kurenai agreed to be my witness. Kurenai, then, bingo. Asuma. He's my dear. Rin, I know who to find as a witness. Just don't tell me it's Kakashi. He'll ruin everything with his tardiness and porn waste paper. No, Asuma, I'll ask him to be a witness. Nohara, who hadn't thought of this option, raised an eyebrow in surprise, but after a moment she smiled. Ah, well then, okay. Menma immediately took off. The third son was most often found at a barbecue restaurant or the Nara clan's mansion. That's where he found himself, playing shogi with little Shikamaru. Hello, Asuma. Hi, Menma, will you play with me? No, I don't want to look like a fool in front of the younger generation. I have a different question. Asuma released a stream of smoke that made Nara cough. You've intrigued me. Spill it. I asked you to be my best man at the wedding. Sarutobi Jr. was so shocked that he almost swallowed his cigarette. Are you kidding? Does it look similar? Hey, congratulations. Yes, I'll be a witness. And who's the witness? Kurenai. Asuma immediately smiled and his eyes sparkled. I agree to be a witness. No questions asked. Thanks, buddy. Of course you wouldn't. The old man blabbed to me that you've had a thing for Kurenai since the academy. And you were married. In my time. Now go with Rin to file an application at the registry office, and then get ready for a headache in the form of a small child, and don't forget your brother is on you too. I'm turning into a simple family man. A pregnant wife, then diapers and at the same time saving my little self from Akatsuki. My life will be fun. Chapter 9. Having filed an application at the registry office, preparations for the wedding were in full swing. All of Konoha was buzzing about it. The guys were chuckling and smiling approvingly, and the girls were sighing in admiration and continuing to spread gossip. At this time, the witness and the bride herself were sitting in the kitchen and gossiping, and the conversation just happened to turn to the wedding. Rin, in exactly 2 months, you will no longer be Nohara, you will become Uzumaki. Yuhi giggled. I know, Kurenai, how could you not become Sarutobi after my wedding? My friend joked in response. Oh, come on, Rin. Yuhi lightly pushed her friend, because everyone already knew about the brunette's situation. Menma forked out for a dress. Even more than that, I will choose a dress for myself so that he will immediately want to see me without it. Both friends giggled knowingly. Kurenai suddenly took on a playfully serious look. Then you'd better buy a dress like that separately. Don't forget that the clan heads with their families will be there, and Menma is very jealous. Do you get the hint? That's it. Yes, only my husband dares to look at me. Then we'll choose a regular dress and nice underwear. A wise choice. 2 months later. What is this? Menma looked at the white kimono with the Uzumaki clan symbol on the back. Menma, don't be stupid. You are a clan shinobi and Rin is joining your clan. I talked to her and she agreed that she would wear a dress and you would wear a kimono. If she were a clan shinobi and you were a simple shinobi, she would wear a kimono and you would wear a suit. The third explained to the older blonde as if he were a little boy. What if 2 clan shinobi get married? Naruto asked this question, which sent the 2 adults into a slight shock, and Hinata, who had just entered, into the astral plane. Having overcome the shock, the third answered. Both wear kimonos, Naruto. The elder one couldn't resist and decided to tease his brother. Little one, isn't it a bit early for you to start thinking about marriage? Of course, I understand that marriages are allowed here from 12, but you should at least wait until 17. I was just wondering. And you've already made up your own stories. Naruto blushed as red as Hinata herself. Yeah, Menma looked at Hinata, who had already dreamed of marrying the younger blonde, giving birth to 3 children and growing old together. Go, bring her to her senses. Good. After fiddling with the girl for a minute, he was able to lift her to her feet. Hinata, let's go practice. 2 clan shinobi are getting married. Hinata. Huh, yes, Naruto-kun, let's go practice. After watching the lovebirds go and laughing, the old man and the blonde joker continued their conversation. Menma, I want to warn you right away, small children are scarier than any enemy shinobi. Just blink, and they will already break something at the other end of the house. Old man, you yourself have 2 children and a grandson. That's why I know for sure that you can expect anything from little children. I've experienced it myself. In the next room. Rin, you should take off your dress, otherwise the groom will come in and you will be in a dress. Don't worry, he won't come in. Hokage-sama will keep him there for a long time, but you're right. It's time to take him off, or else I'll get him dirty. That's a clever girl. I envy you, my friend. The wedding, the baby will be in 6 months. Kurenai sighed sadly. So what's the problem? You have Asuma, get him to marry and have a child. Rin, I'm going to bite you now. I don't advise it, my friend, my husband is jealous. I wanted to ask, who trains Naruto? Either Menma's shadow clone or Guy. The 2 got along so well that Guy has now designated him as his eternal rival. Nohara giggled at the fate of Naruto Sr., looking at her surprised friend. Really, I see Kakashi has forgotten everything. Before, you used to run after him and Guy always competed with him, but now everything is different. I was a fool when I chased Kakashi. He's not interested in anything except porn books. Of course, I invited him to the wedding, but I wouldn't be surprised if he came there with his eternal paper companion. And he'll be 3 hours late. He won't be late. Menma-kun gave him the wrong time in the invitation, 3 hours early, and talked everyone into not discussing it in front of Kakashi. I can imagine how he'll be blown away when he arrives on time. The friends immediately burst into laughter. Rin, are you planning a bachelorette party? The girl looked around conspiratorially. Just modest. I'm telling you right away, if you or anyone else dares to order a stripper, instead of a wedding we'll have a mass funeral. Rin, who do you take me for? Kurenai immediately snorted and turned away. I understand that we are not organizing a get-together for old maids who have not yet lost their virginity at 40, but celebrating your last day of unmarried life. Sorry, friend. Just knowing Anko and her perversions, you can expect anything. I'll warn her. Yuhi smiled nervously, because Anko once said that she would gather a ton of strippers for the bachelorette party. She would personally weigh them to get a ton. Kurenai decided that she was joking, but it was worth it to be on the safe side. Hi, Dad. Hi, Menma. Hello, Asuma. Hello, son. Menma, I wanted to ask something. At the bachelor party there will be no strippers, Asuma. You can have that at your bachelor party. Not at mine. First of all, Naruto will be with us, and he's too young to look at naked chicks. Secondly, I don't want Rin to kill me. You know that our porn scarecrow will definitely tell half the village. I just asked. Because who knows you? Let's at least have a drink. Asuma, with hope in his eyes, looked at Menma. That's true. We'll meet at 7 at the hot springs. We'll steam ourselves, have a drink, in short, we won't do anything that could lead to dirt being found on us. Handsome. Chapter 10. Bachelor Party. 1700. I see Kakashi is still not here. Guy, forget about him. Well, he'll come when we're already leaving, what's the problem? Asuma put out his cigarette. Well, hero of the occasion, shall we go? Certainly. A group of 9 people entered the men's baths. Hazashi, I wanted to ask. Why didn't your brother come? You see, Hokage-sama, he only agreed to come to the wedding, but as for the bachelor party, he didn't even throw his own. You see, Hazashi, clan heads rarely arrange such rest and usually don't go to them, so as not to embarrass themselves if something happens. Shikaku answered. But our Inoshika Cho team is not like that. You need to rest too, the main thing is not to get drunk as hell. Bachelorette Party. 1700. Anko was as gloomy as a thundercloud. After Kurenai relayed Rin's words to her, Orochimaru's former student was forced to abandon her plan immediately. Come on, Anko. You'll put on this show at your bachelorette party. But then you won't come, right, Rin? Of course not. More precisely, I will leave right at the moment when you call them. Bachelor Party. 2000. Kakashi, as always, arrived 3 hours late and, to everyone's surprise, without a book. What people? Hick. Kakashi, you're the laziest ass in the world and you. Hick. Incredibly slow. Guy, you're drunk, go home. Menma, am I drunk? The green beast of Konoha immediately appeared next to Naruto. Guy-sensei, I'm Naruto, not Menma. And yes, you're, hick, drunk. It is still unclear when, but sake got into the youngest blonde's juice. It is still unclear how it happened. Did one of the guests add it or did the waitress accidentally drip it? As a result, the little one, like 8 adults, was already tipsy. Well, I see you're all drunk already. I'll go. Shadow Theater. Shikaku's technique immediately tied up Hataki, preventing him from escaping. Kakashi, listen to the Hokage's order. Drink with us. Yes, Hokage-sama. 2 hours later. Maybe. You've had enough already. Kurama tried to sit up, but instead fell. All the alcohol you drank is affecting me too. Do you even understand what a drunk biju is? Huh, don't be so rowdy, Kurama. Oh, so that's how Kakashi. No, Kakami. No, also not. Anyway, that's what Kaka looks like without his mask. You should have gotten him drunk earlier. The person being discussed at that time just approached the blonde. Menma, I want to thank you. For inviting me to the bachelor party. No, for turning Rin's attention to himself. Because she always pissed me off with her love. Such a fool. He shouldn't have said that. Such words had the effect on Menma and, oddly enough, on Kurama, like a red rag to a bull. What did you just say, you bastard? Who are you calling a goat, huh? You, porn lover. Reikiri. Rasengan. When the technicians were only a few centimeters away from impact, Guy grabbed 2 drunken comrades by the arms and threw them into the wall, behind which was the women's bathhouse. And only after the women squealed did he realize what he had done. Menma landed right on Rin's chest. Soft landing, blonde head. Kakashi wasn't so lucky. He hit his head on the curb, breaking his nose. Hinata, seeing Naruto without clothes, immediately lost consciousness. Fortunately she fell right on Kurenai. At least I got some idea. Anko squealed happily. The next morning, my poor head. Menma, bring me Algozertzer. And how will I do this? You have 2 options. The first is to take a pill. The second is to conjure it into my subconscious, using your special street magic. Here you go, dear. Rin handed the pill to the older blonde. Thank you. I don't remember at all what happened yesterday. You need to drink less. You and Kakashi had a fight, and Guy sent you straight to our bathhouse. While Anko was bleeding profusely from her nose, I quickly grabbed you and the little ones, our clothes, and brought you home. How? 4 shadow clones. And one more thing, my dear. Yes. From this day on, you are a teetotaler. The, I'll kill, smile immediately made Menma and Kurama get goosebumps. Do you understand me? Why yes, dear, I don't drink anymore. That's a clever girl. Chapter 11. A month later. A month has passed since Menma and Rin got married. The celebration was quite modest, but quite noisy and cheerful. The guests wished them happiness, health and more children. The most memorable moment of the celebration was Kakashi's reaction when he found out that he came on time, and only then he realized that he was deceived. Menma himself, as he promised, did not touch alcohol, as did everyone who was at the bachelor party, and poor Hinata still remembered how she saw Naruto naked and her cheeks burned without ceasing. Rin was already busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, when she noticed Menma, who was packing his things. Darling, where are you going? To work. The Hokage has a mission for me near the country of rivers. Good luck. Thank you. Having kissed his wife, the older blonde immediately ran out of the house. A little later, the younger one came into the kitchen. Rin. Yes, Naruto-kun. Will you train me today? Thick-browed sensei is on a mission with his team now, and his brother is gone. Okay, but know that I'll just be chasing you. No sparring with me. The blonde sighed heavily, because he was used to his brother loving to spar with him, and also having fun with him. Sighing a little resignedly, Naruto answered. I understood that already. And we'll take Hinata with us. Operation Cupid has been launched. Bugagashenki. You're an unfinished matchmaker. I just don't understand why you're trying to woo him. He's still little, a child. They're both still children, although why am I surprised? All girls dream since childhood that a prince on a white horse will come for them. Isapu, why are you so nervous? These two have liked each other for a long time, I'm just accelerating their relationship. Nothing more. Why am I talking to you? You women are incomprehensible. Biju immediately began to snore, making it clear that the conversation was over. The 10th polygon. Rin didn't bother and let the kids train at their usual pace. Namely, Naruto ran 500 laps and did 1,000 push-ups thanks to Guy and his youth, power, and Hinata did a little warm-up and honed her Juken techniques, simultaneously training the capabilities of the Byakugan. What are you thinking about, little one? Isapu muttered, sensing the mood of his Jinchuriki. I'm just wondering, won't the fox wake up from such training? Because then it would be just a disaster. Well, I don't know, he woke up 2 months ago and nothing terrible happened. He doesn't really talk to Naruto, he just sits quietly and peacefully in the cage and doesn't make a fuss. And you kept quiet. Listen, you half-killed Ninja Turtle, why am I finding out about everything so late? What's the problem? If he was trying to take over Naruto's body or shouting, freedom for the parrot foxes, I would have told you right away. There's nothing to worry about yet, I won't bother you. And anyway, pregnant women shouldn't worry. Aesop, now tell me everything, otherwise. Otherwise what? I'm not Menma. Threats like, I won't feed you, don't work on me. And I won't let myself be beaten. I'll block my consciousness and we'll only communicate mentally. Rin was still angry at her tailed friend, but on the other hand, he was right too. When something was wrong, he would immediately report it, and if he said it was nothing serious, then it was nothing serious. Evening of the same day. Naruto-kun, let's go home. You're not sparing yourself at all. Fine. Do you want to become like your brother, kid? A smart choice, but you'll have to train for a long time. No problem. To be honest, I was shocked when you first spoke to me. I thought I was crazy. I'm not surprised. All Jinchuriki who don't know about themselves always have this reaction. I'm your personal schizophrenia and voice of reason. You should come and visit me at least once. We could have some tea and indulge ourselves with some buns, because I'm so bored and lonely here. When my brother explains how to penetrate the subconscious, then I'll take a look. Chapter 12. The next day, Hokage's office. Menma, can you explain what's going on here? Sarutobi glared at the older blonde and the two missing nin of the mist. What's not clear? This is Momochi Zabuza. Uzumaki pointed at the half-naked mummy. And this is Yuki Haku. I know Zabuza. What is he doing here? The Hokage immediately gave off an aura of death, and his gaze said, just try to answer incorrectly and you're dead. Zabuza himself stood with an imperturbable face. Allah, the only thing tougher than me is my balls, and those are mine, so some old geezer won't scare me, even if he's the Hokage. I want to become a shinobi of Konoha. Isn't it clear? The demon of the hidden mist snorted. Menma. The Hokage immediately turned his questioning gaze to the elder Naruto. What? Zabuza is a strong shinobi, and our village has a shortage of that. Besides, this boy is the last representative of his clan and he has a Kek Genkai. I only do good for Konoha. Old man, you know me. Whatever I do, it's for the good. And they can be trusted. I know. The old man began tap dancing with his fingers, thinking over his decision. Okay. Cat. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu man dropped to one knee. Call Inoichi here. We need to check the loyalty of two people. Hi. The cat immediately disappeared. You two understand that I can't just give you protectors and trust you completely based on Menma's word. Yes, Hokage-sama. The former shinobi of the mist answered in chorus. 5 minutes later, Inoichi arrived with his eternal escort and took the two for inspection. Once everyone left, Sarutobi turned to Menma again. Can you vouch for them? More than. And in the future they will do us a great service. The old man sighed resignedly and puffed on his pipe. To hell with you, blonde devil. Take the money and you're free. Thank you, old man. Believe me, you will thank me later. Who else are you thinking of to attract to your side? The red-haired schizophrenia muttered. How did you find out? And you guess. Indeed, of all the people you've met, who else can be recruited? I'll think about it later. First, home to my dear wife. Besides, it smells very good. Darling, I'm home. Welcome back. How was the mission? More than successful. I completed it quickly and recruited 2 shinobi. What are you talking about? Who exactly? Don't talk. Shut up, you bastard. Momochi Zabuza and Haku. What? Rin immediately turned to the older blonde. The menacing look and the knife in his hand made Menma shrink back into his chair. Oh, you idiot. The fogs forced the three-tailed one into her. Kurama immediately made a facepalm. Rin, be quiet. First, you can't be nervous. Second, I'll explain everything to you. So that's how it is. Well, if you can vouch for them, then fine. But it seems to me that you're not telling me something. Are you having an affair? His wife glared at the blonde. Menma immediately choked on his tea, greedily gasping for air, looking like a fish washed up on the shore. Rin, what's wrong? Just kidding. But you're not telling me something. I just wanted Zabuza to train Naruto in swordsmanship. I don't know this discipline. Cough. You should ask such questions when I don't drink or eat. You don't want to become a widow before your time, do you? Spit. I'm already planning our golden wedding. Until then, you are forbidden to die. Got it? Yes, ma'am. The newlyweds laughed. You're just like your father. As soon as he married Kushina, he immediately found himself under his thumb. You're the same. Are you against it? No. On the contrary, I'm glad that at least you listen to someone and that someone has power over you, otherwise you've become completely unruly. Get lost. I'm already leaving. Chapter 13. A year later. The Uzumaki family now had a new addition. Rin gave birth to a son who was an exact copy of his father, only without the stripes on his cheeks. Menma suggested naming the son after the fourth, and Rin was all for it. Naruto also established contact with his Kyuubi, so he allowed him to use his chakra and chatted about dirty tricks that they both loved. Menma also passed Mizuki and taught himself shadow clones, thanks to which Naruto calmly passed the exam with flying colors. Academy. Quiet, children. Before I announce the team lists and send you off into the adult world, I want to congratulate you all on passing. As a teacher, I am very proud of you all. Naruto himself was quietly talking to Hinata, not listening to Iruka, who was selflessly indulging in his own speech. Team number 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke. Mentor Uzumaki Menma. That's how lucky I am. I'm on a team with Hinata and my brother. It's a shame, of course, that we only have one emo duck with us, but screw it, at least Hinata and his brother are nearby. I hate Uchihas too. I like them only with a crispy crust, even a little burnt. And if you add mayonnaise. Kurama licked his lips, imagining how he would eat this effeminate guy, and the blonde giggled at his thoughts out loud. I'm on a team with Naruto-kun. I'm sure Menma-san asked the Hokage about it. Hinata ignored the fact that all the girls were looking at her with black envy and blushed. Uchiha's thoughts. As always, though. Team 8. Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Haruno Sakura. Mentor Yuhi Kurenai. The genin's reactions were varied. Shino was as hard as a rock, as if it didn't concern him. Sakura was depressed that she wasn't on the same team as Sasuke, and to vent her anger, she kicked Kiba in the legs when he tried to flirt with her. And the last team for today. Team 10. Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Mentor Sarutobi Asuma. Shikamaru and Choji shook hands, and Ino, like Sakura, was depressed. As soon as Iruka left, Menma entered the office. Team 7, out. Menmu walked onto the roof and stood in front of the students. Greetings are one of the traditions, my sensei taught me. I'll start. My name is Uzumaki Menma. I love my village and family. I hate it when my loved ones are harmed. I don't have a dream, but my hobby is training. Now who wants to introduce themselves? To everyone's surprise, Sasuke volunteered. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I have few things I like and few things I hate. My dream is to surpass my brother. I have no hobbies. Are you still playing tough, Sosuke? What did you call me, loser? Menma immediately stopped the fight that had started by giving the two of them a slap on the back of the head. That's enough. For now, you members of my team will work together and not fight. Do I make myself clear? Menma cracked his knuckles, releasing a bit of angry ki. I see. The guys answered. Can I introduce myself now? Hinata asked timidly, because she clearly didn't want to get hit on the head by the village's strongest shinobi. Yes, sure. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I love my village and... A look at the younger blonde. There is nothing that I hate. I dream of becoming as strong as dad and as kind as mom. My hobby is ikebana. I see. Well, come on, Naruto. You're the last one. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I love my family and my friends. I don't even know. My dream is to become Hokage and for everyone to recognize me, and my hobby is training, I guess. I see. Well, tomorrow you will be tested. Of all the graduates, only 3 teams pass. And tomorrow I will check whether you are ready to become real genin or whether you will return to the academy. I will wait for you at the 7th training ground at 8 in the morning. Bye, everyone. Naruto and Hinata went off to train together, since they had worked together for a long time, and Sasuke trudged off to his home in proud solitude. Home of the Uzumaki clan. Darling, I'm home. Quiet. Minato just fell asleep. Look at him, he's a little baby. The youngest member of the Uzumaki clan was sitting in the kangaroo, and clone Rin was preparing dinner. Sorry, darling, he really is just a toddler, but he kept us awake all night. He's too hyperactive. I wonder who he takes after. And what about me? I'm nothing. Yeah, nothing. It's your exact copy. And to be honest, all Uzumaki are too active, because you were born with incredible life energy. Shut up, tailed nanny. Tailed nanny, you never let me out to play with the child. Kurama pouted resentfully, becoming like an overgrown red hamster. And how would I explain to Rin what the 9-tailed fox is doing with our child? He's playing. He's such a cutie. Even though I'm a guy, I can be cute too. Naruto returned in the evening. After a quick bite, he went to bed without even undressing. Chapter 14. Naruto, get up. Just 5 more minutes. The younger, or rather middle, blonde clearly didn't like that his brother wanted to interrupt his sleep with rainbow ponies and green foxes. What are you talking about? Menma walked up to Naruto and with a light movement of his hand, immediately threw his brother off the bed. It's already 7 in the morning. You have a test in an hour, and you still need to wash up, have breakfast and stretch. Get up, lazy ass. Why are you talking in a whisper? Turn the decibels down a couple. I don't want to wake up Rin and Minato. What time did you get back yesterday? Around 11. Hinata and I trained until the evening, and then we took a walk in the park. Be careful, I don't want to become an uncle before my time. The brother couldn't resist a taunt. Oh, come on. Naruto threw a pillow at the older blonde. The 7th polygon. An hour later. I'm glad none of you are late. Your task will be to defeat my shadow clone. Let's begin. The trio of genin immediately hid in the bushes to discuss the plan of action. And Menma himself created an exact copy of himself and went towards the house, otherwise Rin might wake up and now she's worried, and I really don't want to get beat up. Well done. I wonder how they'll work together. Somewhere in the bushes. And how are we going to attack? What are you talking about, loser? I'll deal with him myself. The Uchiha gopher snorted. Emo ducks weren't given a say. Your whole clan wouldn't even scratch your brother. How can you, a whiner, compete with him? The fight that had begun was interrupted by Hinata, who punched the brunette and lightly slapped the blonde on the back of the head. Menma-san said, you have to defeat my shadow clone, so we have to work as a team. He said that on purpose, subtly hinting at teamwork. Sasuke, you can try alone and go back to the academy where you were never taught any manners. Naruto-kun and I will go further. Hinata said seriously. Uchiha gritted his teeth, but agreed to work in the team. Menma's clone was already tired of waiting when a dozen Naruto clones ran out into the clearing. The older blonde calmly dispelled 8 clones. Kato. Great fireball. So it's Sasuke under the henge. Has the Uchiha himself finally decided to work in a team? Menma thought sarcastically. Easily dodging the fireball, the older blonde suddenly appeared next to Sasuke and sent the brunette flying with a kick. A duck flies low, it's going to rain. Kurama commented on the situation. Watch out. Soft hand style. 64 Heaven's touch. Hinata suddenly appeared behind Menma, intending to knock him out. However, all her blows hit the tree. Substitution. As expected, even Menma-san's clone, who spared us, is much stronger than the three of us. Hyuga thought. Meanwhile, somewhere in the bushes, Sasuke and Hinata have shown themselves. Where is Naruto? Shadow clones. Shuriken rain. Menma heard it behind him. At the very last moment, he managed to dodge, jumping back into the clearing. That's where Sasuke's next fireball was waiting for him. This is their strategy. Naruto searches for me in the bushes, makes me open up and jump out into the clearing, and Sasuke tries to fry me. If he doesn't succeed, then Hinata tries to knock the chakra out of me so that I'll disperse. Good job, little devils. Home of the Uzumaki clan. Are you sure they can handle it? More than that, dear. I don't want to send them to the academy. The clone will chase them for 2 hours, and then let himself be dispelled. Menma kissed his wife on the head. Minato wasn't capricious that daddy wasn't around. No, he only asked for his diaper to be changed and fed. Rin looked with concern at the youngest member of the family, who grabbed Rin by the hair in his sleep. Your cheeks weren't so plump when you were little, said the fox, smiling at such kawaii. How do you know? I know. I've been sitting inside you since you were born, and the fact that I couldn't reach you because of the seal doesn't mean that I didn't see you. I know everything that happened to you. I only went to sleep when you and Rin were alone. By the way, Kurama, thank you. For what? You handled this matter perfectly well yourself. For asking Aesop not to burn us. Give him my huge thanks too. Okay, I'll pass it on. Menma, as promised, stayed home for a couple more hours. Uzumaki wanted to sit a little longer, but Rin still persuaded her husband to return to the youngsters. Arriving at the training ground, Menma discovered that the clone was already on its last legs, and of the 3 genin, only Naruto was more or less cheerful. As soon as Naruto threw another portion of shurikens, the older blonde interrupted the technique. Well done, guys. Good job. Brother, your clone drove us to death. Don't exaggerate. I wanted to check your teamwork and I saw it. But defeating me and defeating my yielding clone are 2 different things. I congratulate you. Starting tomorrow we will carry out missions. Tomorrow at the Hokage at 10, and now you are free. Naruto, come over for a few words. The 2 blondes stepped aside. Sasuke, with a look of, I passed by, because I'm especially cool, went towards his house. Hinata was waiting for the younger blonde to conduct a joint training. Naruto, from tomorrow you will be training with Zabuza and Haku. Complete the missions and go to them at the 16th training ground. Good. Old Hokage still won't give them missions. Yes, and they are still under the supervision of some Jonin from the Hyuga clan. Haku has the wind element, and Zabuza will teach you Kenjutsu. Plus my training. In short, we will make a future Hokage out of you. And now I'm going home, and you and Hinata are going to training, right? Yes. Just don't stay out too late. Fine. Chapter 15. The next day, Hokage's office. Here's your first mission, weeding the garden. Old man, are you kidding me? Naruto started to get indignant, for which he received a weak slap on the back of the head from Menma. Naruto, all shinobi start with D missions. It's too early for you 3 to carry out serious missions. Apologize to the old man. Naruto, under the gaze of his brother, nevertheless asked for forgiveness. Peef, and why should I, a descendant of the Uchiha clan, do this? The aristocratic duck was indignant. Because you're not good for anything more, Sasuke. Weeding the garden is your limit. The half-descendant couldn't stand this and rushed at Naruto with his fists. Well, that's it, you blonde bastard, you've got it. The fight that had begun was interrupted by Menma, who hit the fighters on the head. Just a little bit. They got all lumps and bumps. Stop it. If you start another fight in front of me, I'll beat you half to death. Do I explain myself clearly? The black aura of ki and a menacing look did their job. Naruto and Sasuke immediately stopped arguing, ready to hand over the building material. Until half dead, you're too kind. Uchiha should be eaten until dead, and even better, with a crispy crust. And serve it to me on a silver plate, topped with a spicy sauce and with sharingans and imperial shrimps laid out around it. Kurama licked his lips and swallowed. It's been so long since I've tasted Uchiha meat. Although, their meat tastes much worse than the rest. Apparently all the shit in their character ruins the taste, so you need to add a little spice. Kurama, stop it. Memna listened to his friend's culinary monologue with a facepalm, not knowing what to do, puke or swallow his saliva. But agree with me. Sasuke is a proud, strong bird, but a fucked up one. He needs to be killed before he does anything wrong. Should I remind you that during the war, he first took the Alliance's side, and then suddenly started helping Obito? He's like a jumper. He constantly jumps from one side to the other, looking for his own benefit. Kill him. Menma, please, kill him. Like back then, during the war. For greater effect, the fox made eyes like the cat from Shrek. It turned out spectacular. However, I support it. You see, even the other me is on my side, although it is understandable, I am still me. Shut up both of you. Kurama number Ains, I'll let you on the rug and the fur coat for Rin. Kurama 2, and I'll let you on the fur coat for Hinata. The two foxes had no choice but to snort, curl up and fall asleep. Menma-san, we're done. Hinata reported. Okay, Naruto, you're going to the 16th training ground. Sasuke, you train at home, right? Yes. Well, go ahead, Hinata, and I'll train you. Fine. The 16th polygon. What's taking so long, brat? We were doing 1D mission for an hour. Zabuza was furious because he was made to wait so long. Zabuza-san, calm down. Haku tried to calm down the enraged sensei so that he wouldn't accidentally kill Naruto. Okay, fine. Here, this will be your sword. Momochi tossed the katana to the blonde. And don't look at me like that. Did you think we'd start with dummies? You'll learn much faster if your life is at risk. Create clones, Haku will handle them. And then the hell began. Zabuza, first of all, gave Naruto 10 kilogram weights. After that, he organized a forced march of 100 kilometers, constantly attacking from different sides with his sword, giving advice on how to best defend or counterattack, as well as the desire to die without suffering, because guys' training is nothing compared to this. Haku simply showed one technique and, after making sure that Naruto remembered all the seals, went home. Later in the evening. I'm home. As soon as Naruto entered the house, he immediately fell to the floor and started snoring. I told you that you shouldn't give him Zabuza as a teacher. I don't trust the mist shinobi, even if they are former ones. Darling, you know that it's always hard at the beginning. Then Zabuza himself will be falling off his feet after training. And when he sees our blockhead, he'll run away, just like my teacher once did. Menma picked up his brother and carried him into the room. The next morning, Naruto, wake up. I don't want to. I'm tired. I want love. Yeah, I heard that song too. Now get up, lazy ass. You're worse than Shikamaru. Menma pushed the middle blonde off the bed. Naruto, do you really not want to be Hokage anymore? Or do you not want to protect Hinata anymore? Just 2 phrases, and Naruto immediately jumped up, ready to tear and throw. I'm going to shower. Is breakfast ready? Yes. Come on, faster. Hokage's office. Your next task. Catch Daimyo's cat. Poor cat. Anyone would run away from such a mistress, and we, evil and heartless shinobi, have to catch her. Menma thought with pain, shedding a stingy male tear. Leaving the office, he immediately turned to his team. You can go free. I will catch this cat myself, the clones will bring you money. Naruto, you go to the 16th training ground. Hinata, wait for me at the 3rd. Sasuke, do what you always do. So, hatching plans to take over the universe. Or wondering where to find a cute guy. Kurama couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. Kurama, you'll come to an agreement. I'll give you to the Uchiha. You'll be their personal 9-tailed Bobik. Or Sherik. Whichever they like best. What? Anything, but don't give me to the Uchihas. Among them there are only 3 normal, adequate people. Menma, I didn't expect such meanness and baseness from you. And in general, you're a pig in the grass. Are you scared, cowardly kitten? Naruto Sr. broke into a sly smile, like Jin from Bleach. There's a little bastard. And, again, he pouted. Soon it will be possible to give him to Myoboku, as a new toad. A red one. Half an hour later. The 7th team was standing in the Hokage's office. The daimyo's wife, seeing her cat, immediately grabbed it in a medvisiony embrace. Having thanked the shinobi, she immediately ran out of the office. Poor animal. The Hokage puffed on his pipe. There's no way he can escape from this. Madam, here's your money. Thanks, old man. Menma happily went to the training ground, where Hinata was waiting for him, because no one had cancelled the training. The clones under the henge went to their originals to hand over the money. Chapter 16. The next morning. Hello, old man. Menma, you're early today. Where's your team? They'll be here in an hour. That's why I came. Uzumaki hesitated a little. Give me the mission of accompanying the bridge builder to the land of waves. The Hokage immediately looked up from his papers, looking at the blonde in surprise. How do you know that I have this mission? Oh, right, and who will carry out missions with your team instead of you? Old man, you're the Hokage. Can't you find a Jonin to watch them weed the beds? The dangerous beds will attack them and eat them. Oh, Kami, seriously, old man, indeed. Although, let them go with you. Because in 6 months there is the Chunin exam, and they only have D-class missions. Thank you, old man. I knew we could come to an agreement. The Jinchuriki smiled slyly as he left the office. Of course, only they and the red-haired nastiness knew that this was a B-rank mission. Even if now without Zabuza and Haku. An hour later. Menma asked me to give you an easy C-rank mission. Your task will be to escort the bridge builder. Tazuna, come in. A man of about 50 came out of the next room, smelling of alcohol from 3 kilometers away. And these children will accompany me. I'm worried about my life. Oh, nostalgia, a mission after which you decided to never give up. The tailed one shed a stingy male tear. Artist, damn it, for the money you gave, our team is the best we could offer, especially considering that you intentionally lowered the mission's rank. Menma's words made Tazuna choke on his sake, and the genins looked from their sensei to the instantly sobered customer, whose eyes were already taking up half his face. Where? The bird brought it on its tail. The red, lazy, eternally hungry, impudent, sadistic, and 9-tailed fluffy bird. So what if I brought you here? Just don't tell me you're not happy. A beautiful and smart wife, a house of your own, a growing son. What don't you like? Obito alive, that's what I don't like. The war could happen again. We'll meet at the main gate in half an hour. We won't wait for latecomers. Home of the Uzumaki clan. Are you crazy? Rin, what's wrong with that? The older blonde immediately found himself at the other end of the kitchen, as Rin picked up the frying pan. It's too early for them to carry out such missions, that's what. 3 tufts of short hair rose into the air in the form of tails, reminiscent of the bloody habanero. Didn't she take lessons from her, by any chance? Come on, you want to tell me that you and your pa. Cough. I've never done missions with my teacher. Almost got busted. Yeah, I can't even imagine what a shock Rin would have had when she found out that she married her teacher's son. And even gave birth to his child. Kurama, for some unknown reason, also leaned against the far wall. I carried out missions, only then there was a war. And on one of those missions my friend died. Her hair fell and now the former Nohara was holding back tears. Yeah, he died, of course. He survived, became Madara's bedfellow, attacked Konoha, setting me on it, and killed his teacher and his wife, almost killed a child. The fox couldn't resist sarcasm. In 3 years, he'll definitely die, right, Menma? Of course. Darling, don't worry. Nothing will happen to our blockheads. I'm going with them. He hugged his wife, which caused a fit of cuteness in Isapu. Promise that everything will be okay with them. I promise. The main gate of Konoha. Are you ready, kids? Menma asked the approaching genin. Yes sir, Captain. The fox couldn't resist. I can't hear. Naruto Sr. echoed and laughed mentally along with the fox. We are ready, but where is that drunkard? The youngest, or rather the middle one, the blonde one, spoke up. Naruto, you can't talk about the customer like that. Although he's right in some ways. Let's wait a little longer, you're just early. 10 minutes later. Sorry I'm late. Hick. Tazuna slowly approached the gate. He got drunk again, the bastard. He was probably digesting your words. Or he was just scared. Kurama looked at Tazuna with disdain. Shut your mouth, don't waste heat. Well, everyone's here. Then let's go. Chapter 17. An hour later. Strange. Where are those demon brothers from the mist, pretending to be a puddle under the scorching rays of the sun? It's about time they showed up. S's. Don't drift, Blondie. You're in another world and besides, you've already had a great influence on history. Besides, notice that the Uchiha clan is still alive. It's a pity. Kurama portrayed a suffering sigh, full of regret and hopelessness. Or maybe, no, Kurama, I won't kill them, and I won't let you out to feast on them either. And don't tell me again about your culinary inclinations based on the red-eyed ones. Evil one. But I'll eat Obito, no question about it. Okay, we have a deal. You made me wait for a long time. What took so long? A tall guy with short snow-white hair and sharp teeth stood on the branch. Behind him was a massive sword, wrapped in bandages, terrifyingly reminiscent of one of Sasuke's partners from the past. And who are you? Menma asked immediately. Are you even from our planet? Only children don't know me. I am Hazuka Mangetsu. The missing nin of the mist proudly poked himself in the chest. I am the strongest of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and the only. The loud speech was interrupted by the elder Uzumaki, since he was already tired of this chatter. Mangetsu did not expect to be interrupted, so he got a good punch in the face. Hazuka Mangetsu, you say? No, I haven't heard of you. I only know Zabuza and Kisame from you. Hey, Menma, pay attention to his sword, the same one that brat who always yelled that he couldn't do anything had. What was his name? Mizukage's assistant. Exactly. I don't remember his name either. Even more inconspicuous than Shino and always blushing in front of his cage. Although, I would blush too, remembering her inclinations. The blonde's thoughts were filled with the big tits. Eyes of Terumi Mei. Naruto shook his head, driving away the obsession. But I remember what this sword is capable of. Guys, accompany Tazuna further, and I'll take this one on myself. Hey, Haramakare, release. An aura in the shape of a hammer appears around the sword. You can't escape. Rasengan. Menma slammed the ground, causing the swordsman to jump away from the genin. Futon. Vacuum bullets. But all the projectiles passed through the second Mizukage's distant relative. It's obvious that you're not very bright. My clan can turn itself into water. Physical attacks don't scare me, because A stone thrown by the blonde turned the swordsman's head into a puddle. Stop chatting already, will you? You're annoying me, you fucking chatterbox. Asshole. Sweden. Water dragon technique. Futon. Vacuum wall. Mangetsu's technique turned into splashes, meeting the blonde's technique. Futon. Vacuum bomb. A small, wildly spinning ball appeared between the opponents, pulling the swordsman towards itself. Kurama, help me a little. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a culinary column. Now you will learn how to simultaneously cut and fry fish, that is, the nukenin of the chuman. Stop chatting, you're a house for fleas. Give him a smoke. Now I'll make him quit smoking right away. Thanks to Kurama, Menma blew out a pillar of fire. Thus, the ball of air now not only attracted Mangetsu to itself, but also launched fiery blades, strengthened by the wind, at the missing nin. This is bad. Sweden. Large water burst wave. Having spent a fair amount of chakra, Hazuka still managed to extinguish the blonde's technique. I'm saved. I was already drying out because of this heat, I almost died. Rasengan. Haramakare, release. The two techniques collided, creating a shockwave, but the Rasengan still proved stronger. Futon. Rasen Shuriken. Menma threw his technique at the enemy, to which Mangetsu only smiled nastily. I told you I don't give a damn about this. One of the swordsmen of the mist clearly didn't expect that Menma's technique could explode, creating a rather large crater and free acupuncture at the same time. Damn asshole. Mangetsu was covered in small scratches. Thanks to his genome, he was able to avoid death and serious damage, but he still got it. With the last of his strength, he jumped into the nearby lake. A few seconds later, all the water took the shape of a huge toothy fish holding Haramakare. I remember this clan. And you must remember his brother. What's his name? Ah, I remember. Suigetsu. Aesop told me about them. He destroyed half of this clan with one Bijudama when they wanted to catch him. I'll definitely finish him off, and the guys are already far away. Let's go. Menma glowed with golden flames, and a second later the nine-tailed fox stood before the fish, in all its glory. Haramakare, release. Thanks to Hazuka's technique, the aura was as big as the fox. Swinging his sword, Mangetsu cut down the treetops, but Kurama jumped high, avoiding the attack. What are you going to do now? You're high. The swordsman looked at the dense black ball near the mouth of the bright golden fox. Damn it. Bijudama. The technique of the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki immediately ceased the existence of the huge fish, and its owner lay overcooked in the crater. That's all. Now let's catch up with the guys. Having changed into a simple cover, Menma rushed like a bullet to his team. 10 minutes later. Hey, the strongest swordsman of the mist and he looks so pathetic. Sweden. Raging stream. The crater began to fill with water rapidly. Cough. A fresh sip of water. Finally. My god, I almost died. Mangetsu drank the water with a satisfied grin. Are you drunk, you bastard? Akebi no Jinin, what are you doing here? Do you want to pocket my sword? Don't be an idiot, Hazuka. If I wanted to take your sword, I would have left you to die. Gato decided to hire me to help you. No need. Haramakare, release. Hazuka hit Jinin, but he managed to defend himself with his kabutowari in time. Just tell me, who fucked you like that? I've never seen you in such a state. Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. And you're still saying that you don't need help. As far as I remember, Sanbi wiped out half of your clan. You're lucky to have survived, but without me, you wouldn't have had more than a minute to live. And you don't look so good, you'll have to rest for another week. Jinan watched as Mangetsu stood leaning on his sword. I suggest we join forces. Next time, you'll definitely die. Fine. I barely caught up with you. Well, shall we continue our journey? Menma asked, pleased, but not the least bit tired. Menma-san. You. Yes, don't worry, Tazuna. I killed that Kurgato. Now let's sail this boat to your country. Chapter 18. A week later. Team 7 had been looking after Tazuna's family for a week now. It turned out that Inari wasn't such a crybaby in this world, so they were greeted very warmly. Naruto, Hinata, you go to the bridge to protect Tazuna. Sasuke, you stay home, you will protect Tsunami and Inari. Brother, where are you going? The average blonde asked a reasonable question. And I'll visit Gato. Mangetsu is not like Zabuza. It won't work to re-educate him. Fortunately, my clones found out where Gato is hiding. Do you want to pocket some money for yourself? The fox's malicious voice rang out. Only 100th. I'll give the rest to the residents. You understand, I won't go far on money from missions, and I have to support my family. I don't blame you for anything, the fox replied, curling up again. You've already gone far from home, you can calmly switch to my mode. Wake me up when you're done. You just want to sleep, you lazy red fluffy ass. Menma switched to tailed mode, and in response to his words, he received only the snoring of a fox. The hotel is 20 kilometers from the land of waves. Well, Toothy One, have you recovered? Asked Jinan, smiling nastily. Shut your mouth, don't waste the heat. Mangetsu almost cut off his partner's head with his sword. I have fully recovered, but before we kill this Jinchuriki, we will inflict wounds on him that will never heal. What do you mean? The heart. Mangetsu's whole appearance showed that he had escaped from a mental hospital for the especially violent. First, we'll stab him in the heart. We'll kill his students. I like it. Jinan smiled wickedly. Bridge. Guys, are you sure that Slick One can handle it? Don't worry, Tazuna-san. Sasuke, even though he is an ignoramus and a fool, will be able to protect your family. Uzumaki sat on a construction crane, using it as a lookout point. Naruto-kun, it's time to have a snack. Yeah. Jumping from his usual place, Naruto immediately ran to Hinata, who had prepared sandwiches. Let me guess, the third brat is at this old man's house. The Genins immediately turned around at the familiar voice. Genin, I can handle this myself. Go look for the third brat. Right, I want to have fun too. Shadow clones. Naruto created 100 of his exact copies, which immediately rushed towards the two missing nin. What kind of pathetic attempts are these? Akebino swung his sword, cutting off several clones from existence. Leave it to me too. Haramakare, release. Mangetsu dispelled the rest of the blondes. Jinan, do you think we should use the concealing mist technique? I don't think these brats can give a decent fight. No need to waste chakra on them. Moreover, our true target is much stronger. Die. Akebino struck with his sword, but Naruto managed to protect himself with kunai soaked in wind chakra. Then the mist renegade struck his sword with his hammer, thereby breaking the blonde's kunai. Was that a clone? And that girl disappeared. No, they just hiding their chakra. That's what he used clones for. You're ridiculous. Couldn't you figure out that it was a clone? And you still dare to call yourself one of the 7 swordsmen? Shut up, Mangetsu, or I'll kill you. Under the bridge. Hinata, are you sure hiding under the bridge was a good idea? Naruto asked in a whisper. Even though he knew he couldn't handle these shinobi, it was shameful to hide. It wasn't like him. Yes, we wouldn't have had time to escape anyway, and besides, I can easily keep an eye on them without straining my eyes. It looks like they had a fight, and you're going to hide here. Yes, even though it makes me sick, what else can I do? I can't handle them, and if they kill Hinata, PFF'd. As soon as you get home, ask your brother and Zabuza to increase your training threefold. Until you show me that you are worthy of wielding my power, I will not give you even a drop of my chakra. Well, no need, lazy flea house. You're going to kill me. What a funny joke. Haramakare, release. Jinan calmly dodged the attack and immediately counterattacked. Mangetsu calmly blocked the attack. Do you think this will save you? Akebino slashed with his hammer, increasing the penetrating power of his sword, but all it achieved was turning Hazuka into a puddle. Water pistol. Jinan dodged at the last moment, but his cheek was now marked with a deep cut. Asshole. Kato. Great dragon breath. A kilometer from the bridge. Menma looked like a cat that had fallen into a bottomless well of sour cream. Gato and his men are dead, I have the money. It looks like this mission will go very smoothly. Don't forget to give Rin a present. Buy her a necklace, don't be Jewish. I'll buy her a present, I planned it without you. Who knew that even 1% would be a tidy sum? With 7 zeros. After all, Gato was really rich. It's strange that he didn't use the services of a shinobi. If some shinobi had been given the task of killing him, even a simple chunin would have been able to handle it. It's very simple. Not only is he a rare bastard, second only to Obito and Madara in terms of the amount of shit in his character, but he's also a fat, mangy cat. Author's note. Gato is Spanish for cat, if anyone doesn't know. And what's that smoke on the bridge? Your mother. Menma ran away like a bullet. When he ran to the place, he saw two missing nin trying to kill each other. Jinin, truce. This is the one we must kill. Mangetsu pointed at the elder Uzumaki. So, it was he who made a cutlet out of you. Okay, let's kill him, and then I'll kill you. I don't think so. Futon. Vacuum bullets. Jinin dodged all the projectiles and tried to cut the blonde, but Menma calmly dodged the attack. Sweden. Water pistol. Now Uzumaki had to dodge Hazuka's technique as well. Kaden. Great destruction. Thanks to the fox, Naruto Sr. covered the entire bridge in flames. Sweden. Water wall. A chorus of two voices rang out. So that's how you decided to play. Never mind, I have a partner too. Kurama, turn up the heat. Any whim for delicious food? I'll treat you to ramen. Ramen. Fairy. Give me some meat. Meat. I haven't eaten rabbit for a long time. Okay, you'll have a rabbit, now turn up the heat. No problem. Thanks to Kurama, the flames became blindingly white. Not only did the missing nin's technique evaporate, the air itself became dry. Futon. Vacuum bomb. Jinin, this technique attracts everything. If you don't destroy it, you'll turn into mincemeat. Only. Kaden. Great fireball. Due to Akebino's technique, small fireballs were now flying towards the two mist swordsmen. Don't use fire. Mangetsu finished. Why the hell didn't you listen to the end? Now we're in even more trouble. Shut up, Mangetsu. Futon. Double Rasen Shuriken. Menma threw his techniques at the missing nin. All that was left of Jinin was a bloody mess with a sword, and Mangetsu was still alive. Still not calmed down, frog. Shut up, I can still kill you. Kaden. Dragon's breath. Naruto, Hinata, come out. They are dead and can't do anything to you anymore. The genin immediately crawled out of their hiding place. Sorry for being late, but it's all over now. Naruto, take these swords with you. I'm sure Zabuza will be happy with such a gift. Fine. A week later. Team 7 was heading home. Menma thought Rin wouldn't let him out of the house for the next month. Naruto and Hinata were just hanging out, and Sasuke was gloomy as hell because he hadn't been able to show off. Somewhere, who the hell knows where. There were 6 people standing in the room, dressed in black cloaks with red clouds. Leader Sama, why have you gathered us? Kisame asked, looking from Pain to the rest of his comrades. Besides Pain and Kisame, Konan, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Deidara were also present. So that you can meet the newcomer. Come in. This is Shimura Danzo. Hey, is this true? What's the leader of Root doing here? Kakuzu reached for a kunai just in case. Root, I've heard that somewhere before. Sasori said. I am no longer the leader of Root. Because of the guardian of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, I have been declared a missing nin. I will give you all the information about the Jinchuriki and help capture the others. In return, I only want you to help me kill Menma Uzumaki. You dare dictate terms to us, old stump, Deidara reached for his clay. Stop the charade. Pain's voice immediately calmed Akatsuki, because no one wanted to get hit on the head by him. First, you help us capture the other Jinchuriki, then we'll see. Of course, Leader Sama. Naive brat. After you weaken that blonde bastard, I will kill not only him, but you as well. The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki will be mine and then I will become Hokage. Chapter 19. A month later. Hello, old man. Naruto Sr., as usual, entered the office through the window without knocking. Hello, Menma. The Hokage puffed on his pipe. Did you know that the Chunin exams are coming up? Yes. That's why I'm here. Zabuza and my clone trained Naruto very well, and I trained Hinata and Sasuke. I recommend these 3 for the exam. The older blonde smiled, showing that the dentists were ruined because of him. It's good that you think so highly of your students, but you said that Orochimaru Sarutobi was never allowed to finish. I know. During the second stage of the exam, I will personally look after my rascals and not let Orochimaru do anything. The 16th polygon. Yo, Zabuza. What do you want, Menma? Come on, you lazy ass. Even my one-legged grandma runs faster than you. The older blonde looked at Naruto, who was running around the training ground with a huge backpack. Listen, give him a break. I need to discuss something with him. And what's in his backpack? Discuss it with his clone. Training is sacred. There are bricks there, and there are also 10-kilogram weights on his legs and arms. Seeing Menma's gaze, Momochi immediately said the phrase that saved his life. He asked for it himself. Then okay. But still, let him rest a little. To hell with you. Hey, warehouse of fat and laziness, 5 minutes break. Just one phrase, and Naruto lay down on the grass, satisfied, throwing off his hated backpack. Here you go. Menma handed the middle blonde a small piece of paper. What is this? I have recommended my team for the Chunin exam. Fill out this form and bring it to Ninja Academy room 301 in a week. Really? Cool. I see your fatigue has disappeared like the wind. Are you sure you'll participate? Of course, brother. First I will become a Chunin, and then Hokage. Yeah, okay. I'll go give these forms to Hinata and Sasuke. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Come at 3 o'clock. A week later. That Sharingan bastard is late again. Naruto was furious, because of Sasuke they were already 20 minutes late. It's nice to know that you don't have much love for the Uchihas. The fox's voice rang out. Look who spoke. What is it, Kurama? Did you miss me? How do you know my name? Oh, well, yes. A stupid question. I don't know how your brother knows your name, but it doesn't matter. Maybe you can tell me what the Uchihas did to you. Naruto suddenly became interested. These arrogant turkeys didn't do anything to me, they only made me destroy Konoha twice. But these pains in the ass of people and demons didn't do anything to me. Kurama literally spat out these words. Do me a favor, boy, give this disgrace of the shameful clan of red-eyed people a hearty punch. I will fulfill this request with pleasure. Noticing the brazenly walking representative of the damned clan. What are you standing there for, losers? Let's go. The last member of the team approached Naruto and Hinata. Sasuke, as always, looked down on his comrades. Hello, asshole. The average blonde broke Uchiha's nose without warning. Zabuza's physical training paid off and now Uzumaki hit very hard, and thanks to Haku, Naruto knew all the pain points. What are you doing? Sasuke tried to stop the bleeding. This is for being late. And this is for losers. Uzumaki kicked Uchiha in the chest in the style of, this is Sparta, causing him to fly back a meter. Naruto-kun, that's enough. Menma-sensei said that the whole team is needed for this exam. Sorry. Get up, Shinigami burp, the exam starts in 5 minutes. It was beautiful. You learned something after all. Consider that I allow you to use my power a little. Just a little, 3 tails at most. Wow, I'll have to hit Sasuke more often. Brother and Rin said that you need to be on friendly terms with your Biju. Peef. We'll see if we'll have friendly relations or not. The next thing Naruto heard was the fox's snore. When Team 7 entered the right auditorium, Sasuke was attacked by his eternal fans. Sasuke-kun, what's wrong with your face? Get lost, Sakura. I just fell right face down in the dirt. Naruto finished for him. Shut up, Uzumaki. You're as far from Sasuke-kun as you are from China. Haruno spoke up again. Oh, really? You know, Sakura, you're as far from Hinata as the moon is from you. In beauty, in brains, in talent. The squabble that had begun was interrupted by Ibiki. Shut up, everyone. Snot-nosed brats, I'm your examiner for the first exam. My name is Ibiki Morino, all the rules are written on the board. Sit down in your seats and write. 10 minutes later. I don't understand how you solve these problems. This problem looks like this to me. 2 camels were flying. One red, the other to the left. How much does a tree weigh if the hedgehog is 4 years old? Yes, that's how I see it. Rin trained me in this. My brother is more of a combat guy. He's weak in theory, but in battle he instantly finds the enemy's weak points and instantly strikes at them. And Rin is more of a strategist and tactician, not a fighter, even though she's Isapu's Jinchuriki. So that's how it is. Then okay. Anything else? Yeah, I'm bored. I see your girlfriend isn't doing so well. The main attack is on the clan shinobi. Now I'll cast a spell and establish a telepathic connection between you two for a while. Cool. Can you create a mental connection with anyone? No. Biju can only establish a mental connection between themselves and the Jinchuriki. Also between very close people for the Jinchuriki. I see. I just wanted to get into the examiner's head and find out what the 10th question was. Rin said there were only 9 questions. Teacher's room. Menma, I see you're not worried about your guys. Exactly, Asuma. And I don't have to worry about them. I trained them physically, and Rin in theory. Especially Naruto. So I'm calm about them. And I'm nervous, how will they go? Asuma said, taking another drag. Every year they come up with new ideas for psychological and other pressure on children, and this year Ibiki is their examiner. Ibiki, Asuma, I hope you're joking. Kurenai asked excitedly. What's wrong, Kurenai? Are you worried that your guys will fail at the first stage? Menma asked her. Honestly, yes, Yuhi answered, lowering her head. I didn't even send them to the exam so that they would get a promotion, but so that they would get acquainted with how difficult the exam can be. What do you expect then? Kakashi, reading his book for the umpteenth time, spoke up. I hope that they can learn from this exam and understand that the life of a shinobi is not a game in a sandbox, she answered sadly. Now, Kurenai, don't be sad. Smile, Asuma said with a kind smile. Kakashi, what are you doing here? You don't have a team, do you? The older blonde asked. I'm just bored, and here I can at least talk to you 3. And it's a pity that they didn't give me a command. I would have taught them a lot. For example, being 3 hours late, reading porn and cleaning toilets. Invaluable experience. Uzumaki's words even made Asuma and Kurenai burst into tears of laughter, and Kakashi decided to pretend he hadn't heard anything. 5 minutes before the end. And we have 26 teams left. Well, kids, will you answer the question? Ask already. You're getting on my nerves with your intrigue. Naruto said. Hey, well, everyone who's left. Ibiki decided to create a final intrigue. Passed. Congratulations, guys. Your second exam will start in an hour. It's taking place at the 44th training ground. Good luck, guys. Chapter 20. The Forest of Death. I haven't been here for a long time. Brings back memories. Naruto Sr. comfortably settled on a tree branch, watching over his charges and at the same time looking for Orochimaru. You'll feel nostalgic later. You're here on business. A slippery and creeping business. I remember. Menma rubbed his forehead, trying to remember something. Don't you remember what Orochimaru looked like when he came to the exam? Kind of. Like the girl from Grass. No, I was only concerned about 2 things at the time, getting out and making sure you didn't die. Well, you fucking sclerotic, you don't notice important things. But I did notice one very interesting fact. And what kind of one? Menma expected to hear anything, but the fox's next phrase almost made him fall out of the tree. I don't remember Gaara, your best friend, having long hair and a B-cup chest. The blonde immediately turned his gaze to Gaara. Instead of his comrade, he saw a girl of about 12, who constantly glanced at the average blonde. My father, Hokage, this world is very different from mine. I didn't expect such a turn of events. This is only to our advantage. Long live the unbreakable alliance between Konoha and Suna. We need to talk to the little guy. The fox laughed hysterically. Is it just me or is someone about to get punched in the face? The trump cards, then, were put into play. I'll remind you of this. But think about my proposal. Just imagine. Naruto is the 5th Hokage of Konohagure no Sato. One of his wives is the heiress of the Hyuga clan to strengthen the Uzumaki clan, and the second wife is the daughter of the 4th Kazekage, thus an eternal union of the 2 villages that cannot be destroyed. How about it? I wonder what kind of collar the Uchihas will pick for you. The disgruntled blonde muttered, but in his thoughts he was drawing out the prospect. Oh, come on, I'm helping you here, and you. Half an hour later. It's time. I doubt Orochimaru has changed his goal. Go already, destroyer of peace treaties. Shut your mouth, don't waste heat. Nothing. I was able to bring you together with Rin, and I will make it so that Naruto has 2 wives. This is my way of Biju. Kurama's laughter shook the entire subconscious. Menma immediately understood who this furry joker was mimicking. Listen, you unstudied Pokemon, I'm not going to set Naruto up. If he wants to have 2 wives himself, that's fine. But I won't be a matchmaker or instigator. Don't be afraid, I will be there. The main thing is that you don't interfere with my great love affairs. You didn't take lessons from Ero Sanin by any chance, did you, Casanova? 15 minutes later. Yo, Orochimaru, decided to remember your youth. Someone said in a sarcastic voice over the great apostate. The snake Sanin instantly turned around at the sound of the voice. How did you recognize me? I know everything about you. And about your spies, too. Menma opened the scroll, from which 6 corpses fell. The attack on Konoha is cancelled, half-baked tempter snake. How interesting, Orochimaru licked his lips. Doden. Stone spikes. The older blonde calmly dodged the Nukenen's technique. Futon. Vacuum blades. Orochimaru dodged almost all of the vacuum blade clots, but the last one still cut him in half. You like experiments, right? Let's conduct an experiment. How many times do you need to be killed before you finally kick the bucket? You brat, my pets are enough for you. Orochimaru spat out literally 100 snakes. Kaden. Kurama's breath. Using the fox's chakra, Menma blew out a wave of hot air. The grass instantly turned to ash, the trees ignited one after another like matches. Orochimaru, seeing that his snakes were burned alive, decided to move away from the line of attack, but half of his body had already received 4th-degree burns. And now the combo. Futon. Vacuum bullets. The hot air bullets turned the missing nin into a sieve. That was pretty painful. The Nukenen crawled out of his old body's mouth. But you can't kill me like that. What if you don't have a body anymore? What if I destroy you completely? Turn you into atoms. Materialize you out of thin air. Futon. Vacuum press. Uzumaki managed to dodge the attack that knocked down a dozen trees. And if I cut off your head, will you stop being so insolent? Orochimaru tried to cut off the blonde's head with Kusanagi, but Menma managed to put down the kunai in time. Fool. Kusanagi is the third most powerful sword. Your kunai won't do anything to him. Confirming the Nukenen's words, the kunai were broken by the sword, and a rather deep cut appeared on Menma's body. Kurama, will you patch it up? No problem. Kill him. The furry friend answered in a voice full of boredom. Don't you want to eat? No, I'm not into snakes. Now if only Uchiha. Well, as you wish. The Sanin's eyes widened as he saw his opponent's fatal wound instantly begin to heal. You're not an easy brat, are you? You know me, but I don't know you. Introduce yourself. Uzumaki Menma. You don't need to know more. So that's who that old one-eyed goat was talking about. The personal bodyguard of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Interesting. Summoning. Orochimaru summoned Manda, who was clearly not happy about it. I see. Okay. Game's over. Naruto Sr. went into his strongest mode. While Orochimaru was wondering why his opponent had the fox's chakra, the blonde himself tried to catch the king of snakes. I'm tired of playing with this pathetic overgrown worm. Let's show him what happens when you combine my fire with your wind. Light it up, Kurama. The fox exhaled a huge column of flame that turned a quarter of the forest into ashes. Orochimaru himself got off with just burnt legs, which grew back. Tailed Beast Bomb. Having created a technique that was half the forest of death, Menma immediately attacked Orochimaru with it, who did not have time to escape the attack. Not far from the tower. What kind of explosion was that? Sasuke tried to show that he wasn't scared by the explosion that shook all of Konoha, but his slightly wet pants gave him away. Hey, Kurama, what was that? Nothing special, it's just that your brother had some problems with one of the missing nin who showed up for the exam. What? Brother is here, and how do you know about all this? It's better for you to discuss such questions with him. Relax, it's all over now. Take your blockheads and boldly take this test. Okay. Naruto managed to convince his team that nothing terrible had happened, and he himself thought about shaking all the information out of Menma. And if he himself could not do it, then Rin would help him. Chapter 21. 5 days later. 18 genin stood in the arena, waiting for the Hokage's speech. How lovely. 4 teams from Leaf, 1 from Sand and 1 from Cloud. I hope it will be fun. The fox stretched. At that moment he looked like a huge ginger cat. You only want fun, you lazy devil. Menma said angrily. What's happened? I'm just worried about Naruto. Who will he run into here? What if one of these underage killers attacks Naruto? He attacked himself, so he can save himself. Seriously, bro, it's the genin who should be worried if they end up with Naruto as an opponent. Let me guess, did you come to an agreement with Kurama Jr.? Yeah, oh, little Hiruzen has finished his great speech. Let's see who will participate in the first fight. The fox's words made the older blonde shudder a little. Even though Sarutobi was a baby for the Biju, who was over 1,000 years old, for Menma these were still incompatible concepts. First fight. Inuzuka Kiba vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Brilliant. And who will Naruto get then? Stop it, hysterical. Be glad the little one doesn't get fleas. That dog owner smells like he's never showered in his life. Kyuubi feigned disgust. As soon as the examiner gave the signal, Sasuke took off. The roundhouse kick was easily blocked, and the next second, the brunette got a punch in the stomach from Akamaru. Get ready, Sasuke, today I will push you off your peacock throne. Beast clone. Do you even understand what you said, idiot? Kato. The great fireball. Kiba and his henge-clad dog calmly dodged the attack by jumping onto the arena walls. Kiba then threw smoke bombs at the Uchiha. Sharingan. Although Sasuke only had one tomo, it saved him from a strong blow to the head, but he missed a blow from the other side to the liver. Due to the pain, Sasuke next received a fist in the face and a kick to the back of the head. Gatsuga. Kato. Phoenix flowers. The first thing the audience heard was a plaintive dog squeak, and then a three-story curse. Sasuke, how dare you roast my pet? Thanks for giving yourself away, I can't see a thing in this smoke. Kato. Great dragon breath. The brunette's fire technique cleared the smoke. As soon as the smoke screen disappeared, the audience saw a badly burned Kiba, a slightly burned Akamaru, and a slightly beaten Sasuke. Cough. The winner of the first fight is Uchiha Sasuke. Well, at least the face is a little disfigured, that's already joy. Enough, coup. Second fight. Tenten vs. Omoi. Oh, my fight, what if I lose? Then B-sensei will make me listen to his rap for 24 hours. Horrible, I don't want that fate. Just try to lose, idiot. I'll break all your bones. Karui threw her comrade into the arena. Tenten descended to two cries about the power of youth. As soon as the examiner gave the start of the fight, the girl opened the scroll and sent a dozen kunai at the Cloud Genin. Omoi managed to reflect all the weapons flying at him. Raiden. Thunder beasts. Now the girl had to run away from the beasts of electricity. I can win. Wait, what if B-sensei, pleased with my victory, decides to thank me? And as gratitude, he makes me listen to his rap for a day. Ah, I don't even know what's worse, winning or losing. Tenten, seeing that her opponent was lost in his thoughts, threw a kunai at him, almost knocking out his eye, but cutting his ear. Omoi lost control of the technique from the pain. Omoi, you're a moron. I'm going to punch you in the face right now. The only thing that saved the guy from Karui was Samui, who clung to her friend like a tick and didn't let her jump into the arena and beat up her comrade. B himself was busy talking with Hachibi. The topic of discussion was two blonde Uzumaki, in whom the 9 tails were sealed. Twin dragons. Tenten, using 2 scrolls, almost turned Omoi into a sieve. He was able to repel half of the sharp iron, but the other half added scars to the genin. The last kunai stuck into his leg, just a couple of centimeters from the most important thing for the man. Stop. I give up. I give up. Cough. Since Omoi has given up, the winner is Tenten. Well done, Tenten, the power of youth helped you. Guy assumed a tough guy pose. No, Guy, it's not the power of youth at all. If Omoi weren't a guy, the fight would have continued. Menma put in his 2 cents. Why is that? Sasuke didn't understand. You see, Sasuke, if you were a guy, you would understand what your brother meant. Naruto's phrase made the other guys from the leaf, along with the 2 foxes, burst out laughing. Stop this nonsense. Everyone immediately shut up at the Hokage's voice. Only Menma didn't get goosebumps from the village leader's black aura. Hokage-sama, may I continue? Yes, Genma, continue. Cough. Third fight. Nara Shikamaru vs. Gaara no Sobaku. The lazy man looked at his opponent. God, fighting with a girl. What a shame on my head. Shikamaru went down to the arena, where Gaara was already waiting for him, who, from the brown-haired man's words, already wanted to smear him on the wall. This lazy ass doesn't even know what this girl is capable of. Poor lazybones, eternal memory to you. We will never forget you. So, where's my popcorn? Menma, let's go get drunk, forget about this reindeer herder. Kurama. What about Kurama? I've been Kurama for 1,000 years. But the brat has already given up. The older blonde looked at the beaten Shikamaru. What did you say there? That it's a shame that your opponent is a girl. Nara raised his head with difficulty. I confess, I didn't know. Shikamaru immediately passed out. The winner of the third battle is Gaara. You're a loser. However, I'm not surprised. Someone who can only rely on their brains and has less strength than Sakura couldn't defeat Gaara. He is too strong for him. You're praising someone. It's somehow unusual. Shut up, Menma. The other me is currently brainwashing Naruto with the theme, if I were a sultan, I would have 3 wives. And be surrounded by triple beauty. Something like that. 3 wives. Who? Did you choose someone else for him as a life partner? I don't know. It's in the plans for the future. Naruto Sr. facepalmed at the fox's words. Fourth fight. Samui vs. Uzumaki Naruto. And now it's my turn. The middle Uzumaki jumped into the arena. Samui, just try to lose. I'll punch you in the face right away. Stop yelling, Karui. Oh, my back hurts again. It's all because of your huge boobs. Note from the author. When is highlighted, it means that the character either speaks another language or has all his teeth knocked out, in this case the second option. You don't think so? Omoi, who now looked like a solid bruise with bruises, spoke out. Damn pervert. Karui hit her comrade on the head. Let's start. Genma jumped back further. Raiden. Thunderclap. Futon. Vacuum wall. Naruto's technique calmly extinguished the girl's technique. Futon. Vacuum needles. Almost invisible thin and small blades formed from the air. Only the Byakugan and Sharingan could notice such a technique, and only at the very last moment. I don't remember you teaching him this technique. I didn't teach him. Besides me, Haku also taught him. It seems that this technique is based on Haku's ice needles. Interesting. Raiden. Thunder wall. Only thanks to her technique, Samui was able to escape serious damage, but she still got a couple of cuts. Raiden. Thunder dragon. Futon. Vacuum dragon. The two techniques collided. Because the wind was stronger than lightning, Naruto's technique pierced Samui's technique. However, Naruto's technique weakened, allowing Samui to dodge. Raiden. Thunder mesh. Lightning sparkled on the girl's fingertips. A lightning mesh rushed towards the blonde, covering the entire arena, not giving Uzumaki a way to retreat. Futon. Vacuum armor. Like a battering ram, Naruto ran at the blonde's technique. Uzumaki's new technique worked like a charm. A thin layer of dense air protected him from lightning. Futon. Shock wave. The technique worked on the principle of a vacuum press, only all the power was formed in one point. Samui was pressed into the wall. Raiden. Thunder beasts. Gathering her last strength, the girl blew out a panther from lightning. Futon. Vacuum blades. Blades of dense air destroyed the blonde's technique. There were traces of the technique on the wall next to his head, because Uzumaki did not want to kill her. Samui lost consciousness. Oh, shit. This vacuum armor will use up a lot of chakra. Another 5 minutes and I'd be lying there unconscious. The winner of the fourth battle is Naruto Uzumaki. The average blonde, happy but terribly tired, returned to the stands. You took too long, loser. You couldn't beat some girl. Sasuke, as usual, decided to fuck in front of his eternal lapdogs. At least I don't have any scratches. And some mongrel painted your face. Fox number 2 snorted contentedly. He was very pleased when the Uchiha were trolled and humiliated. Shut up, both of you. Menma punched the two fighters in the head. Naruto simply rubbed his bump, and Sasuke fell on his butt. Cough. Genma decided to return attention to himself, because the screen was already showing two new participants. Fifth fight. Akamichi Choji vs. Aburame Shino. The participants entered the arena. Ninpo. Meat tank. Having become a donut, Choji rushed towards his opponent. Shino simply jumped to the side. This chase lasted for about 10 minutes. The goal of Aburame was to wear him down. Why waste chakra when he could easily dodge a slow opponent? Choji, stop messing around. Crush him. Ino encouraged her friend, although she understood that the only one Choji could defeat was Sakura. But Asuma was painful to look at. Shikamaru was the only one who could make it to the finals, and now, thanks to Gaara, he was in the hospital. That's it. I give up. Choji fell on his back, drenched in sweat. You need to train more. Go to hell, unfinished Master Yoda. Cough. Since Choji has surrendered, the winner is Aburame Shino. Boring. The two blonde Jinchuriki with their Biju thought in unison. Aburame. A clan that keeps insects in their bodies. What a disgusting ability, not like me. I am beautiful, good, smart and there is no one stronger than me. Kurama the elder said, and also an incredibly modest sloth who is always hungry. Oh, as if you're any better. Okay, the joke counts. Cough. Sixth fight. Neji Hyuga vs. Karui. Neji chuckled, reminding him of Sasuke, only with slicked back hair. Karui jumped down into the arena, her whole appearance saying that she was on edge and could accidentally kill her opponent. Your teammates have already lost, it's your turn. Raiden. Thunder Dragon. Hyuga barely managed to dodge the technique, though he was still struck by electricity. Drawing her sword, Karui imbued it with lightning chakra and rushed at her opponent. Byakugan. Shadow clones. Thunder armor. The girl created 3 exact copies of herself. Increasing their speed, the 4 girls rushed towards the brunette. The brunette calmly dodged the techniques, but because of the electric armor he couldn't attack, but sometimes he received rare electric shocks. Whirlwind. The main branch's secret technique only hit 1 clone. As soon as Hyuga finished spinning like a top, Karui suddenly appeared next to him and punched him in the face. Got it, arrogant bastard. Get up. You couldn't go down from one blow, could you? Neji rose to one knee, he was in no hurry to rise further. Oh, so that's it. You're a fragile sissy who's never felt physical pain, right? Am I the first one to hit you? Tell me, cutie, what kind of pads do you use? You certainly don't look like a man. Neji staggered to his feet and spat out blood. Karui put away her sword. It's time to finish with you. The girl's clones immediately rushed at the guy. Whirlwind. Just as I thought. He thinks I'll do the same as last time. How easy it is with these rich degenerates who consider their shit more valuable than other people. By increasing her thunder armor, Karui increased her speed. When Neji stopped, he prepared to kick the girl's tenketsu, but there was no one in front of him. The next second, he received a very strong kick to the head, which sent him into the wall. The shock written on the faces of Team 9 would have been unnoticeable only to a blind person. Guy's already large eyes became enormous and now occupied almost his entire face. Cough. Since Neji lost, the winner of the 6th match is Karui. Names flashed on the board. There's Hinata, Temari, that painted Batman, Lee, that blonde, and the pink-haired hysteric left. I'm kind of worried about Hinata. Kurama, are you sick by any chance? Menma raised an eyebrow demonstratively. Don't forget that she used to be your girlfriend, and now she's your little one's girlfriend. Of course, I'm worried. He's Gaara's brother after all. Naruto Sr. leaned towards Hinata. He's a puppeteer. Knock the chakra out of his hands and he won't be able to do anything. Thank you, Menma-sensei. 7th fight. Hyuga Hinata vs. Kankuro. Sensei, you didn't tell us anything. Sasuke made a serious face, which caused the older fox to laugh hysterically. Sasuke, I thought you were a guy. The older blonde replied, causing another fit of laughter from the 2 nine-tails and the little one himself. I gave Hinata a hint, since she is weaker than the two of you and a girl. If you consider yourselves men, find your own ways to defeat your opponent. We've started. Hinata activated her Byakugan. Seeing the chakra flows, the girl found herself behind the puppeteer. Kankuro had to leave his shelter of bandages, but Hinata still knocked a couple of tenketsu out of the puppeteer's leg. So that's what these eyes are capable of. But let's see how you can attack me now. The doll literally fell apart, and the pieces that were separated flew towards Hyuga. With the help of the Byakugan, Hinata saw all the chakra threads and calmly cut them off. 32 touches of heaven. After knocking out several tenketsu, Hinata ran up to the fallen enemy and knocked the chakra out of his hands. Stop. Genma stopped the fight. Since there is no point in continuing the fight, the winner of the 7th fight is Hyuga Hinata. It turns out that you are the only one whose students all passed. Well done, you tried hard. Me gusta. Of course. I hope they all get the rank of Chunin. And I hope that Gaara kills Sasuke. Then I will try even harder to persuade Naruto to marry her. Kurama grinned viciously. Stop it already. I can't help myself. The Uchihas have been driving me crazy since Rakudo's first son. I can't help my love for these mentally ill people. Okay, screw you. Just don't tell me about it every time. It's tiring. Dealt with. Ooh, now there will be an even more boring fight. Menma looked at the board where Sakura and Ino's names were. The fight was the same as before, only Sakura herself threw Ino out of her head. The outcome of the fight was the same as before. Finally, it's my turn. Lee jumped into the arena. I was lucky. Some idiot in a tight jumpsuit. Temari also jumped into the arena. We've started. Temari waved her fan, hoping to finish it all with one blow, but Lee was no longer in front of her. What? Where is he? The next second, the eldest of the Cage children felt a strong blow to her jaw, and then felt herself flying. Oh, no, futon. A raging tornado. The girl decided to attack at full force right away. Lee dodged the attack by jumping onto the wall. Although he couldn't use ninjutsu with genjutsu, it didn't stop him from running on walls and water with the help of chakra. Using his speed, Lee instantly closed the distance between him and his opponent. Temari managed to cover herself with a fan, which died a heroic death, having withstood all the blows of the younger beast of Konoha. Primordial Lotus. After wrapping the girls in bandages, Lee used one of his strongest moves. Wow, Guy-sensei, why didn't you teach me this? Naruto-kun, if I taught you this technique, Lee wouldn't be able to surprise you. Sasuke blushed with anger. Not only was Naruto trained by Menma and Rin, two former missing nin, but also by a taijutsu master, while Sasuke was only trained by his father, and even then very rarely. Due to the lack of a teacher, Sasuke constantly had to repeat the material he had covered, and now he realized that Naruto was much stronger than him. All genin who passed, go down to the arena. Genma stood next to the Hokage. Congratulations, guys. Before I explain the rules of the final, you must pull out a piece of paper and say the number written on it. Naruto, 8th. Hinata, 1st. Sasuke, 5th. Gaara, the 7th. Shino, 4th. Lee, 6th. 10-10, the 2nd. Karui, 3rd. Well, now I'll tell you how the finals are going. You'll fight according to the playoff rules. The one who doesn't lose even once, of course, will become a chunin. But with everyone else, it'll be different. The cage of other villages, daimyo, and feudal lords will evaluate how you fought. Thus, you can all become chunin, or only one of you will receive this title. The finals will begin in a month at the main arena of Konoha at 10 a.m. Don't be late. Chapter 22. Uzumaki Clan Estate. I'm home. Welcome back, dear. Minato is asleep, my clone is looking after him. How did it go? After kissing her husband, Rin returned to cooking dinner. Everything went great, my whole team made it to the finals. What are you talking about? Congratulations, darling. The former Nohara kissed her husband again. Are you driving Naruto crazy with training? Yeah, Jiraiya will be back in Konoha soon, let's have some fun. Expensive. Yes. And Minato took his first steps today. What are you talking about? Well, he's just over a year old. It's time already. Seeing her husband's depression, she ruffled his hair. Don't be sad, Menma. You're working, not neglecting your family. Well, yes, that's also true. The next morning. After waking up, Naruto Sr. kissed his wife and went to wake up the middle Uzumaki. Company, rise. Menma threw Naruto off the bed. Brother, what's going on? I don't need to go anywhere today. Really? And the training? From this day on, I'm increasing your workload threefold. Although Naruto was surprised by his brother's sudden outburst, he did not argue. How I envy this fat red hamster. My brother will chase me like Sidor of a goat, and this lazy hamster will sleep. Hot springs. Brother, why are we here? You will learn to walk on water. Just take off your clothes first. Fine. While Naruto was learning to walk on water, Menma was looking for a peeping Tom. 5 minutes later, Jiraiya was found. Looking for inspiration for a new book. Yeah, Jiraiya peered through the hole in the fence. Can I ask you something? Of course. The toad Sanin sat with a lewd look and wrote something down in a notebook. Why did the godfather of Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage, show up only 13 years later? The elders in Danzo, 3 old senile fools with snot instead of brains. They gave me an ultimatum that if I don't leave Konoha for 13 years, they will kill Naruto and find a new Jinchuriki. Only after his speech did Jiraiya realize that he had said too much. Hello, Ero Sanin. Menma smiled kindly. Minato. But you died. Jiraiya grabbed the older blonde in a bear hug. Hey, I'm not Minato, I'm Menma Uzumaki. Brother, I did it. A pleased Naruto ran up to the 2 adults. Are you Naruto? Yes. The middle blonde looked at the Sanin with suspicion. Come on, Jiraiya, we need to talk. Naruto, you rest for now. And then your hellish training will begin. Okay. Seeing a hole in the fence, Naruto's curiosity or alpha male instinct got the better of him and he started to peek. 5 minutes later, curiosity peaked. Brother, you see, It's okay. I'd be scared if you were spying on the guys. No, only Sasuke does that. What's next on the training plan? Signing the contract. Menma bit his finger and summoned a toad. Cool. Can I not summon toads? Can I choose who I want to summon? There is no choice here. Either you end up with the animals you associate with most, or you sign a contract. And how can I make it so that I get carried away to the right animal? Bite your finger until it bleeds, make 5 seals and voila. Menma showed the seals to the middle Uzumaki. With everything done, Naruto disappeared in white smoke. Chapter 23. Rakuto Sennin's Sacred Cookies, where did I end up? Naruto looked around. There were hurricanes everywhere, and the strong wind made Uzumaki shiver. Damn, not only is it cold here, but it's also hard to move. It's like, I've become 10 times heavier. Now. Before Naruto could finish speaking, he lost consciousness. A man. How unusual. An interested voice was heard next to the blonde. Sir, what shall we do with him? We've never had people. Since he got here, it means we are destined to sign a contract with him. Leave us. Yes, sir. There was the sound of fluttering wings and the whistle of cutting air. Naruto finally managed to open his eyes. The wind and cold were gone, but the heaviness remained. Already awake. Not bad for a human. My name is Kairos, I am the leader of the Griffins. In front of Uzumaki stood a creature that looked like a mixture of a human and a bird. And who are you? I am Uzumaki Naruto, shinobi of Konoha. The name of your homeland means nothing to me. We've never been to the human world. Who are shinobi? Warriors of their village. Warriors, then. Now it's clear why your bones held up. Our gravity is 10 times higher than humans. You use the summoning without a contract, right? Yes. And you only have the element of wind. Yes. Can I ask a question? Certainly. How long was I unconscious? 3 days. What? Naruto jumped up as if scalded. Kairos laid the blonde back on the hospital bed. Don't worry so much. 1 day for humans is equal to 2 weeks of our world. Rest for now. Or do you want to go back to your place? I need to talk to my brother. Find out if he will let me go or not. So be it. Can you dress yourself? Why yes. Overcoming the weight, Naruto still got up from the bed. Approaching the chair, he began to dress. As soon as Uzumaki finished, he saw that Kairos returned with the scroll. You must write your name in blood and put your fingerprints, thereby you will enter into a contract with us. Naruto did everything as he was told. How can I get back? Just make the same seals that you made to get to us. Only in reverse order. The middle blonde disappeared in white smoke. Where have you been? Menma gave Naruto a light slap on the back of the head. I've been waiting for you for 5 hours. Sorry, brother. You won't believe where I ended up. And where? To the planet of horny women. No, to the Griffins. Menma's eyes immediately began to take up half of his face and he coughed nervously. Anyway, I was offered to train there. Do you mind? He ended up with the Griffins. Damn, maybe I shouldn't have signed Jiraiya's contract. I would have ended up with some new animal too. Yeah, to the rats, for example. The fox couldn't resist teasing. I wonder what Naruto will look like in his hermit mode. The internal dialogue was interrupted by the middle-aged blonde tugging at his sleeve. Hey, brother, so you're letting me go? Yes, I'm letting you go. But I want you to come back the day before the final. Naruto gave a playful salute. Dealt with. Using the reverse summoning, the middle blonde disappeared into white smoke for the 3rd time that day. I didn't expect that he would end up with mythical creatures. That's not bad either. Griffins specialize in the element of wind. That's what he needs. And why didn't I do this myself before? The blonde sighed sadly. Chapter 24. Final day. Stands for spectators. Where the hell is Naruto? I didn't know Kakashi infected him with his bad habit. Menma was mentally raging. Rin and Minato were sitting next to each other. Calm down. This is his last fight, he will still have time to return. This asshole promised to return the day before the final. After the exam, he'll get it from me. Cough. First fight. Hyuga Hinata vs. Tenten. The rest of you, please go to the participants' stands. Once all the participants had left, Genma began the fight. Hinata immediately jumped up, hoping to finish the fight quickly. The girl ran up to the brunette to knock out a couple of tenketsu from Takashi. But instead of Tenten, it was the log that received the blows. Have you forgotten that I'm on the same team as Neji? I know how your clan fights. Twin dragons. Whirlwind. All the flying weapons were calmly repelled. Hinata, again, ran up to Tenten and, again, instead of an opponent, a log was waiting for her. Baths. Why did I end up in the baths? You came back from where you left. Run already. Yeah. Naruto immediately jumped up. He came running just as Hinata had already won. Well, hello. And why are we so late? The black aura of the older blonde made all the spectators, except Rin and Minato, scared. It's a day for you, and 2 weeks for me. I couldn't interrupt my study of the hermit regime right in the middle of the training. The middle blonde added in a whisper, because he didn't want anyone to find out about his trump card. Oh, okay. Go to the participants' stands. Second fight. Karui vs. Shino Aburame. Shino immediately sent his bugs to the girl, but a very unpleasant surprise awaited him. Kato. Great fireball. The owner of the bugs dodged it, but his partners died a heroic death. Raiden. Thunder beasts. Shield made of beetles. To Karui's surprise, her technique was destroyed, but Shino's bugs were unharmed. What? I trained my beetles so that they would be invulnerable to lightning. That's it. You shouldn't have said that. Kato. Bright pain. If Shino hadn't jumped, the heir of the Aburame clan would have been nothing but a memory. Once in the air, he received a serious blow from Karui, who was using thunder armor. And what do you say, Hokage? My guys are the strongest. Hei smiled contentedly. I don't want to upset you, Raikage. But 2 of your strongest lost to the genin from my village. Okay, you answered well. Damn it, how many bugs does he have there? A little more and the chakra will run out. Shino, seeing that his opponent was quite tired, decided to send most of his beetles at her. Give up. You lost this fight. Really? The girl took out a small paper ball, threw it at the bugs, and ran to the other end of the arena. An explosion occurred, killing all the attacking bugs. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Shino had placed a shield of bugs in front of him, but his opponent was nowhere to be found. Where is she? I thought she would attack right after the explosion. Got you. Leaping out of the ground, Karui immediately punched Shino in the jaw. Due to the speed and force of the blow, Karui gave Aburame a concussion. Stop. Cough. Since Shino can't continue the fight, the winner of the second fight is Karui. Still, it's so simple with Clan Shinobi. Without your improved genes, you're not capable of anything. The girl literally spat out the words. Shino was carried away by medics. Cough. Third fight. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Rock Lee. Immediately a female squeal arose, supporting one brunette. Sasuke walked down to the arena looking like he had already defeated everyone. Well, big-eyed, let's see what you're capable of. Let's see. Let's start. Genma stepped aside. Sasuke didn't even have time to blink before Lee was right next to him and kicked him in the face. After flying about 10 meters, the Uchiha stopped. Sharingan. Kaden. Great fireball. Lee calmly dodged the brunette's technique. The next moment, Uchiha received a strong blow to the face and, flying a few more meters, crashed into the wall. Lee ran up to him and began to beat Sasuke, which caused the girls to scream in fear. Stop. Genma stopped Lee and looked at Sasuke, who was already unconscious. Since Uchiha Sasuke is unconscious, the winner is Rock Lee. Well done, Lee. Tenten was the only girl in Konoha who was rooting for Lee, except for Hinata, who didn't root for anyone and only flirted with Naruto. Fourth fight. Gaara no Sobaku vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Finally, my fight. Naruto jumped into the arena. Gaara came down calmly. Gaara looks quite excited. Usually, she is confident in her powers. This blonde guy must be very strong. What are you thinking about, Cage? The Raikage clapped the Suna-Kage on the shoulder. It's just that Gaara never got nervous before a fight. It's the others who get nervous when they decide to challenge Gaara, and the Jonin are no exception. So, she's your successor. Sarutobi puffed on his pipe. No, she doesn't care about politics. And this blonde guy, and this is my successor. I think in 3 or 4 years I will give him my hat and finally retire. We've started. Gaara immediately began attacking with sand. Sound wall. All the sand crashed into a wall of dense air. With a wave of his hand, Naruto created a powerful stream of wind that threw the girl back. Futon. Shock wave. This time, Uzumaki did not make seals. The sand calmly defended its owner. You can't defeat me with such techniques. The earth itself is my ally. Naruto looked at his feet. The entire arena had turned into sand, and thus into a weapon for the Suna Jinchuriki. Futon. Vacuum press. With the help of a wave of dense air, the middle blonde broke out of the sand. It seems that the air element alone won't defeat her, then. Sweden. Large burst wave. The technique flooded the entire arena, rendering Gaara's sand useless. What? Where did he get water? All my life I've only had wind. Menma sat in a stupor. Well, it's not exactly you, or rather it's another world, that's why Naruto has 2 elements. Or maybe even more. Think about it, the living Rin, who was dead in your world, and Gaara is a girl. And you're so worried about the additional element. Yeah, you're right. The older blonde looked at his family. Rin was encouraging the middle blonde, and Minato was just enjoying the introduction. Sweden. Water dragon. Gaara had to run away from the technique, because all the sand turned into mud and she could no longer defend herself with it. Uzumaki himself created a stream of wind and threw the girl onto his technique, which he had specially weakened. I give up. Come on, you weren't even fighting at full strength. I know what you're capable of. This isn't the best place for 2 Jinchuriki to fight at full strength. If you want to know my true strength, let's fight in the forest after the exam. 10 kilometers from the southern gate. Agree. What? Gaara gave up. Since when does she even care about the location of the fight? She always turns into Shukaku and kills her opponent without thinking about others. Are her hormones running wild or something? The Cage was furious. He clearly didn't expect Gaara to give up. Cough. Fifth fight. Karui vs. Hyuga Hinata. The girls went down to the arena. I hope you're capable of at least something. Or are you like all shinobi with enhanced genes? Let's start. Genma stepped aside. 32 heavenly touches. Hinata decided to knock out Tenketsu from her opponent, but Karui, with the help of thunder armor, calmly dodged and ran to the other end of the arena. Raiden. Thunderbird. Whirlwind. Hinata wanted to dispel her opponent's technique, but the bird of electricity suddenly flew up, avoiding a collision with Hyuga's technique. Naive. I control this technology. As soon as you finish spinning, I'll fry you until crispy. As soon as Hinata finished spinning around her axis, the electric bird rushed down. Hinata managed to dodge at the very last moment, and Karui's technique crashed into the ground, creating a small crater. Sweden. Jutsu of concealing mist. The entire arena was immediately filled with fog. Menma chuckled approvingly, realizing who taught the girl this technique, but Hiyashi was furious. Everyone in the clan only knew the basic techniques from the academy and nothing more, because all the emphasis was on taijutsu. Kaden. Fire mesh. Breathing fire in all directions, Karui was able to spot a small shadow. Thunder armor. She suddenly appeared next to him and hit Hinata in the face. There was a loud bang. Sweden. Water bullet. A voice came from behind. Karui managed to dodge at the last moment. Sweden. Water dragon. Raiden. Thunder dragon. The two techniques collided. They measured their strength for about a minute, until the techniques mutually destroyed each other. Karui ran up to Hinata and hit Hyuga in the stomach with all her might. The strong shock and electricity did the trick. Hinata fell, although she was still conscious. Cough. The winner of the fifth battle of Karui. And you are good. At least not such an arrogant nonentity as that slick one. Karui caught her breath. At her words, Neji cracked his knuckles and turned red with anger. Sixth fight. Rock Lee vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto-kun, are you ready? Lee was energetic as always. Let's start fighting at full strength. Take off the weights. As soon as Genma started the fight, the opponents rushed forward, raising a cloud of dust. Two silhouettes flashed everywhere, periodically clashing fists, measuring strength. Hurricane of leaves. Naruto dodged a kick that Lee almost took Uzumaki's head off with. The middle blonde tripped Lee and used a triangle hold. Lee slammed his free hand into Naruto's leg, hoping to break it. After a few blows, the younger Konoha beast felt his grip weaken for a second. Taking advantage of that moment, Lee broke free from the hold. Naruto also stood up. Hitting his fist into his solar plexus, Uzumaki began to beat his opponent, making a small turn. Naruto hit Lee with his elbow on the chin, thereby throwing him up in the air a little, and then, turning to face his opponent, kicked Lee in the face, sending Lee flying for a short time. Hey, Lee, did I overdo it? Can you continue the fight? Yes, I can. Lee wiped away the blood. I prepared this move for Neji, but what can I do now? Lee immediately turned red, veins appeared on his temple, and steam billowed from him. It looks like things are getting hot. Then I'll show you one of my trump cards. Uzumaki himself folded his fingertips and only two people understood what the middle blonde was doing. And here is his hermit mode. Interesting. I knew that this fight would be the most spectacular. Menma smiled contentedly. Do you want to fight him? Kurama Sr., like his comrade, watched this fight with all his eyes. Not now. He's still too weak to fight me on equal terms. But in about 3 years we'll fight. When Lee opened the fourth gate, Naruto had just accumulated enough natural chakra. His skin turned dark gray, his nails grew to 15 centimeters, 2 wings with golden feathers protruded from his back, the whites of his eyes turned black, and his irises turned golden. Lee jumped up, to his surprise when Naruto calmly intercepted his blow. Too slow. With one blow, Uzumaki sent Lee into the wall, almost knocking down part of the wall. Lee, you can do much better. Fifth gate, open. Lee, emerging from the wall, attempted to strike his opponent, but Naruto simply flapped his wings and flew away, avoiding the blow. Now the fight continued in the air. Lee, using the walls as support, tried to reach his opponent, and Naruto, using his wings, dodged at the very last moment and struck either in the body or in the face. Stop. Genma stopped the fight. Since there is no point in continuing the fight, the winner is Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, friend, how are you? It's been better. Lee plopped down on the ground. I definitely won't be able to fight for the next 2 weeks. But then you'll be as good as new. Let's repeat our fight sometime. Definitely, and the power of youth will help me win. Yeah, 10 times. Half an hour break, and then we'll continue, Genma announced. Gaara, what does this mean? Why didn't you fight with all your might? The cage was furious, although he tried not to show his emotions. You yourself said that the attack on Konoha is cancelled, although I would not have obeyed you in any case. Gura, don't make me angry. You are a Jinchuriki first, and my daughter second. If a weapon doesn't obey its owner, the weapon is thrown away. Is the message clear? More than that, Gaara hissed, glaring at his father. Today in the forest you will kill this blonde. Otherwise you will only have yourself to blame. Half an hour later. Let's begin the final. The stands exploded with applause. Karui vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Because Naruto used hermit mode, his wings tore his shirt, so now the middle blonde was half naked. You should at least get dressed. Karui snorted in displeasure. I'm fine as is, or am I embarrassing you with my appearance? We've started. Futon. Vacuum Dragon. The middle Uzumaki's hands were in his pockets. Kato. Fire Dragon. For a couple of seconds the techniques measured their strength, but to the girl's surprise, the blonde's technique won. Using her thunder armor, Karui decided to go into close combat. Vacuum Armor. Naruto also rushed towards the girl. Using his speed, he was able to deliver several blows to the body. After that, he kicked Karui's neck with a roundhouse kick, sending her flying briefly. Kato. Phoenix Flowers. Having grouped herself, the girl was able to land on her feet. Naruto dodged all the fireballs thanks to his speed. Futon. Vacuum Press. A wave of dense air swept the girl off her feet. Futon. Vacuum Space. The girl's eyes popped out of her head. Trying to breathe, she looked like a fish thrown ashore. Stop. Uzumaki Naruto has won. At the meeting, it was decided that all participants would become Chunin. Have you forgotten that there is another fight waiting for you? Yeah, I'm going. Naruto headed towards the southern gate. Rin, I'll be back later. I need to check something. Kissing his wife, Menma Shadow followed the middle-aged blonde. Chapter 25. 10 kilometers from the southern gate. Still, you weren't afraid to come. Gaara narrowed her eyes slightly. As you see, now you will fight at full strength. As a response, Naruto saw a whole ton of sand. Dodging at the very last moment, Uzumaki sent a wave of compressed air at his opponent. Gaara defended herself with sand. Stop coddling him. Show him your true power. Shukaku's angry voice rang out. Gaara grabbed her head. The right side of her body was covered in sand and now the girl on the right side was a miniature Biju. Now the sand attacked with even greater speed, and once a spear of sand almost knocked out the blonde's eye. Futon. Vacuum Mirrors. Mirrors of dense air appeared around Gaara and Naruto. Jumping into one of them, Naruto's image immediately appeared in all the mirrors. Now the girl went into deep defense. The sand did not have time to protect its owner in time and she constantly missed the blow. I'm tired of it. The sand completely enveloped Gaara, turning her into a miniature Aikibi. Gathering all the sand around herself, she immediately sent it at incredible speed into the mirrors. Naruto managed to dodge the attack at the very last moment. Not bad. Menma dodged the spear of sand that pierced Naruto's technique and flew further into the forest. Don't you want to help him? The battle is heating up. Kurama began to bite his claws out of excitement. There is no reason to worry. But when things get tough, I will intervene in their fight of the strongest. Naruto himself began to absorb natural energy. Having created about 100 clones, he hid behind the nearest tree. Cough. Come out, you vile coward. Although Gaara dealt with all the clones, they still managed to batter her. Her right arm fell off, her tail was torn off, and there was not a single living spot left on her body. Sorry for the delay. A winged creature flew out of the tree, knocking Gaara off his feet. Futon. Vacuum Hydra. A dozen huge dragons rushed out of the thick air towards the girl. Stop giving in to him, little brat. Shukaku raged. Shut up. I won't give in. He's stronger than me. Gaara was already pretty exhausted. You always have to do everything yourself. Get out of the way. Just a second, and instead of Gaara, Shukaku stood there in all his glory. Now things are starting to get hot. Join the battle, idiot. Calm down, Kurama, Menma replied, watching as the middle blonde bit his finger and made a few hand seals. Call. Opposite Shukaku stood a griffin, slightly smaller than the Biju. Griffin. Nasty. Feathered scum. With these words, Aikibi fired several sand shurikens at Kairos. Shukaku. I hate that tanuki. Naruto, do you have any fire techniques? Naruto was just about to answer when the fox interrupted him. I will allow you to use fire. Give me your body for a while. Okay. The iris immediately turned red and the pupil stretched. I have it. Very good. Kairos blew a tornado into the Biju, and with the help of his wings, he created several blades from the air. Fire stream. Naruto blew out several pillars of fire, which strengthened Kairos' attack. Shukaku immediately disappeared in a whirlwind of fire. Wow, Menma and Kurama Sr. thought in unison. It looks like you have nothing to do here. Yes, but I want to see the end of the fight. You want to see the epic end of the fight yourself, don't you? Of course. The fox watched the outcome of the battle without blinking. I'll kill you. Shukaku was burned to a crisp, but it didn't weaken him at all. He transformed the ground within a radius of 7 kilometers into sand, trying to crush Kairos. How stubborn. Vacuum zone. Shukaku immediately grabbed his throat. Even the Biju couldn't live without air. Tailed bomb. Kairos dodged the Biju's strongest technique, which Shukaku hoped to use to pierce the Griffin leader's head. What a persistent creature. The Griffin chief now had to dodge sand shurikens and the tailed beast's new bombs. Although Shukaku was suffocating in the vacuum zone, he was not going to give up so easily. Kurama, can you douse him with fire some more? What's the point? The fox watched his brother suffocate. He's in a vacuum zone. Fire doesn't burn without oxygen, it'll just waste chakra. I have to admit, I'm a little proud of Shukaku. He's about to lose consciousness and he knows it, but he's not going to give up that easily. At this point, Ikibi decided to use all the sand he could to crush his opponent, but the sand never reached Kairos. He's ready. He's about to lose consciousness. Kairos had just finished speaking when Shukaku fell, raising a cloud of dust. As soon as the dust cleared, Naruto and Kairos saw the unconscious Gaara. Thanks for your help. You're welcome. Call me if you need help. Kairos disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto, still in hermit mode, calmly landed on the ground. Taking the girl in his arms, Naruto flew to the hospital. He's strong. After 3 years with Jiraiya, Akatsuki can immediately declare their surrender. Kyuubi snickered. Akatsuki. Bingo. Kurama, I know who else to lure to my side. Well, tell me who you want to use your strongest weapon on. Naruto Therapy LVL 9000. The fox laughed hysterically. Nagato and Konan. Menma gritted his teeth, the fox's words hurt him deeply. Ah, so that's it. Yes, the family should be reunited. Good idea. Okay, I'm going to bed. Red-haired, lazy, impudent face. And at the same time I am handsome, smart, irresistible, generous and incredibly modest. The fox giggled for the last time and snored. Chapter 26. A month later. Yo. Jiraiya, as always, climbed through the window into the Uzumaki kitchen. Hello, Jiraiya. What do I owe you? Menma put down his cup of tea, looking with interest at his former teacher and godfather, albeit in a different time. I came to pick up Naruto for training. You've heard of an organization called Akatsuki, right? I've heard quite a bit. The blonde rubbed his forehead from the memories that had washed over him. Do you want to take Naruto away for 3 years? Exactly. I'm sure he'll become much stronger with me. Plus, I'll teach him the rasengan. Believe me, Menma, when he comes back, he'll be one of the strongest in the world. I know. Menma smiled lightly, remembering how he himself was driven during training by this big man. The former Naruto had many good things connected with him. Of course you know. You traveled with him for 3 years. But you didn't really pump up back then. You only learned one technique and raised your taijutsu level a little. The fox put in his 2 cents, as if reading the blonde's thoughts. Get lost, flea eater. It's a good idea that you decided to take him along on your journey, but Naruto isn't the only one who's going with you. 16th Polygon. Hello, Zabuza. The older blonde clapped the swordsman, who was training the boy vigorously, on the shoulder. Yeah, hi. Come on, faster, lazy ass. Even my one-legged grandma runs faster. You only have 100 kilos on you. When I was your age, I wore all 200 and ran faster than you, unsuccessful reincarnation of a snail. Menma turned his gaze to his poor brother. Naruto was running with weights, while using his katana to deflect the senbons that Haku was throwing at him. Decided to increase his workload? The older blonde asked rhetorically, watching the execution. Of course. I also watched the Chunin exam and I was very pleased with his success, but we need to keep him in check so he doesn't get lazy. And why did you come? Jiraiya wants to take him on a 3-year journey. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Why did he decide to pay attention to my student? Although Zabuza tried to keep his voice calm, Menma could sense his irritation. Momochi clearly had no intention of handing over his student for such a long time. He is his godfather, and was his father's teacher. That's what it means. Good. It will be boring without him, but what can you do? Zabuza spread his arms demonstratively. You don't understand. I want you to go with them. What? Are you kidding me? The Hokage only lets me leave the village for sappy missions, and you're suggesting that I leave for 3 years? Are you crazy? I don't want them to hunt me and Haku. Momochi waved his arms indignantly, continuing to hold his monstrous sword in his right hand, not noticing its weight at all and still trying to accidentally knock off his interlocutor's head. Don't worry about that. I'll make arrangements with the Hokage. Well, are you coming? Be careful. The older blonde intercepted the sword, which accidentally almost took off his ear. Sorry. And about the offer. The former swordsman of the mist, and now of the leaf, threw his head back, considering the offer. Well. Yes. I think with the 3 of us, your brother will become much stronger. In 3 years, you won't be the strongest in the village anymore. Zabuza smiled. Well, that's even better. Menma smiled back. Hokage's office. No. Sarutobi slammed the table. Menma, I trust you, but let Zabuza and Haku go for 3 years. Where's the guarantee that they won't run away? They're leaving with Jiraiya and Naruto. That's a guarantee. Besides, Zabuza's taken a liking to the kid. You should have seen how angry he was when he found out his student was going to be taken away for 3 years. Sarutobi, puffing on his pipe, began tap dancing on the table with his fingers. After 10 minutes of deliberation, the Hokage finally gave his verdict. To hell with you. Let them go. An hour later at the main gate. Jiraiya, Zabuza, and Haku waited patiently for Rin to let the middle-aged blonde go on such a long journey. When she finally let Naruto go, she immediately began giving him additional instructions. Okay, Rin, I promise I'll be a good boy. Naruto immediately ran up to the trio waiting for him. See you in 3 years. Chapter 27. After 3 months. Zabuza, what are we doing on the border of the land of water? Jiraiya looked at the swordsman as if he was crazy. Are you homesick? Not at all, perverted monkey. My old friend lives not far from here. He will help Naruto and Haku become much stronger. Who do you dare call a monkey? I am a great sage with a toad. Naruto, Haku, come with me. Momochi did not wait for the toad Sanin to finish his pompous speeches. You both have succeeded well in the art of the sword and in other disciplines. In fact, each of you will be able to kill a strong Chunin without any problems. And after training with my old friend, Jonins will not be a problem for you. Zabuza-san, what will he teach us? Haku asked. Anticipate the enemy's actions. Uchiha and Hyuga can only predict the enemy's actions with the help of their special eyes. Momochi spat in anger. He will teach you to reduce the advantage of the eyes to nothing. We are almost there. All that remains is to go through this cave. Half an hour later. After the group of 4 people emerged from the dark cave, the sunlight seemed too bright. We've arrived. Zabuza pointed to a small dojo. A mountain rose up right behind the dojo. Welcome to Jurin village. Let's go. But before the quartet had even taken 2 steps, a middle-aged man with blonde hair tied in a ponytail appeared in front of them. Zabuza, how long have I not seen you, old friend? With these words, the blonde grabbed Momochi in his arms. I'm glad to see you too, Yori. Meet Naruto, Haku, and Arrow Macaque. Nice to meet you all. Yori shook hands vigorously with the guests one by one. So why did you bring them? So that you teach them to feel presence. So that's how it is. Yori's face instantly became serious, but after a couple of seconds, he began to smile from ear to ear again. Then let's go. You're probably tired, you need to rest. By the way, Zabuza, do you know who my students are now? They came to me a month ago. And who then? Daughter and niece of the current Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Zabuza's eyes immediately widened. Mei became Mizukage. I didn't expect it. The fact that she became Mizukage surprises you. But the fact that she has a daughter, doesn't that bother you? No, I was the one who got her pregnant. Even before I decided to kill Yagura. Oh, I hope Mei is in the village now, otherwise I'm finished. I hope I get away with it. Much to Zabuza's great fortune, Mei was in the village. Zabuza and Mei's daughter was an exact copy of her mother, she only got her teeth from her father. Hello, sensei. Are these your new students? Yes, Kasumi. Where is your sister? Ryo is cooking dinner now. The Mizukage's daughter waved towards the kitchen. Okay, let's wait for her and start training. 10 minutes later, something exploded in the kitchen and the smell of burning reached the company. After that, a girl ran out of the kitchen, like 2 peas in a pod, resembling her cousin. Only Ryo was blonde and without shark teeth. Sorry, sensei, Kasumi, we don't have lunch today. No problem. Ryo, meet our dear guests. Dear guests, and you are in for a rest. Naruto, Haku, we will begin our training in 2 days. Kasumi will show you to a spare room. 2 days later. Well, let's begin our training. I want to warn you right away that the use of nin and genjutsu is prohibited. During training, you must rely only on your taijutsu skills. Do you understand? Yes, Naruto and Haku answered in chorus. Excellent. Take the wooden swords. The new students did so. Good. Now try to hit me. Huh, just hit him. Naruto raised an eyebrow demonstratively. I think each of us can handle it. Ha ha ha. Haku, who said you have to do this alone? Attack together. Alone, you don't have a chance. The guys were furious here. If Haku was hiding his emotions, then Naruto's face was clear. Hey, Haku, if he told us that 2-on-1 is fair, then why stop at 1 blow? Let's hit him 100 times and make him cry. I like your proposal. Oh, I can't. Attack already. You've already brought me to tears of laughter. The boys immediately took off. Naruto was slightly ahead and struck with his sword vertically, but Yuri calmly dodged, moving slightly to the side. Haku came from behind, as soon as he swung to hit his opponent. He simply disappeared. Haku, behind. The next moment, the last representative of the Yuki clan received a wooden sword to the head, fortunately not too hard. Oi oi oi, is that all you can do? Yuri continued to laugh louder than 100 horses. I'll show you how to laugh at us. I came up with this technique just recently, but it's very effective. Naruto jumped up and spun his sword with chakra. Yuri, seeing the attack, immediately stopped laughing. Kosen, using the technique, Uzumaki demolished the wall of the dojo, but Yuri calmly stood behind him and hit the blonde on the head. Not bad at all. The technique is simply incredible. Did you come up with it yourself? Yes. 3 months ago, Jiraiya taught me a technique based on rotation and shape. I simply used the same technology. I spun the sword with chakra and this is what happened. Okay. You can use chakra. You haven't broken any rules. A few hours later. Naruto and Haku lay on the floor, exhausted. Ha ha ha. As I said, a complete failure. You simply cannot see my presence. What are you talking about? I can see you. Naruto looked at the giggling blonde. That's not what I'm talking about. You both don't sense my presence, but I sense yours. I know how you'll attack. Sensing your opponent is the first thing you should learn. Then getting me won't be hard. I used this technique to kill a bunch of shinobi from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans during the war. I nullified their advantage of reading movement and they lost. What? But, what does that mean? Feeling a presence? Reading movements? Can it even be seen or is it intuition? Naruto's head was splitting from thinking about it. Don't worry. The record is 89 days. You still have time to master this technique. Who set this record? Haku asked. Zabuza. He's the only one who managed to master this technique in less than a year. I'll give you two a hint. I give this hint to everyone. Presence is something that can be seen with the eyes. First, you need to understand what presence is and how to isolate it. Once you understand this, passing the test won't be difficult. Really, Kasumi and Ryo still haven't figured out what it is in a month. Yuri immediately burst out laughing. Chapter 28. After 78 days. Kasumi and Ryo watched as Naruto and Haku tried to get Yuri. The guys understood what kind of presence this was, all that was left was to get Zabuza's old friend. God, even though they understood what a presence is, they still can't hit Yuri, it's a pitiful sight. Kasumi, don't say that. Especially since without them, you and I would have progressed like this. Ryo approached her cousin. Better tell me, you and that blondie have become so close during this time. You talk all the time, you walk together. The girl cooed suggestively and smiled slyly. What are you hinting at, you damn pervert? The interlocutor flared up like a match, starting to blush rapidly from embarrassment and anger. Nothing. Maybe you've already lost your head from love. And a smile a la Jin. Don't talk nonsense. Kasumi snorted, crossing her arms over her chest and turning her head away, while continuing to glow with her cheeks like candles. I understand you. There are no normal guys in our village at all. Either they are ugly as death, but strong. Or they are pathetic losers and weaklings, who you can't look at without tears and laughter, but at least a little cute. Hopelessness. The girl playfully hung her head, and the background around her seemed to turn gray. Well, how is your older sister? You're only a couple of months older than me. Kasumi was indignant, interrupting Ryo, looking at her with indignation. However, Ryo ignored these words. As your older sister, I suggest you visit his room this evening. The girl finished speaking in an official tone and smiled in anticipation of something. What? His room? How did this even come to your head? The girl's screams threatened to turn into a sound wave at any moment, due to their volume, and knock her cousin off her feet. Oh, you're blushing even more, Kasumi. How cute. Nymphomaniac. The girls apparently forgot that they were not alone in the room. Naruto and Haku's eyes widened in surprise. Moreover, the last representative of the Yuki clan noticeably blushed, and Yori laughed like a horse. Later in the evening. That idiot Rio, to visit his room in the evening. How did she even come up with that? The girl muttered as she walked, looking somewhere under her feet. While talking to herself, Kasumi didn't even notice how she reached the room where Yori was training the young ones. However, the room was not empty. Exercising in the evening is bad for your health. Uzumaki, and it was he who was in the room, turned around at the voice. Don't worry about me, I'm strong. But why aren't you sleeping? Naruto asked, continuing his training, interrupted for a couple of seconds. I can't sleep. I forgot to thank you for your help. Oh, come on. I didn't figure it out on my own. A very smart friend who is always with me helped me. Jinchuriki or something. With the help of Yori's hint, he guessed that presence is the preparatory movements, the shifting of the center of gravity, the movements and sounds put into the attack. Let's practice for a couple of hours. Yes, let's go. Are you setting yourself up for polygamy, kid? Kurama snorted. Naruto couldn't tell if the snort was approving or disdainful. I'm not ripping anyone off. Not who, but what? Polygamy is when a male has many females. You already have Hinata, Gaara and Samui. You decided to take a fourth female. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against it, but do you have enough strength and stamina for 4 females? It'll be enough for at least 5 and with your help. So don't make a fuss here. Do as you wish. The fox yawned and fell asleep. The next morning. Well, what? Ready. Yori immediately prepared for the attack, getting into a fighting stance. Yes, but today I will fight alone. Naruto ran towards his opponent, intending to make a slashing blow, but Yori calmly dodged by simply stepping aside. Then Zabuza's friend decided to strike Uzumaki's legs with a wooden sword. Naruto jumped up, avoided the blow and tried to strike with the sword from a spinning motion while in midair. Yori managed to dodge at the very last moment, but the sword still grazed the tip of his nose. Naruto, deciding not to give his opponent even a second of respite, as soon as he landed on his feet, ran towards his opponent again. This time Uzumaki decided to strike. However, at the very last moment, Naruto suddenly ducked and tripped Yori. Yori, not expecting this, fell, and Naruto struck him in the head with a wooden sword. Wow, he hid his presence perfectly last time. Well done. It's obvious he trained a lot. Yori smiled contentedly. Eat. Well done, Naruto, you made it through. Haku, now you'll have to go it alone. No problem. Haku was still able to hit his opponent. True, after 5 hours. Well done. You are simply great. Well, girls, now it's your turn. Zabuza, Jiraiya, where have you been? The young people immediately turned to look at the two who entered, who had been absent for more than 2 months. We were making a training plan, Momochi answered. I see. By the way, I almost forgot. Kasumi, Mizukage-sama will be visiting us tomorrow to see how you're doing. Really? The girl's eyes lit up. But Zabuza turned white. He clearly didn't want to meet his ex-fiancé. Naruto, Haku, it's time for us to go. We're leaving. Zabuza, let them rest. Sorry, Yori, this matter requires no delay. After grabbing the boys, Zabuza bolted from the dojo. Jiraiya could only shrug and run after the leaf-mist swordsman. Chapter 29. 3 years later. And the village hasn't changed at all. Naruto, squinting from the scorching bright sun, looked at the village, standing at the main gate. Ahead, on the mountain, the stone faces of the former heads of the village hidden in the foliage invariably looked at the village. Come on down. We still have to go to the Hokage. Zabuza, out of habit, took the hilt of his sword, thinking about hitting the blonde so hard that he would fall, but after a couple of seconds he changed his mind and let go of the hilt. Okay. As soon as Uzumaki jumped to the ground, the quartet headed towards the main building of the village. Hokage's office. Hello, old man. Naruto, in his usual manner, without knocking, abruptly opening the door, entered the office, but Sarutobi was not alone. Sensei, who is this? Oh, Tsunade, have you decided to return to your home village? Jiraiya immediately stepped forward. Hello to you too, Jiraiya. It's been about a year and a half since I came back. Naruto, taking advantage of the fact that everyone forgot about him, looking at the big S. In short, At Tsunade, approached the head of the village. You've grown up quite well, Naruto. The old man smiled, examining the blonde and comparing him to his brother. How was the training? It went well. I visited some countries, learned new techniques and methods. The Jinchuriki began to tell monotonously. He got himself a new girlfriend for the harem. The fox's sarcastic voice rang out. Ooh, very good, but I need to test your skills, because you know. In words, everyone is cool. Yeah, and who will check me? Brother. No, Menma is on a long-term mission. Kakashi will check you out. Meet him tomorrow at the 7th training ground at 10 in the morning. Kakashi. Is that the one Menma fought with at the bachelor party? He also wears a mask all the time. The guy answered, scratching his head, remembering. Yes, he did. Menma and Kakashi fought at the bachelor party. I don't remember anything, I should drink less. Then I can calmly come at 1 o'clock. Rin said that her friend is always late. Bye, old man. See you tomorrow, Naruto. Lighting his favorite pipe, the Hokage looked at his two students, who had already managed to quarrel, make peace, drink sake and were now singing obscene ditties in an embrace. Home of the Uzumaki clan. I'm home. Naruto flew into the house like a joyful comet. Naruto, welcome back. Rin almost broke the poor blonde's ribs in her embrace. Mom, who is this? A 4-year-old boy came down to the kitchen, looking suspiciously at the guy who looked terribly like his father. No, not just like him, but a copy, who was rapidly blushing and starting to slowly turn blue. This is your uncle, your father's brother. Rin finally let go of Naruto, but only because the victim of the hug turned blue from lack of oxygen. Minato, you've grown up. The last time I saw you was 3 years ago, so you don't remember me. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the one who will be the next Hokage. Naruto smiled. Uzumaki Minato. The younger blonde smiled back. And I will be the next Hokage. I see it runs in your family. You want to become Hokage, he wants to become Hokage, they want to become Hokage, everyone wants to. Maybe I want to too. The fox stretched, thereby beginning to resemble a huge ginger cat. Hey, you will become Hokage, but only after me, dear nephew. Okay, that's enough. Better sit down at the table, dinner is getting cold. Rin decided to stop this argument before it turned into a battle for the title of village head. The next day. 7th Polygon. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Sorry for being late, I got lost on the road, Lee. Kakashi, seeing that there was no one, immediately fell silent. Maybe I got the wrong training ground. Or, for the first time in his life, the copy ninja had to wait for something. The seconds dragged on incredibly long, and Kakashi felt like he had been waiting for hours. Hello, Kakashi. Sarutobi puffed on his favorite pipe. Naruto, Rin and Minato walked next to him. Hokage-sama, do you even know what time it is? Kakashi tried to keep his voice calm, but irritation still slipped through. Of course I know. 10 minutes past 1. You see, when we were going to the training ground, our path ran next to a construction site. One of the workers, with the nationality of the Wind Country living near the border, came up to us and said, you don't go there, you go here. You'll get hit in the head with a brick there, you'll be completely dead. So we had to find a way around, right, Naruto, Rin? Yes, Hokage-sama, that's exactly how it was. The Jinchuriki answered in chorus, trying not to laugh out loud. Oh, I see. What a good excuse, but there really is a construction site. Why didn't I think of it? Well, Kakashi, you must fight Naruto so that I can evaluate his skills. Try to do it without casualties. Don't hit below the belt, don't get personal, don't insult relatives, don't bite off ears, and if you start showing off, I'll pull your blinker onto your ass and make you blink. Got it? Seeing the nods, Sarutobi immediately announced the start of the fight. Hatake decided to immediately remove the bandage from his eye. Naruto decided to go with a direct attack. Thanks to Uzumaki's presence, he was able to land several blows to the Jonin's body, and he was left wondering why he couldn't anticipate his opponent's actions. Kato. Great Fireball. Vacuum Zone. The airless space immediately extinguished the Jonin's technique. Vacuum Bazooka. Naruto concentrated a dense wave of air in his mouth, like a bijudama, and fired it at the shinobi. Kakashi was able to dodge, but not with the help of the Sharingan, and the technique destroyed the trees behind Hatake. Naruto decided to force close combat again. The blows to the body were blocked, then the blonde decided to kick with a spinning kick, the blow was immediately intercepted. Got you. Naruto smiled bloodthirstily. Vacuum Bomb. The weak technique exploded right on his ankle, and the tiny blades turned Kakashi's arm into a solid piece of blood. Damn, it actually hurts. Say thank you for weakening her. If I had hit her with full force, there would have been nothing left of her hand. Raiden. Thunder Wolf. Vacuum claws. Creating 50-centimeter long transparent blades on his fingertips, Naruto literally cut through Kakashi's technique. Vacuum blades. Kaden. Dragon's breath. The ash-haired man's technique calmly blew away the blades of air in its path. Vacuum zone. Rasengan. As soon as the fire technique disappeared, Naruto immediately ran towards the Jonin. Reikiri. The two techniques measured their strength for about half a minute until they burst. Ha! This ash-haired one is losing. See, Arrow Monkey. All my students are strong shinobi. Zabuza pointed his finger at himself proudly. Don't forget that this is my student too. Jiraiya frowned. What, Jiraiya? You were always spying on women. I taught him everything. The fight that had begun on the tree was harshly interrupted by Haku, who stuck Senbon into the acupuncture points on their butts, thereby immobilizing them, since two shinobi began to prevent him from watching the fight. Doden. Stone spikes. Vacuum bomb. A meter-long ball of dense air exploded and the hundreds of blades that formed destroyed the spikes. Damn, my chakra is running low. I've lost. Kakashi pulled the headband over his Sharingan. That's it, but I haven't shown you my new technique yet. In the hermit mode. Well done, Naruto. Sarutobi smiled contentedly. And here's a reprimand for you, Kakashi. Start training already, otherwise all you've been doing for the last 16 years is sitting around, otherwise I'll have to send you back to the academy. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi had already thought that at least his former partner would praise him, but Rin praised her blonde relative. Chapter 30. 2 days later. Hokage-sama. Shizune almost knocked down the door, bursting into the village head's office. Sarutobi only calmly puffed on his pipe, raising his eyes from the documents to the guest, showing that such a greeting was nothing new to him. We have a message from Suna. The youngest daughter of the Cage has been kidnapped. Give me the letter. Taking the letter, Sarutobi quickly ran his eyes over it, frowning more and more as he read each line. Call the 7th and 9th teams here. He finally said in a voice of firm determination. Eat. In 5 minutes. Guy's team was complete, with only Menma missing from the 7th. You must go to Suna and help them get Gaara back. What? Naruto's eyes widened. What scoundrels? They stole one of the 5 wives of the future Hokage. Come on, fly on the wings of love for one of your halves and tear the kidnappers to shish. Shish, and then you'll get married and you'll be like a sultan. Kyuubi's sarcastic voice rang out. Shut the door, flea house. It's not bad to have 3 wives, it would be much better to have one more. The tailed one sang quietly out of tune. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. We'll save Gaara in the name of the power of youth. Guy struck a tough guy pose. Guys, meet us at the main gate in half an hour. Main gate. So, guys, it's a long way to Suna. 3 days on foot, so we'll run as fast as we can. We'll stop only when someone can't run any further. Any questions? No, the shinobi answered in chorus. Excellent. Then let's go on a journey in the name of the power of youth. Guy didn't give the boys a minute to rest, and when Sasuke started to fall behind, the green beast of Konoha gave Uchiha a boost with a kick. Hinata, on the other hand, was resting comfortably right on Uzumaki's back. In 8 hours. Well done, guys. I'm proud of you. Since it's night now, we'll rest at the hotel and head to the cage in the morning. Guy looked at the tired genin. Among the 6, only Naruto and Lee looked a little tired, the rest were catching their breath, and Sasuke was dreaming of ice for one very injured place. Poor Uchiha. Guy gave him 387 kicks. I always liked that weirdo. The fox yawned loudly and stretched out into a satisfied smile. 387 kicks. Did you count? Of course. When one of the Uchiha suffers, one Biju rejoices in the world, and when one of the Uchiha dies, the Biju throw a party. Believe me, these assholes, starting with the first son of Rakudo, have gotten on all the Biju's nerves. My brothers and sisters and I dream of all the Uchiha dying and that it would be very cruel or painful. Kyuubi glanced once more at Sasuke, who was walking along, feeling sorry for his soft spot, and with a malicious smile went to bed. The next morning. Greetings. Baki shook Guy's hand. Kage-sama was badly injured during the attack, but he's alive. But Kankuro, there's a very strong poison in his system and we can't cure him. Is there a good medic among you? Me. Hinata raised her hand. Help me please. Ward. Naruto-kun, Lee, help me. I'll remove the poison. Hold him so he doesn't move. Fine. Hinata, I promise you that we will hold him back in the name of the power of youth. After the operation. How is he? The cage got up from the bed, but winced in pain and immediately lay back down. He will live, Hinata answered. He will be able to speak tomorrow. I fought a renegade from the stone. Long-haired, blonde, uses clay as explosives. But I don't know who my children fought. Most likely, a renegade from our village. You need to rest. Tomorrow Kankuro will tell you who their enemy was. The girl left the room. Tomorrow. Kankuro, breathing heavily, was still able to tell about Sasori and hand over a piece of his cloth. Do any of you have a summon with a good nose? Guy rubbed his chin, thinking that it would take at least a year for them to get to Gaara with the turtle. I have some. Naruto raised his hand. They'll even help you get there faster. With that, Naruto bit his finger and summoned 5 griffins. The creatures themselves were a meter tall and all 5 had golden plumage. Griffins. How interesting. Guy gave the nearest griffin a piece of cloth to sniff. Can you find it? The griffin nodded. Naruto and Hinata flew on one griffin. On the second one is Neji with Tenten. Sasuke didn't want to share the griffin with anyone, and he also managed to pull out a couple of feathers from the summoning, for which he paid with several deep cuts on his face. Guy and Lee flew on fourth. Naruto-kun, can I ask you a question? Yes. Is something bothering you? It's worrying. Hinata bit her lower lip. And how many girls do you have in your harem now? Naruto almost fell over in surprise. Well, how can I say it? Speak frankly, boy, a sarcastic voice rang out. Or have you already forgotten how many females you have? Well, I'll remind you. You have 5 of them, 5. The fox fell silent, wondering where he could get some bread, since the spectacle was already brewing. 5. Naruto answered, wondering if Hinata would throw him off or not. 5. Me. Gaara, you also had very warm communication with Samui. And who are the other 2? To Uzumaki's surprise, he didn't hear any hatred in the brunette's voice, only curiosity. Also Kasumi, the daughter of the 5th Mizukage, and Kuretsuchi, the granddaughter of the 3rd Tsuchikage. The heiress of the clan, the daughter of the Kage, the daughter of the Mizukage, the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, and the disciple of the Raikage's brother. Do you want to create an unbreakable alliance between the villages? Naruto almost fell off the griffin for the second time. Listen, Blondie, the girl is right. She has a good idea, though. It looks like fate itself decided to connect you with those who are closely connected to the cage. The fox stretched. Chapter 31. Not far from the Akatsuki hideout. So this is where they are hiding. Naruto looked at the huge stone with a strange piece of paper attached to it. I didn't expect to see you here. The 7 shinobi immediately turned around at the sound of the voice. To their great surprise, it was Menma. Brother, what are you doing here? I had a mission not far from here. I completed it and was about to return home, until I came across the same seal a few kilometers away. Menma was making up a legend on the fly, since he had completed the mission yesterday and had specifically fled across 2 countries to deal with several missing nin. It's a 5-sided seal. To deactivate it, you need to tear off 5 pieces of paper at the same time. Without further ado, the older blonde created a shadow clone. As soon as the original touched the paper, the 5 shadow clones dissipated, and the original, along with its 4 copies, broke the seal. Come on, Naruto. Destroy this boulder. The middle blonde just nodded. Rasengan. The stone was shattered by a dense ball of chakra. As soon as the 2 teams entered the room, they saw Gaara floating a few meters above the floor, 2 missing nin, and 7 holograms. How untimely, said the figure, standing on Geto Mazo's right thumb. Hello to you too, Pain. Or is it Yahiko? Or Nagato? Menma smiled, seeing that the leader's image froze for a second. The others only looked from their leader to the blonde and back. Taking advantage of the interruption, Menma grabbed Gaara, thereby interrupting the extraction of the Biju. Guy, take Gaara and get the children out of here. Menma, we are not children. And we can stand up for ourselves. Sasuke shouted. The older blonde kicked the Uchiha and the middle blonde out of the cave. Leader Sama, he interrupted the ceiling, Can I blow him up? Deidara reached for the clay. Yes, you can. It's him, isn't it, Danzo? He's the guardian of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Yes, the hologram answered, standing on the ring finger of her right hand. After that, all images of Akatsuki disappeared. Then Deidara released several clay birds that met with the Rasen shuriken. Naruto, I told you all to get out of here, Menma said through his teeth. And leave you here alone with 2 freaks, brother. Guy-sensei and the guys will return Gaara to the village, and we'll beat their faces. I doubt it. Deidara blew up the ceiling of the cave. Master Sasori, I'm for the Jinchuriki. We need to completely seal the one-tailed one. Jumping onto the clay bird, the demolition man flew out of the cave. Naruto, go after him. I can handle Sasori. Good. Having gathered enough natural chakra, Uzumaki rushed after the blonde. It was in vain that you decided to fight against me alone. Menma just threw a Rasen shuriken. Sasori just jumped, but he clearly didn't expect the older blonde to have foreseen this option. The blonde's technique destroyed the doll, causing Sasori to jump out of his hiding place. Interesting. I'm sure you'll make a wonderful puppet. Sasori unsealed the scroll. This is my favorite puppet, since he was quite difficult to obtain. The third cage. Blades soaked in poison appeared on the puppet's hand. Futon. Vacuum bombs. Menmi exhaled a dozen transparent spheres from the dense air. One of them fell to the floor and began to attract Sasori's favorite puppet. The remaining 9 spheres floated in the air like some kind of solar system and released transparent blades at the renegade. Oh, this is getting nasty. Sasori made a few movements with his fingers and black sand poured out of Hiriko's mouth, protecting him from the blades. Let's see how well you can dodge. Iron rain. Many iron sand projectiles flew at Uzumaki, but Akasuna clearly did not expect how exactly Menma would defend himself. 9 ghostly tails of golden chakra appeared around Menma, and the blonde himself glowed with the same light. Jinchuriki. Did Danzo deceive us? No. According to the data we received before that one-eyed man came, the Kyuubi was sealed in a newborn baby. This one is over 30 years old. Did he really reseal the Kyuubi in himself? Iron Universe. All the sand began to turn into thorns, which filled almost the entire cave. Holy Rakudo cookies. Almost got it. Rasengan. Menma hit Hiriko, thus depriving Sasori of the ability to control the sand. You need to be more careful. Don't forget that your wife and child are waiting for you at home. Besides, you still have 3 Akatsuki to re-educate. I remember. I admit it, you have to be taken into account. It's been a long time since I used myself. Taking out the scroll, Sasori released a column of flame from his palms. Futon. Vacuum zone. The whole fire went out immediately. Are you surprised? Apparently you created a vacuum zone around me too. But I'm a puppet and I don't need air. Apparently I'll have to fight you seriously. Having taken out the scroll, Akasuna unsealed his last trump card. The Scarlet Secret. A performance of 100 puppets. Shall we light it, Kurama? And how so? The fox's satisfied voice rang out. Kaden. Kyuubi's breath. Using the fox's chakra, Naruto Sr. blew out a wave of hot air, causing the puppets to catch fire like matches. Sasori, using a scroll with water, tried to blow the blonde's head off with water under pressure. Menma stopped the technique because he didn't want to be a few centimeters shorter. Using his speed, Uzumaki hit the only living part of Sasori's body with a rasengan, the only thing left of him. We won. Kurama smiled. Yeah, let's go see how the little one is doing. However, before Menma could take even a few steps, an explosion thundered, which almost destroyed the remains of the cave. Some time ago, Naruto summoned a griffin and raced Deidara. Excellent. I'll catch Kyuubi at the same time. Here's a present for you. Deidara threw out several spider-shaped bombs. Vacuum dome. All the bombs stuck to the dome and exploded, but to Deidara's great regret, it did not cause any harm to Naruto and the griffin. Okay, what if it is? C2. Sukuri jumped onto the clay dragon, blowing up his previous means of transportation. Hey, Demolition Man, what kind of pig is this? Are you blind? It's a dragon, yes. In what universe is this a dragon? The only things that are dragons here are wings and a tail, otherwise it's a pig. Naruto stood his ground, looking at the miracle that escaped from Chernobyl. A bird made of clay flew out of the C2's mouth, but it too was unable to penetrate the defense with its explosion. Vacuum mirrors. When there were no more than 20 meters between Deidara and Naruto, transparent mirrors appeared around the bomber, and Uzumaki hid in one of them. And if so, C2 began to spit out explosives that destroyed Naruto's equipment when they exploded, but the blonde was nowhere to be seen. Rasengan. Naruto intended to hit Akatsuki's head with the technique, but it was not to be. Sukuri managed to react in time, so the technique hit not his head, but his left arm, tearing it away from his body. Here you go. Deidara threw a bomb right at Uzumaki's face, but Naruto managed to duck, so the explosion only singed his hair. Vacuum claws. Naruto tried to cut off Deidara's head, but the demolition man managed to put his right hand up as a shield in time. Having lost first his second limb and then his balance, Deidara fell from C2. Your bombs explode when they hit a hard surface, right? Naruto smiled, seeing the fearful look on his opponent's face. Vacuum claws. Uzumaki cut off the wings of Deidara's bomb, sending the no longer flying pig dragon to his creator. Naruto himself jumped onto the back of his griffin. As soon as the dragon reached the ground, it exploded, destroying a fair amount of vegetation in the process. Naruto, are you okay? Menma immediately deactivated his Biju mode. Yeah, I killed that blonde guy. Naruto, satisfied with his work, got off the griffin. Okay, let's go to the others. Yeah. Cough. Almost got caught, yeah. Deidara crawled out from under the ground an hour after the battle with Naruto. Naive fool. I'm still an S-class shinobi, Now all I have to do is find my hands, yeah. Chapter 32. Konoha. Home of the Uzumaki clan. We're back. Menma was the first to enter the house. Welcome back. Rin kissed her husband. After that, Minato ran to his father. I'll warm up the dinner now. How was the mission? Quite calmly. On the way I met Naruto and helped him complete his mission to save one of the 5 wives. Brother. Naruto blushed a little. Menma and Rin just laughed. Dad, when I grow up, can I have 5 wives too? The older blonde choked on his tea at his son's question. The kid is no slouch. In the near future, the Uzumaki zombie apocalypse will begin. Thanks to Naruto and Minato, the Uzumaki will multiply so much that they will fill the earth. Kurama tried to say this in a scary voice, but every other word he giggled at his own joke. You know, Minato. Menma thought about the rest of the sentence. After all, it's one thing when your brother is collecting a harem, and quite another when your son wants to have several passions. The main thing is that your girls are not against you having a harem. The older blonde exhaled, pleased that he was able to correctly resolve the situation. Son, do you already have a girlfriend? Rin blinked her eyelashes, wondering when she managed to miss such a moment. No, there aren't any. These are just plans for the future. Ahahaha, I can't. I like your son more and more. Kurama Sr. wiped away the tears that had come from his laughter. However, the others were stunned by the words of the youngest Uzumaki. It's all because of you, flea-bitten. You ruined my child. What does this have to do with me? The fox immediately frowned. I didn't suggest that he get himself several females, he decided so himself. Although, I'll have to talk to Isapu. Maybe we do have some influence on our Jinchuriki and their children. To everyone's surprise, it was Guy who diffused the situation, unceremoniously bursting into the kitchen through the window. Bon appetit to you all. Guy struck a tough guy pose. Menma, not for duty, but for friendship, let's run through Konoha at night. A little training before bed. Guy, how can I tell you? Menma was already thinking of 1,001 excuses, and besides, Rin's look was very clearly hinting that Uzumaki would only go for a run over his own dead body. You don't have to say anything. I understand, you want to be with your family. Yes, that's right, we'll run through it some other time. I hope there won't be another time. Okay, well, I'll digress, may the force of youth be with you. And Guy jumped out the window. I'll have to tell Guy about the great human invention called a door. Menma made a mental note and began to eat dinner. The sight of the fight between Sasori and Menma. So this is what Sasori really looked like, Zetsu's white side said. The guardian of the Jinchuriki is strong, since he was able to kill one of ours. The black one continued. After all, Sasori was able to kill the strongest Kazekage single-handedly. What a loss. A mocking voice rang out. Since Sasori is dead, I can take his place now, right? Toby tossed the ring that once belonged to Akasuna. Let's see how Deidara Senpai is doing. And who are you? The demolition man himself came out to the 2 renegades. Oh, so you're alive. Toby exclaimed in surprise, causing the ring to drop. My name is Toby, and I'm your partner now. Zetsu, is this a joke? Since when do we hire weakling clowns? What can he do? Throw pies in the faces of opponents. Deidara, you are making the mistake of weaklings. Judging the strength of an opponent by his appearance. The black half answered calmly. Believe me, Toby is strong. In our organization, only pain could defeat him. The demolitionist began to look closely at the masked man. Still, Deidara could not believe that the one who dropped the ring and did not take everything seriously was so strong. Does Leader Sama know about this clown? He knows. He invited him, after all. The white half answered. Deidara just sighed in despair and acceptance of the fact that the masked clown was now his partner. Chapter 33. A month later. Hokage-sama. Shizune almost knocked down the village chief's door. Sarutobi only puffed on his pipe and rolled his eyes. The fire temple, the woman sobbed, was destroyed. There is only one survivor among the monks, he said that Akatsuki did it. I see. The village chief became gloomier than a thundercloud. Call the 7th team here. 5 minutes later, 4 shinobi entered the office. As soon as the third told the news, the background around the older blonde turned gray. Kakuzu and Hidan, you can't avoid problems with them. Menma remembered this immortal couple. Guys, let's go. I know where to look for them. The younger generation did not argue. The boys were used to trusting their commander. Not far from the border of fire. What are we doing near the toilet? Sasuke asked. Uzumaki just pointed his finger at the door. A minute later, a middle-aged man in a black cloak with red clouds came out of the room. The shinobi heard 3-story curses that made even the shoemaker's ears wither. Listen, guys, this guy is immortal. Even if you cut off his head, he won't die. But you'll hear a lot of swearing addressed to you. Menma began to explain. And for his partner to die, he needs to be killed 5 times. Uzumaki's statement surprised everyone. And if we grind this slicked up one into dust, will he die? Sasuke concentrated lightning chakra in his hand. Hey, Naruto, what happens if we combine your rasengan with my Chidori? The middle blonde just nodded. Have they started working as a team? It's probably going to snow soon. The fox growled. Stop it, Kurama. Naruto and Sasuke began to combine their techniques. Blades of lightning began to appear next to the transparent blades. What the fuck is that noise? Hidan winced from the strange whistling sound, among which the chirping of 1,000 birds could be heard. As soon as the Nukenin rose from his seat, the boy's equipment flew at him. However, Hidan was not an S-class criminal for nothing. At first, the Jashin priest jumped onto the roof, and at the moment when the equipment exploded, he jumped even higher. The joint technology exceeded all expectations. The exchange office was completely wiped off the face of the earth. Oh my, fuck the kitten. Hidan turned around at the familiar whistle. This time it was a regular Rasen shuriken created by Menma. FCK. The older blonde's technique wiped the missing nin off the face of the earth, leaving only the left side of his face. The pink red eye glared with hatred at the 4 shinobi who had left their hiding place. Cough. Kakuzu climbed out of the rubble. To the guy's surprise, there wasn't a scratch on him. What's with the surprised faces? The exchange office was underground, so I wasn't hurt. Brother, will you give us a chance to defeat him? Naruto asked. Uzumaki Sr. looked at the boys. They all decided to deal with the missing nin on their own. Okay, just be careful. This guy fought with the first Hokage himself, he can't be underestimated. PFF'd. Black creatures began to burst out of the body of the eldest of Akatsuki. A 4-legged creature with a white mask, with blue stripes on its cheeks, instead of a face, came forward. Futon. Air press. Kaden. Fire dragon's breath. Sasuke was able to extinguish the technique. Raiden. Pseudo-darkness. A bipedal creature with broad shoulders stepped forward, its face replaced by a white mask with a yellow stripe on the nose and horns. Futon. Air dome. Naruto was able to protect himself and his teammates from Kakuzu's technique. A 4-legged creature with a white mask with blue stripes around its eyes wanted to attack, but was beaten to it. 8 teragrams. Air palm. Hinata destroyed the water mask. Girl, it is not good to destroy the hearts of adult criminals. Kato. Bright pain. Sweden. Formation of a water wall. The technique of the middle blonde extinguished Kakuzu's technique. Kaden. Phoenix flowers. The Uchiha exhaled several fireballs. Kakuzu's masks, together with their owner, calmly dodged. Futon. Rasenshuriken. Naruto's technique hit the lightning mask directly, destroying it. I see, I'll have to get a little more serious. The fire and wind masks merged into one. Die. The masks exhaled a huge column of flame. Sweden. A shocking water wave. Whirlwind. Naruto and Hinata's combined technique was able to neutralize Kakuzu's technique. A cloud of steam rose up, hiding the opponents from each other. Chidori Iso. Sasuke destroyed the wind mask with his technique. So you've exposed yourself. At Kakuzu's command, the fire mask exhaled a column of flame that dried up all the moisture from the fog, thereby dispersing it. After this, the Nukenin merged with the fire mask. It's been so long since anyone killed my 3 hearts. Fucking suckers. Looks like you're in trouble, kid. The fox's mocking voice rang out. I'll let you use my power. In no conditions. I think you asked me to punch Sasuke for this earlier. He behaved well today. At least he started to look like a human being. Naruto immediately burst into golden flames. Sasuke, Hinata, I'll distract him, and you try to finish him off, okay? The remaining members of Team 7 just nodded. Naruto took off. Although Kakuzu couldn't keep up with the blonde's speed, his combat experience and reflexes helped him block at the very last moment. Uzumaki still forced the missing nin to turn his back on Sasuke and Hinata, which they took advantage of. The girl struck the fire mask. With the help of the Byakugan, it was easy for her to find it. The Uchiha struck the Chidori into the renegade's heart. The team turned around to quiet applause. Well done, guys. I'm proud of you. Menma smiled at the tired teenagers. Let's go home. Chapter 34. Uncle, get up. Minato didn't stand on ceremony with Naruto and therefore began to use the middle blonde as a trampoline. Dad is calling you to training. Okay, just get off me. The youngest member of the family smiled as he completed his mission and left the room. Naruto, rubbing his back on which Minato had arranged a disco for the boars, went into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Uzumaki went down to the kitchen, where Menma was already waiting for him. Hi, sleepyhead, I came up with a new technique for training. Ready for some challenging training? Of course. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Then let's go to the 10th training ground. You won't be training alone. 10 minutes later the brothers arrived at the training site, where they were already expected. You're late. Sasuke was not happy that he wasted precious time waiting. Sorry, Menma just smiled. Now let's start training. I'll tell you right away, it will be hard. Stand opposite each other. The guys decided to fulfill the request as quickly as possible, since they were impatient to start training. Great. Menma made a few seals, and the guys seemed to be pressed into the ground. Naruto smiled, because he had already gone through this training. Menma, what the hell is this? Sasuke tried to straighten up, but nothing worked. Nothing special. Or rather Kurama, created this technique. It increases gravity in a certain area. Right now, each of you weighs twice as much, that's why it's hard for you. Menma smiled. This is good training for taijutsu, and now you will have a sparring match. Only with taijutsu, only fists and legs, no weapons or techniques. Sasuke, put out your big city lights. Sasuke reluctantly deactivated the Sharingan. I know that you are proud of your clan, and love your family very much, but you also need to learn to rely on your own strength. Who knows what kind of enemies you will encounter? In other words, Naruto and I are not only pumping up our strength and chakra, but also our combat experience. The brunette guessed. Exactly. Naruto, don't even think about using presents. The average blonde's eyes immediately became as big as 5 kopecks. Brother, where from? Zabuza told me everything, you foreign Casanova, and a smile a la Cheshire Cat. Why are you relaxed, by the way? Sasuke still can't stand up straight, and you seem to be in a bad mood. Brother, have you forgotten? I trained with griffins under tenfold gravity. That's right, the elder Uzumaki thought. Sasuke, can you handle it? I think so. If Naruto could handle it at 12, then I can too. Menma just nodded. After a couple of seconds the brunette felt like he weighed a ton, but he stood. Even though his legs were wobbly, he stood. Well, let's start sparring. No hitting below the belt, no breaking bones, no biting off ears, no gouging out eyes, no pulling out tongues. Is that clear? The guys nodded. Each attacked without any dirty tricks, so the other managed to block. Menma, satisfied with his life, went home. Konoha Hospital. Yes, Rin, your assumptions were confirmed, Tsunade said, looking at the tests. In 8 months you will be babysitting your second child. Oh, diapers and sleepless nights again, the former Nohara sighed faintly, and who will it be? A boy or a girl? I can't tell you this until you give birth. Got it, I'll go home and cook dinner. The brunette left the office, where the clone and Minato were patiently waiting for her in the corridor. Let's go home, son, I'll cook something tasty. Yeah, the child took his mother's hand without further ado. Home of the Uzumaki clan. Hello, darling. Rin kissed her husband. Hello, how was your day? Where did you go? My mother and I were in the hospital. Menma immediately perked up, but Rin immediately calmed him down. Don't worry, I'm just pregnant. I went to confirm my suspicions, that's all. Phew. Minato, don't scare me like that again. Menma leaned back in his chair. Wait, are we getting a new edition? Why are you so surprised? Every day, or rather night, you arrange such a Kama Sutra that you should already have 3 or 4 children with Rin, came a sarcastic comment. Get lost. Menma spent the entire day running around with Rin like a hen with an egg, even forgetting that he had left the boys to train under gravity. He only remembered this when a tired Naruto came into the house. Brother, have you forgotten about us? Uzumaki was very unhappy with the elder Uzumaki's behavior. Sorry, I had other things to do. Menma slapped his forehead. How was your training? It's fine, but I had to carry Sasuke to the Uchiha quarter. He's not used to such a load, his muscles will hurt tomorrow, I personally couldn't move all day. Oh, I wanted to train you, but it turned out that I exhausted both of you. Sorry, Naruto, it won't happen again next time. Chapter 35. Village of Rain, Akatsuki Hideout. Hello, Penya. A joyful and mocking voice sounded behind Tendo, which made the Rinnegan bearer sick. Toby is a good boy. Toby heard that Kakuzu and Hidan died. What a loss. Uchiha pretended to sigh, even rolling his eyes. What do you want? It was clear from his voice that Nagato was not in a good mood, and he was not going to listen to the mocking exclamations from the idiot boss. This is my organization. Uchiha's voice instantly became rough, all unctuous notes disappeared. I'm not going to stay in the shadows anymore. Nagato, it's time for you to return my organization. I doubt it. A voice came from behind Obito. Kuchio's no jutsu. There were several pops and now the guy in the orange mask was surrounded on all sides by 6 red-haired people with piercings and identical dark purple eyes. This is my organization, Tendo said, and I have no intention of handing it over to some loser whose plan makes no sense. Shinra Tensei. Obito, thanks to his ability, avoided the main pain's shock wave by simply letting it pass through his body and began to perform seals with lightning speed. Kaden. Fire whirlwind. Toba's technique instantly filled the entire room, but not a single body was even touched, and Gakido began to absorb the fire, absorbing chakra into himself. Obito was about to strike Shikushido when he felt a terribly strong blow that slammed him into the wall. Shirado had no intention of giving his opponent a break and fired 10 missiles. There was an explosion that shook the entire shelter. Cough. Obito spat out blood, the mask cracked, the explosion tore off his right arm, and his left leg was broken in several places. We are God, Tendo said, stopping the gravity shield and jumping down to the street after his opponent. I always knew you weren't Madara. I don't care who you are, but I don't need you anymore. Don't be arrogant, Nagato, I created your organization by pushing Yahiko into it. Toby just disappeared, he didn't go underground, he didn't distort space, nothing. He just disappeared without a sound, as if he had never been there. Genjutsu. No, it's not The pain sensed the enemy's chakra too late. Toby, unharmed and healthy, appeared out of nowhere and struck Jigokudo's head with a kunai with lightning speed. Shirado attacked him from a blind spot, but simply passed through Obito, who grabbed him by the leg and sent him flying a short distance into Chikushido, knocking him off his feet and slamming him into the long-suffering wall. The Uchiha immediately began to turn to Tendo while simultaneously forming seals of the fire technique. Kato. Blazing destruction. Obito breathed out a huge column of flame, but Gakido landed right in front of Yahiko's body and stretched out his arms forward, simply absorbing the flames. Toby ran straight into his own fire, using his incorpo reality to hide from the Rinnegan's gaze and passing straight through his opponent, turning sharply, he cut off Gakido's head. Shirado, taking advantage of the fact that his opponent did not see him, attacked from behind. Blades appeared from his hands, with which he was going to kill his opponent. However, Toby became intangible again and was about to finish off another of Pain's bodies. Bansho Tenon. Tendo pulled Shirado to himself, and thus saved him from a sad fate. 3. Where is Chikushido? And that blow in the room? Chameleon. Obito managed to go underground before the overgrown lizard's tail reached its target. There you are. The Uchiha appeared from underground and cut the throat of the summon with a kunai, who immediately disappeared in white smoke. Kuchio's no jutsu. Chikushido summoned the dog. Pathetic attempts. Kato. Fiery spears. Toby breathed out several thin columns of flame that pierced the dog through and through, but Obito began to celebrate his victory too early. This is where his problems began. Toby didn't know about this call, so he didn't even realize that the more of these dogs you attack, the more of them there are. Following their master's orders, the dogs continued to attack, forcing the Uchiha into a permanent intangible state. Shirado also attacked with missiles, some of which passed through the brunette, some of which hit the dogs, increasing their number. And Tendo used Shinra Tensei to destroy the earth so that Obito could not hide anywhere. Bastard. I'll take another one with me. With great difficulty, Toby managed to steal a second break. Thanks to this, he was able to use his ability again for 5 minutes. Not wanting to waste time, Uchiha pushed off one of the dogs, which allowed him to get closer to Chikushido. Bansho Tenon. Tendo tried to save the third body, but Obito had already begun to pull him into his dimension. As a result of this tug of war, the animal path was torn in half. It's been a while since anyone destroyed my 3 bodies, Yahiko's body said, looking at Chikushido's lower half, from which his stomach, kidneys, and other organs were spilling out. And a piece of his spine was sticking out like a flashlight, showing everyone around him his torn intestines, from which blood was dripping. However, Obito celebrated his victory too early. Due to the loss of one eye, he did not see one of Pain's bodies approaching him from behind. The Uchiha heard the sound of air being cut, but it was too late. Ah! A fragment of stone, too small, thin and sharp to be noticed by the Sharingan, hit Toby right in the eye, depriving him of his main weapon and making the Uchiha completely helpless. One of the dogs grabbed Obito by the arm and threw him towards Tendo. Shirado jumped to meet the flying enemy and pierced Toby with his blade, but Madara's student did not want to give up so easily. Grabbing the blade with his right hand, Toby threw a kunai with an explosive tag at Shirado. Tendo and Ninjendo were unable to save the 4th body. The explosive seals tore apart Shirado, scattering his rich inner world throughout the area. You really messed up the blood there. Ninjendo tore out Obito's soul. Leader Sama, you're cool, aren't you? Deidara said. But why did you have to kill my partner? Toby betrayed us, Tendo replied. He kept silent about the Sanbi Jinchuriki who is in Konoha. What did you learn from Toby? Konan walked next to Yahiko's body. That his pain is not even close to ours. He is pathetic. When he attacked Konoha with the fox, before his shameful escape he saw the Sanbi Jinchuriki, whom he thought was dead. That's it. He wanted to gather the tailed beasts because he thought she was dead, and when he saw that she was alive, he kept quiet about it. Konan guessed. Exactly. But he's not the only traitor. As soon as I get a new body for Gakido, send Zetsu to me. Yes, Nagato. Chapter 36. Now all the traitors are finished. Tendo looked at Zetsu with disdain. Pain did not stand on ceremony and hung the plant man from his own intestines. Nagato, what are we going to do now? Konan asked, looking at the former Akatsuki spy with an indifferent expression. Kisame and Deidara will go after the Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed beast. Danzo, you and I will go to Konoha. There are only 3-tailed beasts left. Konoha. Uzumaki family home. Rin, Minato, I need to talk to you. Menma shouted. A few seconds later, the rest of the family came down to the kitchen. Is something wrong? Rin asked, chewing chips. Yes, I decided that we should go away for a week to relax. The reaction was not long in coming. Nohara's ex hung on her husband's neck, and the youngest member of the family began to ask where. To the land of rivers, Menma answered. They recently built a resort there. Let's go and relax. And Naruto will deal with pain, and my clone will re-educate Nagato. Later in the evening, Menma quietly left the house so as not to disturb his family. In a couple of minutes, Uzumaki reached one of the farthest training grounds. Kurama, are you ready? Naruto Sr. asked, making hand seals. Always ready. Don't be afraid, I'll look after the village while you and your family are relaxing at the resort. The fox answered. As soon as Menma made the final seal, the entire training ground was filled with smoke. Well, how are you feeling? Menma addressed his double. The only exceptions were the red eyes with a vertical pupil and wider stripes. It's fine. Kurama answered. Brr, how uncomfortable your life is. You start shivering from just one night breeze. Don't be rowdy. Change your appearance, because I'm leaving with my family. Okay. Kurama reluctantly made a seal. Will this do? Now the fox looked like an 80-year-old man with long gray hair and a beard that reached his waist. The old man himself was dressed in old, shabby clothes. Decided to pretend to be homeless. Menma chuckled. In principle, a good disguise, no one will suspect you. Thank you for leaving me some of your chakra. No problem. The fox waved his hand. You better go home, otherwise you'll freeze to death. The next day, Rin was packing her things, while Menma went to train his guys. So, guys, Uzumaki Sr. began, I talked to the Hokage, so you are free from missions for this week. What? But why? Naruto began to be indignant. I never thought I'd say this, Sasuke said, but Naruto's right. Hinata can handle a B-rank mission, and we can handle an S-class mission. So that the 3 of you don't do anything stupid, Menma answered. You need to be watched like a hawk, and I'll be gone for a week. So I'll just be training this whole week. And now, bye. The elder Uzumaki ran away from the training ground before Naruto and Sasuke had time to say a few kind words to their mentor. 2 days later, Cloud. Kisame, This is the first time we've worked together as a team, right? Deidara created several bird-shaped bombs just in case. Yes, but you need to remember something. Kisame put Samahata to the demolition man's throat. Hachibi is my prey. You are only there as backup, nothing more. How interesting. Yes. We have arrived. Expecting a good fight, yes. The blonde pointed down to where the thunder ravine was visible. Excellent. Hoshigake jumped down. Landing right in front of the entrance, the fish heard a tasteless rap. Sweden. Water shark projectile technique. However, the technique had no effect. A dark-skinned middle-aged man, dressed in the standard Cloud Junin uniform, emerged from the cave. Yo, was that a fish flying at me but landing on the rocks? Can't you talk normally? Hoshikage made a few more seals. Sweden. Water burst wave. You decided to attack me with water, but I will do this. B began to cover the cover with three tails. Biju sound noise, OEH. The two vehicles collided. A second later, the wave of water exploded into splashes. Headbutt. B was about to headbutt and break Kisami's nose. However, Hoshigake managed to defend himself with his sword. In addition, Samahata absorbed the eight tails chakra. Kisame jumped back to a safe distance. Sweden. Shark rain. Hoshikage placed his hand on the surface of the water. Drops of water rushed into the air and began to form small sharks. After that, the shark projectiles were directed at B. However, the Raikage's younger brother had entered his second form as an eight-tailed beast, so all the projectiles were unable to harm him. Also, a skeleton began to form on the skin. Lariat. However, the blow never reached its target. Samahata not only protected its master, but also absorbed six tails in the process. Your sword has already managed to get me, so it's time to take it away, oh. Try it. Kisame grinned. Sweden. The technique of the dancing shark prison. A huge dome of water appeared. B barely managed to hold his breath. Now try to take Samahata away from me. Hoshikage completely merged with his sword and now looked even more like a shark-human hybrid. The atmosphere is heating up, the audience is shaking. The eight tails is coming onto the stage. B had assumed Guyuki's true form, but even in that form he was still in the dome and couldn't get the breath of air he needed. Bijudama. Sweden. Great shark projectile technique. The two techniques began to measure their strength until it ended in a draw. However, while Kisame was calm in the water, B was almost out of oxygen. Kisame wins, yeah. Deidara took out some bombs. Menma told me to help this rapper. Let's help. The bomber threw several bombs at Hoshikage. As soon as the bombs reached their target, an explosion was heard. Arg. Kisame clearly didn't expect a blow from behind. The fish man's entire back was destroyed, but the wounds were already slowly healing thanks to Samahata. The water dome was also destroyed. Deidara, what are you doing, you bastard? It's simple, yes. I recently joined someone else. And the kidnapping of the Ikibi Jinchuriki, the battle with the Kyubi Jinchuriki, it was all a theatrical performance, It was done to form an alliance between the two villages, and to test the strength of the fox's host, yes. Damn traitor. Kisame was about to kill the bomber, but B separated Hoshigake's head from his body. Not bad, yes. Deidara jumped on the bird, which flew up sharply. Congratulations on your victory, Hachibi, yes. Seeing me, he decided to run away, oh yeah. B sat right on the ground to rest. B, you idiot. An angry voice rang out. Even though he was wearing the Akatsuki uniform, he helped us. Apparently, even in such an organization there are traitors. Who cares, I'm hungry. Konoha. There are only two left. There were 6 red-haired bodies with piercings in front of the Leaf Village. This world will know pain. Chapter 37. The sun was already shining brightly over Konoha. The sun had already risen high enough and was now caressing the streets and rooftops with its warmth, playfully sparkling in the windows of the houses. The delicate aroma of heated foliage floated in the air, mixing with the delightful smells that flowed in streams from small restaurants and cafes. A light breeze swayed the curtains and flags with the symbols of different clans, played with round lanterns, and ruffled the hair of passers-by. The streets of the Hidden Leaf were filled with various people, leisurely scurrying back and forth. Conversations could be heard from everywhere, interspersed with the ringing laughter of children running around the village in small flocks. Life in the Hidden Leaf sang, played with all the colors, generously illuminated by the blessed summer sun. Now it was an ordinary city of happy people, and only the passers-by in green vests with red spirals on their backs reminded that Konoha was one of the 5 great villages. But the next moment everything changed. Kuchio's no jutsu. Chikushido summoned all available animals. Also, 5 red-haired people with piercings and identical dark purple eyes appeared near the animal world. Amaterasu. Itachi set the bird on fire. A second later, the summoning disappeared in white smoke. Hearing the sound of air being cut, the Uchiha ducked. I knew you weren't that easy to kill. The genius of the red-eyed clan looked at the bandaged old man. Danzo's right hand was deathly white, and on it were 5 pairs of red eyes. Do you like it? Shimura looked at his hand with a smile. I had to open graves to get these amazing eyes. The next moment, Shimura was engulfed in black flames, but the old schemer simply disappeared and appeared completely unharmed. Kato. The colors of the phoenix. Sweden. Burst wave. Danzo's technique not only extinguished Itachi's technique, but also stopped the flying weapon. Sweden. Water bullet. But the technique never achieved its goal, as a red skeleton first appeared around Itachi, and then a full-fledged form. A sword materialized in the hand of the red ghost warrior. However, Danzo managed to dodge the attack, but Shimura seemed to have forgotten that he was fighting the genius of Konoha's strongest clan. The old schemer was hit by black flames for the second time, but everything repeated itself according to the same scenario. The Sharingans are disappearing. Itachi saw another red eye close. The brunette decided to find out the weak point of this technique, and now he tried with all his might to get Danzo. Mokuten. Restraining vines. Thick vines appeared around Itachi's Susanoo and immediately wrapped around the ghostly warrior. Summoning. A strange creature appeared next to Danzo, resembling a ridiculous cross between an elephant, a cat, and a raccoon. Itachi was about to dispel his perfect defense to get out of the vines, when Shimura's summon opened its mouth and began to suck in everything in front of it with streams of air. Uchiha immediately realized that the only thing that saved him from the fate of being swallowed by this creature was the Susanoo fixed by the vines. At that moment, Danzo went behind the brunette. Futon. Rapid vacuum fire. The root chief took a deep breath, then released the air in the form of vacuum blades. The Uchiha clan's absolute defense couldn't withstand such an onslaught and a hole appeared in Susanoo's back. Kaden. Great fireball. Itachi fired a 5-meter ball at Baku. The technique hit the summon right in the mouth, causing it to disappear. Sweden. Water fang projectile. The Uchiha exhaled several jets of water that began to spin around themselves. Danzo didn't have time to dodge the technique, and now there were several holes in his body where his torn organs were visible. However, the next moment, Shimura disappeared and appeared a few meters away from his opponent. I see. Itachi smiled, understanding how Danzo's technique worked. After removing Susanoo, the Uchiha emerged from the vines and reactivated his absolute defense. The brunette tried to simultaneously seal the old schemer with his sword and burn him with Amaterasu. Shimura couldn't withstand the pressure and the sword pierced his head. The next moment, the head of root was sucked into the bottle that served as the handle of the sword. The main intriguer of Konoha was finished. But Itachi never got a chance to rest. The next moment, he was knocked off his feet by a shock wave that destroyed the entire village. Naruto was able to escape thanks to the fox's cover, but it still wasn't enough. Blood was trickling from the blonde's head and there was a slight noise in his ears. Looking at the 6 red-haired people, Shirato was the first to rush into battle. Several blades appeared from his hand. However, Naruto simply made a sharp swing of his hand. The translucent blades cut the demon path into 5 pieces. However, none of the opponents even flinched, as if it didn't bother them. Taking advantage of the pause, Uzumaki began to absorb natural chakra. Fortunately, it took him very little time to do this. Call. A rhinoceros ran towards the blonde. But unfortunately for Pain, the future Hokage and owner of a harem had already entered hermit mode. The blonde's appearance had hardly changed at all, only his irises had turned yellow. Naruto calmly stopped the rhinoceros by grabbing it by the horn. Then he threw it back at the Pains and immediately ran towards them, creating a rasengan on the go. A rather large man with slicked back hair appeared in front of Uzumaki. Gakido stretched his arms forward and absorbed the technique. Then Naruto decided to go hand to hand, and with one blow he broke the head of the hungry ghost path. Interesting. Tendo looked at Gakido, who had little left of his head. However, Naruto didn't even think about giving his opponents a break. Futon. Rasen shuriken. And he threw the technique. 3 of the Pains were able to dodge, only Ninjendo didn't have time to react in time. Tendo looked at the 3 dead bodies once more and took off. Naruto and the Path of the Gods clashed in hand-to-hand combat. Yahiko's body decided to pierce the blonde's shoulder with a chakra transmission, but Naruto simply put his palm out. The chakra transmission failed to pierce the skin. Then Uzumaki kicked, aiming for the opponent's head. Pain managed to block the blow, but the force of the blow sent him flying. The blonde took a deep breath and exhaled a dozen translucent blades. However, Gakido appeared right in front of Tendo and absorbed the technique. What the hell? I killed him. There were only 3. Kurama looked at all the pains carefully. The one you fought couldn't restore them. The second one summoned animals. So this one is to blame for everything. Naruto looked at Jikokudo, who had just finished restoring Ninjendo. Lend me your chakra. I'll deal with him now. Uzumaki was covered in the fox's chakra and now seemed to be on fire. A chakra cloak appeared behind his back. Bansho Tenon. Yahiko's body tried to save the Hell Road, but Naruto was faster. One hit with the rasengan, and the head of one of the most important pains was turned into mincemeat. Shikushido summoned a dog and a bull. Summon. Naruto also summoned several griffins, no less in size than Gamabunta. While the animals were sorting things out among themselves, Naruto decided to remove Gakido. But before the blonde could take a step, he had to dodge Shirato's missiles. The demon path attacked constantly, but Naruto, thanks to his speed, calmly dodged, while sending translucent blades at all the pains. Tendo watched his target carefully. Bansho Tenon. The technique pulled Naruto to the main body. However, Uzumaki never managed to fly there, as Gakido intercepted him and began to absorb chakra. Kurama clearly didn't like that some pathetic human was absorbing his chakra. But if he wanted to absorb chakra so badly, he would get it in abundance. After telling his plan to the Jinchuriki, the fox received the go-ahead. For the first few seconds, nothing happened to Gakido, but the next moment, the path of hungry ghosts seemed to start burning from the inside. Smoke poured out of his mouth, and after a few seconds, Gakido completely burned up, leaving behind only a handful of ashes. Shinra Tensai. Tendo managed to push his opponent away from himself, after Naruto was about to hit his head. Regrouping, Uzumaki landed calmly. After looking at all the opponents in the Battle of Animals, the future Hokage decided to get rid of Chikushido. Shadow clones. More than a dozen exact copies of the blonde appeared, and each one had a Rasen shuriken. Ninjendo and Chikushido were the first to fall. The Griffins destroyed Shirato, who decided to attack the blonde from behind. I'm tired of playing with you. Tendo's body, unaffected by gravity, rose above the village, and then spread his arms to the side. Shinra Tensai. A crushing invisible wave came from pain, destroying everything in its path. The Griffins, already tired from the battle with the immortal dog, disappeared in white smoke. Naruto was also blown away by the shockwave. Cough. Uzumaki barely got up. Now he was one-on-one with the enemy. Naruto decided to finish off the enemy, because there was only one body left. Kurama, it's time to finish him off. The air was instantly filled with chakra, and now a translucent golden fox stood in front of Yahiko's body. Thank you for increasing the goal for me. Tendo concentrated the power of the shock wave into one point. Naruto didn't have time to react, and the shock wave hit the fox's head straight, throwing him several hundred meters. A black ball began to form in the fox's mouth, with which he wanted to return the blow to pain. Kurama, this will kill everyone who survived. Naruto was about to dispel the technique, but the fox stopped him. This puppet has a rasengan. And with the help of these eyes, you can resurrect everyone. Can't you feel it? Only now did the blonde focus on the sensory. A very thin thread of chakra was coming from Tendo, but with its help it was possible to figure out the real pain. The path of heaven watched as the tailed beast's strongest technique was formed. Realizing that he didn't have enough chakra to block such a blow, Tendo clasped his hands together. Shibaku Tensai. The black ball instantly rose into the air, and to the great surprise of the fox and his Jinchuriki, the ball attracted the Bijudama to itself. What passions, yes. Deidara watched the battle from a decent distance. And here is the boss's friend under the henge, yes. The demolition man looked at Kurama in the form of Naruto, who was now heading towards the tree made of paper. After watching the fight between Tendo and the translucent fox for a little while longer, Sukuri swooped down. Taking out 5 scrolls, he unsealed the former Jinchuriki. So, my part of the job is, done. All that's left is to wait for their miraculous resurrection, yes. The former Akatsuki demolitionist didn't have to wait long. 10 minutes later, Naruto had defeated the last pain, and 2 minutes later, several green lights appeared in the sky, rapidly descending. It's too early for you to die. Kurama took Nagato's hand and began to pour chakra into him. I can't say that I approve of your methods, but your plan was also, from a certain point of view, right. However, you know, it's hard to fight against the whole world when some are equal or superior to you in strength. Uzumaki didn't answer. Rinne Tensai takes too much strength. If it weren't for Kurama, Nagato would have gone to his ancestors, but as it was, he just lost consciousness. Excellent, yes. Deidara looked at the 5 Jinchuriki, who began to show the first signs of life. After sealing them back into scrolls, Tsukuri, under Menma's orders, set out to return the former Jinchuriki to their home villages. Epilogue. 5 years later. Is this why I wanted to become Hokage? Naruto yawned and stretched. Casting a doomed glance at the pile of papers that needed to be sorted, Uzumaki turned to the window. So this is how my son-in-law does his job. A voice came from behind. However, it was followed by a kind laugh. Hello to you too, Zabuza. Naruto lifted his butt and extended his hand to the guest. On business, or to visit your daughter? Second. Momochi shook the hand extended to him. The blonde did not miss the gold ring on the ring finger. I see that Mei has finally married you. And I didn't resist. The former Nukenin shrugged. Only during our meeting after so many years I didn't let her kill me. Naruto laughed as he remembered the chase all over Konoha and its surroundings. Who would have thought that the great and terrible demon of the bloody mist would run away in fear from a raging girl, while shouting compliments and apologies to her? The people of Konoha laughed at this for a long time, but only a few of the strongest Jonin and Kage dared to tease Zabuza about it, because everyone wants to live. You better tell me, Zabuza thought, pondering his words. How is it for you and 5 wives living under one roof? Life is normal. More precisely, it was normal. The background around the blonde turned black. Now all 5 of them are pregnant. Do you know what it's like to have 5 pregnant women under one roof? Especially in the last stages of pregnancy. However, instead of sympathy or a clear answer, Uzumaki received only wild laughter from his father-in-law. Zabuza was already clutching his stomach from laughter, and tears were welling up in his eyes, but Momochi still found the strength to calm down. It was a rather strange, unusual, and even slightly frightening sight. Zabuza. The great Momochi Zabuza, whose name in the mist was used to scare children and even some shinobi. If you dare to fail another mission, I will make you hunt Momochi Zabuza, a man who does not know what a smile is but he is very familiar with the predatory grin, is now laughing sincerely to the point of tears. You should have thought earlier, instead of jabbing your kunai at 5 targets at once. Zabuza laughed again. What about Menma? He's trolling me, just like you are now. Rin is helping. The nephews mostly guess who will be born to whom. They have nothing better to do, so they mess around. You should thank them for this. Believe me, it's better to let them do this than. But the negligent dad never managed to find out. The door to the office swung open with such force that it bounced off the wall. And a 30-year-old woman with short black hair, dressed in a standard nurse's uniform, ran into the room. Naruto, your wives are giving birth there. Shizune didn't even notice the guest, who wasn't surprised at all by the doctor running up. Over the years of working as a mercenary, it was impossible to sneak up on Zabuza. If he doesn't hear you, he'll smell you. And if you hide your scent, you'll feel the chakra. And if you can hide your chakra, he'll feel the attention on his expensive carcass. In short, even if you were the strongest creature on the planet in history, Zabuza would still know you were coming. I'm already on my way. And jumping out the window, Naruto headed towards the hospital, creating clones along the way so that they would buy flowers. Listen, brunette, while the Hokage is away, can I, as his direct relative, issue decrees here? Without even waiting for an answer, Zabuza sat down in the chair of the head of the Leaf Village. That's not bad though. And there's a wonderful view from the window. Zabuza-san, the woman said reluctantly, please don't touch anything. Only the Hokage and his deputy can handle documents. Yes, well, okay, let me at least read what they send him here. It's not forbidden, is it? Shizune frowned and was indignant at such impudence, but still allowed it. What if he just reads? What could happen? Set up Konoha. He has a daughter and a grandson, or granddaughter, here, so it is clearly not in his interests to harm Konoha in any way. Among the 5 great villages, there is now peace, held together by more than just a political marriage. Let him read. Shizune's clone disappeared in white smoke, leaving the former missing nin in proud solitude. Having run into the hospital, Naruto rushed from room to room. Only, since Rin stood guard, Uzumaki did not burst in, not allowing his dear relative to run inside. I understand that you are worried. But believe me, it is better for you to be here. When they give birth, then you can come by and give them flowers. To somehow calm the blonde down, the former Nohara gave him some valerian. Knowing the Uzumaki, she understood perfectly well that even half a bottle would not be enough. They were too tenacious by nature and had good regeneration. Even the most dangerous poison, one drop of which could kill a person, would have little effect on them, if it had any effect at all. And so Rin poured the entire bottle of sedative into his mouth at once. And it seemed to have worked a little. Time dragged on slowly. Naruto had no idea how long he had been waiting. Maybe an hour, maybe 6 hours minimum. But as soon as he was told that all 5 births had been successful and the room numbers were called, Uzumaki immediately jumped up, knocking the poor obstetrician off his feet. Kurama, did I really act like this when Rin was giving birth? Menma sat on a tree branch and watched as his young copy and his clones approached their wives and were touched at the sight of their heirs. Of course, Kyubi, although he had seen this before, was still touched by this picture. He is you, only younger and with more wives and children. Soon there will be no room left for Uzumaki in Konoha if your children and his breed like rabbits. And I must say, he behaves more restrained than you. I periodically had to take control of your body so that you would not run where you were not needed. Hey, well, thank you. Menma smiled. After all, he got what he wanted and had almost forgotten about his past world.